What is the connectivity there? If people are looking at this, again, from a global perspective, what should they know about those three countries and how they connect to Venezuela and how these pieces might fit together?
Well, on the one hand, if you do disconnect that trade between Venezuela and Iran, that'll have a real impact on Iran and kind of their economy, which is completely imploding. And Iranians are taking the streets to protest that regime in Tehran, and rightfully so. We need to support those Iranians in the streets. That'll have an impact. Same with Russia. At the same time, a bigger question here is what Trump today called the Donroe Doctrine, this corollary to the Monroe Doctrine, that we are going to be focused first and foremost in our hemisphere. Does Xi Jinping in Beijing, does Vladimir Putin read that to mean the Americans are not going to be as concerned in their parts of the world, to kind of dividing the world in spheres of influence, which is exactly what they want? So it's a bit of a double-edged sword. On the one hand, if you're watching this, you say, wow, President Trump is not afraid to exercise American power. There is no country more powerful than the United States and its military forces. On the other hand, is the president perhaps now saying, we're going to focus on our hemisphere and not be as concerned in other parts of the world? And again, this is going to unfold over the coming year. I've called 2026, which we're in now, a hinge year of history when it comes to global power. And that's what we're seeing play out. Venezuela, Taiwan, Ukraine, Iran, it's all going to play out here over the coming months, Jessica, and I look forward to being on your program to discuss it.
Yeah, we're glad to have you. We're 3 days in now, so we'll see what the rest of the year holds. Brett McGurk, always good to see you. Thank you so much. We appreciate it. Continuing our breaking news here, we have these stunning new images showing captured Venezuelan President Nicolás Maduro arriving in New York to face drug and gun charges. We are now waiting for him and his wife to fly by helicopter to New York City. Let's get right to former U.S. Special Representative for Venezuela, Elliott Abrams. He was one of the top officials on Venezuela in the first Trump administration and has served in the U.S. government in many capacities. Thank you so much for being here with us. We really appreciate it. I want to start first with your thoughts about how much of this is about drug trafficking and how much of this is about oil, Russia, China, Iran. How would you evaluate all of that?
Yeah, the one-word answer is yes. That is, it is about migration. 8 million people forced out of Venezuela. It is about drug trafficking, which that regime at least facilitates. It is about the presence, particularly, I'd say, of Iran in Venezuela. It's really the perfect storm from the Trump point of view. It's all of those coming together in one person and one regime. You did mention oil, and I think it's about that too, but frankly, that's a little bit puzzling to me. I mean, we don't need Venezuelan oil. There's plenty of oil in the world. Venezuela in the next year or so can probably increase its production by about 500,000 barrels a day. The world oil market is 105 million barrels a day. So that isn't going to lower oil prices by 1 cent. So I'm a little bit surprised at the president's emphasis on oil.
Yeah. And do you have any sense, I hear you when you say you were surprised, do you have any sense about what is driving that beyond what you know?
No, the president has been interested in Venezuela from the beginning. I mean, he discussed it with H.R. McMaster, his first national security advisor, in 2017. Then we increased the pressure in 2019 after the stolen election of 2018. He comes back now and he really increases the pressure tremendously at the end of during his first year in office. He's got a lot on his plate, and it is a little bit surprising, I think, that he's put this one forward so quickly.
Mm-hmm. All right, Elliott, thank you so much for being here with us. We are moving through with a lot of new information, but we certainly appreciate your perspective on all of it. Thank you so much.
Sure.
And with us now, Democratic Congressman Jake Auchincloss of Massachusetts. Congressman, thanks for being here. I know you commanded Marines in Latin America. I also know that you have been pushing, you and I have talked about this before, you have been pushing legislation that would give Congress more power to approve operations like this, to take back some of that power. I want to just first get your reaction to this military operation today.
It's illegal. The president doesn't have authority to do it, which is what Democrats put on the House floor in December and Republicans voted against. Republicans will have a chance in January to change that vote and to stand up for the Constitution's allocation of war-making power to Congress, not to the president. And if they listen to this press conference this morning, I cannot see how they do not want to do that, because this president said that he is not ruling out putting boots on the ground. That should haunt any veteran of these forever wars. And it certainly haunts me as somebody who actually did put boots on the ground in Latin America, because jungle and riverine warfare is going to be a nightmare for our service members. And they're doing it in pursuit of what? Chevron's bottom line?
Is that what you think this is about?
Blood for oil. I've been saying it for weeks. This is blood for oil. It's got nothing to do with narco trafficking. The drugs are mostly going to Europe, and cocaine is not the drug that is killing Americans. That's fentanyl coming from China. This has always been about the fact that Venezuela has the world's largest oil reserves, 300 billion barrels offshore. Chevron has the contract and the Treasury Department's permission to exploit those oil reserves. And this president is making good on his campaign promise to the U.S. oil majors when he told them that if they gave him $1 billion, he would hook them up. Well, he's hooking them up.
The president and some of his cabinet members, including Secretary of State Marco Rubio, were speaking today. And I'm paraphrasing here, but essentially what Marco Rubio said was this shows that this is a president that when he says something, it means he's going to act, that he takes this seriously. And they all agreed and told the American people that this makes Americans safer. Do you disagree with them?
Tell that to Vladimir Putin. Donald Trump's been kowtowing to Vladimir Putin and walking back on his word for years now. This does not make Americans safer. It certainly does not make active duty service members who might be deployed to Venezuela any safer. I'm worried about three things in regards to boots on the ground. Number one is the challenges with line of sight, navigation, communications, and fields of fire. It's a jungle, right? You don't have very good visibility. U.S. service members are used to operating in deserts, Afghanistan and Iraq. This is a totally new terrain. Number two, I'm worried about how to use close air support in that environment. Again, you got a dense canopy there. U.S. service members have been training to use drones and fixed-wing crewed vessels where they had great line of sight for miles. This is a very different environment. And then finally, I'm worried about malaria. I know this administration doesn't believe in infectious disease, but it exists. And malaria is endemic in that part of the world. The medications that service members take to prevent that malaria are 50-50 effective at best. This is something that could really damage lives. And again, the president doesn't have the authority to do it. He has not laid out the rationale or the strategy for a democratic transition to back up this military operation. He just doesn't have, he hasn't built any confidence or credibility with Congress or the American public on this operation.
Congressman, what role does Congress have now? What can you do?
Hold back the funds, hold back the authorization. We just need a few brave Republicans. I don't need Mike Johnson to do the right thing. We all know he won't. He's a sock puppet for Donald Trump. But I do need 10 or 15 Republicans in the House and 8 to 9 Republicans in the Senate to wake up, to read their oath, and to remember that their constituents, whether they are America First MAGA voters, whether they are Democrats, whether they are unenrolled, did not sign up in November of 2024 for jungle and riverine warfare to help the U.S. oil majors who bankrolled this president's campaign.
Now, following a months-long pressure campaign that included building up U.S. military forces in the Caribbean, strikes on alleged drug boats, and seizures of Venezuelan oil tankers, the U.S. has now ousted Venezuelan leader Nicolás Maduro from power and brought him here to the United States. CNN national correspondent Rafael Romo is joining us now. Rafael, it is good to take a step back in these moments to get context and to remember how we got here. So help walk everyone through that.
Yeah, Jessica, that's exactly right. It's important to put the current situation in context, especially for our viewers who may not follow the South American country closely and may be puzzled by what happened overnight. Two men, Jessica, have governed Venezuela in the last 25 years. Hugo Chavez, who described his style of governing as 21st century socialism and died in 2013, handpicked Nicolás Maduro as his successor, who narrowly won an election that year. During the nearly 13 years that Nicolás Maduro had been in power, Venezuela lost 72% of its economy. 72. An estimated 8 million Venezuelans have voted with their feet by migrating to other countries, including, of course, the United States. Maduro's politics have been a mix of anti-imperialist and anti-U.S. narrative. As Venezuela's leader and the country's power broker, he's been the face of Chavismo, a left-wing populism held over from the Chavez era. Other figures are part of this confederation of power, including Diosdado Cabello, we see him there on the left, the interior minister, and Vladimir Padrino, we see him on the right, the defense minister. Will they and others be able to keep alive the system which enriched a lucky few at the expense of the populace? There's almost no independent media left, and those in power ignore the press or plainly refuse to answer any questions from journalists, as we found out in 2016 when we tried for months to interview Delcy Rodriguez, who now as vice president is constitutionally entitled to be sworn in as president in Maduro's absence.
Canciller, ¿qué dice de las alegaciones de que se venden pasaportes venezolanos en la embajada de Bagdad? ¿Qué nos puede decir sobre eso?
There was no answer, and again, that was in 2016. Rodriguez finally reappeared Saturday afternoon, asserting that Nicolás Maduro is, quote, the only president of Venezuela, surrounded by her brother, Jorge Rodriguez, the president of the Venezuelan National Assembly, and Diosdado Cabello, the interior minister, and several military leaders. The vice president said that Venezuela, quote, will never be a colony again. The last time Venezuela had a crisis of this magnitude, Jessica, was an uprising in 2019. We now know that the U.S. attack targeted at least 2 airports and a port, as well as Fortuna, a major Venezuelan military installation. Jessica?
Okay, we continue to follow our major breaking news. President Trump saying the United States will now run Venezuela after U.S. forces captured President Nicolás Maduro overnight. President Trump saying the U.S. will assume control of the country until a proper transition of power can take place. There are a lot of questions about how that might transpire. In the meantime, he says the U.S. will rebuild Venezuela's oil infrastructure and carry out more strikes if necessary. Let's go now to CNN Chief Law Enforcement and Intelligence Analyst John Miller. John, we are currently waiting for the Maduros, who we last know were there in Newburgh, New York, to be moved from that location via helicopter here to New York City. I'm going to let you pick it up there. What more do we know about their movements?
Well, what we know is they were taken off the plane, brought into a hangar. We know that there was a delay while they did a further medical assessment, checking vital signs and talking to Celia Maduro, the president's wife. And then we saw 3 helicopters take off from Stewart Air National Guard Base up in Newburgh, New York. So while we don't know for certain who is on board those helicopters, the high likelihood is that after she was medically cleared, and I'm told by law enforcement sources she was, that they are likely to be on board and headed for New York City. In New York City, they have some business with federal law enforcement authorities. They have to go through a booking process, which means they have to be brought to a secure law enforcement facility. They need to have their mugshots taken. They need to have their fingerprints taken again. And they need to go through that process like any other federally charged criminal before they are brought to the Metropolitan Detention Center in Brooklyn, where they'll be held pending an arraignment, likely on Monday. And that's where we are right now. So we're in a little bit of a gap as one move turns into another.
Yeah. John, stay with us. I want to come back to you, but first I want to go to our colleague, Evan Perez, who is outside that detention center you just mentioned. Evan, obviously, you are awaiting their arrival. What else can you tell us?
Charging or arguing that Nicolás Maduro and his government have been aiding and abetting the trafficking of drugs, not only to the United States, but around the world. And so what you see laid out in this indictment today is sort of the culmination of more than a decade of work for some of these agents. And so that's what you're seeing a little bit of. You saw at Stewart Air Force Base where the plane landed earlier today. You saw DEA agents being involved in bringing Nicolás Maduro off that plane, where the beginning of the process of bringing him to justice in the United States. The argument here that the administration has been making is that removing Maduro deals a big blow to global drug trafficking. And so what we're going to hear over the next few weeks, and certainly over the next few months as this case goes forward, is some arguments over exactly what Nicolás Maduro's role is in this. The indictment that was that was unsealed today makes the argument that going back to the years when he was foreign minister, he essentially sold diplomatic passports. He
Evan, I'm so
the
sorry to
access
interrupt
of,
you. I'm sorry to interrupt you. We've got some movement of these helicopters. I'm sorry to break in on you. We'll come back to you. I do want to go to Omar Jimenez, who is following these helicopters landing in New York, which you were looking at just moments ago. Omar, what are you seeing?
Yeah, so you heard John Miller talking about 3 helicopters that took off from Newburgh, headed out this way. We just saw 3 helicopters land, matching roughly the time it would take to fly by helicopter here. What you're looking at right now is what has been an increased law enforcement, one that's increased pretty steadily over the last few hours since we've been out here. We actually have been pushed much further back. This is the heliport here where all of this, the variety of law enforcement, predominantly NYPD, but we've seen federal officers here as well, including DEA agents, a mass of them that just came in within the last few minutes to this area as well. We're waiting to see, we can hear the helicopters. We saw them land just beyond our view here, 3 of them, it appeared. So we're waiting for them to go into what would be sort of this indoor area, and then they would come into presumably one of these vehicles where they would then go for processing here at a federal building in New York City. Now, for those that aren't familiar with sort of the geography of Manhattan and New York City, we're on the west side of Manhattan, what's known as the West Side Highway. Both lanes in both directions have been closed off by law enforcement to this point. This is typically a very busy area. We are now seeing lights from the New York Police Department turn on. That has not been the case previously to this point. We can still hear the motor of the helicopters to this, but I can't stress enough, this has been the highest level of law enforcement presence we have seen to this point, one that has been steadily increasing over the past few hours, Jessica.
Yeah, and Omar, we see the DEA agents there walking past the cameras as well. Okay, Omar, stay with us. Let's bring John Miller back in to help us understand what we're looking at here. John, Omar describing the scene. We are in the middle. It's actually very close to where we're broadcasting from right now. It's right behind our building. But we are in the middle of Manhattan where this is happening. Take us through what you're seeing in this scene.
Well, what you're seeing is a joint force. You have DEA agents, FBI agents, and a contingent of NYPD people broken into specialized units that are going to make this critical move. Obviously, this is done under very tight security because you're dealing with an individual who is charged with being in league with some of the most violent drug cartels in the world, who is also a world leader in his own right, or was at least until this morning. But what you're looking at there is a armored vehicle that is what they call a Bearcat. This is an armored vehicle that contains what they call a CAT team, a counter assault team, which is part of this motorcade. So you'll have a vehicle that will contain President Maduro, and his wife, maybe in a separate vehicle. You'll have the escort vehicles, which are from NYPD's Highway Patrol. They have the route between where they are and the location they are going to frozen. As we watch that move out, we see the van, and then we're going to see the armored vehicle following that, which is the counter assault team.
They're driving to Brooklyn now? Is that the plan?
They're driving to a separate location. For security reasons, we're not going to get into that location on the air live, but that location is a secure law enforcement facility. They are going to go through the booking process there, and then they are going to go to that other location. So you see the armored vehicles, you see the van, you see the ambulance, which is part of the contingent because they've already, had to deal with some medical issues along the way.
It is pretty remarkable. I want to go to Omar for a second as we're watching this happen. Omar, this is a Saturday night in Manhattan. And this is just an incredible law enforcement, likely again with the you know, now ousted president of Venezuela having traveled here. Just describe the scene for us. This is somewhat surreal.
It really is. And for those that have even just been passing by on the street, I mean, you see a lot of things in New York City, but the amount of police and law enforcement presence just in this part of Manhattan is even mind-blowing for those that live here in the city. And if you were following that the motorcade essentially that appeared to hold Maduro and his wife, but they have all cleared out of this area. It was that quick. And I can tell you, when we were a little bit closer earlier in the day, we were able to get basically right up to the heliport area. We saw them sort of what appeared to be tracing a path from the exit of the heliport through the gate over there, and the way they positioned their vehicles, it appeared that it was just going to be a very quick transfer from that heliport into the vehicles, pull out, and that is exactly what we just saw happen a few minutes ago here. Yeah. And as you saw, the level of law enforcement presence just going down the West Side Highway from the armored vehicles to that variety of law enforcement, it's astounding to see on a city street here in New York, Jessica.
Yeah, it certainly is. I want to go back to John Miller, if he's still with us, because I have another logistical question for him, John, which is, you know, when I lived in D.C., you were used to seeing motorcades, and they were very used to clearing streets there. Obviously, New York can do that because it gets its fair share of dignitaries as well. But to move through the New York streets like this, what does that take for law enforcement? How do they keep everybody safe?
You know, in New York City, and I say that as someone who used to be in charge of these movements for various presidents, including presidents of the United States, this is a very experienced team. The NYPD Highway Patrol team is used to being able to freeze a route or navigate a route that's unfrozen. In this case, the route between where they landed and where they're going was frozen. They have a lot of experience in that, and that's for dignitaries. This is different, Jessica. This is a high-threat prisoner in charge in a major narcotics trafficking case who happens to be formally, as a few hours ago, president of a sovereign nation in our region. So that is very similar to what they did with the El Chapo situation, where you had the head of a major cartel. This is the kind of person that had a lot of money behind them, the resources to arrange people who could either attack such a motorcade, try to free a prisoner, try to stage a breakout. So layers and layers and layers are added on. We saw a lot of them right there in terms of the armored vehicle, the counter-assault team, in case there was an assault on motorcade, the numerous blockages of traffic between where they are and where they're going. But that is something that they've experienced, and you will see that as they move from that jail to the court for the arraignment on Monday. And if there's a trial, you may see it on a daily basis.
Right. It's really fascinating. All right, John, thank you. I do want to go to Jim Sciutto as well as we're watching this play out. Jim?
Jessica, I would just say we have to remember how we got to this moment of those helicopters landing on the West Side Highway. Nicolás Maduro was president of Venezuela, a Latin American country of tens of millions of people, until this morning, when he and his wife were taken out of their bedroom by the U.S. Delta Force in a highly complex military operation to, in effect, decapitate the leadership of a major country in Latin America. It is a remarkable, I don't want to say ending, but just next chapter, right? This arrival in New York for prosecution in an enormous event with a whole long list of questions still to be answered. One of the most prominent of which is who's going to replace Nicolás Maduro, and who does the U.S., which carried out this operation, want to replace Nicolás Maduro? Because it was the position of the Trump administration till a short time ago, till weeks, perhaps months ago, that it should be the opposition. For instance, the Nobel Prize winner, Maria Corina Machado, and there were public statement hours here, given what we're seeing now in New York, but what it means for what Maduro left behind.
Absolutely, Jim, and you make some great points. And here, as we start our top of the hour at 7 o'clock, we have what Jim, thank you, Jim, what Jim just laid out, which is what brought us to this point. It's been an incredible day that started really under the cover of darkness, and now here we are with questions in different buckets, which include what Jim was just talking about. What is the future of Venezuela? President Trump saying that America will be running it, but how does that work? And what does it mean for Venezuelan leadership, for the opposition forces there in Venezuela? Also, what is Congress going to do about it? There are some people in Congress who are very upset that they were not consulted about this. What role might they have? And then, of course, the broader implications globally. What does this mean around the world? These are all things that we are following. And then, of course, the legal piece of this. And that's where we want to bring back in John Miller, because John, now we come here to New York City, again, just across the street, where those helicopters landed just a few moments ago. And you were just taking our viewers through what it looks like as this motorcade makes its way to this secure location where the president of Venezuela, who has been taken by U.S. forces in this incredible operation, now here on U.S. soil, and his wife are going to be booked like we would see, I assume, a normal, they will have to go through the process like anyone else in the federal judicial system. But I would imagine that there will be, when they get to wherever they'll be spending the night, to the detention center, it will be a bit different because of how high profile they are.
So that's where we are right now. The pictures you're looking at are them arriving at that secure law enforcement facility. This is where they're going to be going through the booking process, and then they'll be making the move from there to the next leg of their journey, which will end at the Metropolitan Detention Center in Brooklyn, where they'll be held pending an arraignment. They're facing very complicated charges in a complicated case, but aside from what's included in the indictment in the alleged charges, there are also a number of other people charged in this case and previous cases, some of whom have pled guilty, many of whom are former government officials, some of them are drug traffickers. So you can see what is coming in terms of a trial where they are going to face witnesses who have probably or likely created their own deals with the U.S. government and the Justice Department to get whatever they could get in return for cooperation, who will testify allegedly about things that President Maduro ordered them to do, or things that his wife ordered them to do when she was a government official on a different level, or things he may have told them to do when he was the Minister of Foreign Affairs. So it's going to be a lengthy process. It may be as much as a year between now and the time that this trial actually starts, where he'll be held in U.S. custody. And all of that begins with what's unfolding right now, which is fingerprints and a mugshot, face this way, face that way, and then, being taken to that federal lockup, which does not have the greatest reputation in terms of the conditions there. So it will be a shock to the system for both of them in terms of a dramatic change in lifestyle and comfort.
And what accommodations, I guess, might they make to protect them, to keep them safe because they are more high profile? And then my other question too, John, if you can help us understand, why New York? Why prosecute them here?
Well, New York is one of the places where drugs ended up. It's the case where the investigation began with the DEA's New York office, where the prosecutions began with the Southern District of New York, the U.S. Attorney's Office. Ellie Honig, our legal advisor here on CNN and a former assistant U.S. attorney from the Southern District, described to us in the last hour about establishing venue, which means some element of the crime or crimes occurred here, which is drug dealing, wholesaling, distribution occurred here, and other things. That's what gives them venue. The other thing that gives them venue is if you are extradited from a foreign country and you land in the United States, that place you land is the venue, because that's where you touched ground on the U.S. In this case, it was Stewart Air National Guard Base, which gives them a different kind of venue. But Jessica, this case has lived in New York for a long time with these investigators. DEA investigators, later FBI investigators. The first indictment in 2020, a superseding indictment with more charges after that. Another superseding indictment under the Trump administration, which folded in new charges, but also the alleged involvement between President Maduro and Tren de Agua, the gang, and how they were allegedly used in furtherance of this enterprise. So it's multi-layered.
Yes, certainly. John, stand by. Please stay with us. I do want to go out to our colleague, Evan Perez, who was outside that detention center. And Evan, when we left you just a few moments ago, that motorcade was on the move. Ostensibly, it will end up eventually where you are. But John was just walking through, and I think you were touching on this as well, just how long this case has been building. You were talking about all of the agents that have worked on this for a long time. What more can you tell us from your vantage point?
Well, before we get there, what we're seeing a lot of activity here with sort of the preparations for Nicolás Maduro's arrival here at the Metropolitan Detention Center. Let me just set the scene a little bit. This is the massive facility. This is a place where he will be held while he awaits trial. The police have now blocked off all access to this street, which is on the Brooklyn waterfront. Just nearby, there is a crowd building. Certainly, it appears to be members of the Venezuelan community. It's a large Venezuelan community here in New York City, and so a number of people have started arriving here. Some of them with Venezuelan flags, and every time people are driving by, people are blowing their horns, beeping their horns on their cars. So there's a bit of a change in atmosphere that is happening here as we speak. I mean, I think some of the reactions, certainly from the New York Venezuelan community, is perhaps celebration of what has occurred just in this past day with the arrest of Nicolás Maduro. We've also seen just a little while ago some HR team members or perhaps SWAT team members who have arrived. These are people who are going to be here to help secure his arrival. Again, we expect that's going to happen perhaps in the next hour or so, because it's going to take a little while to get from Lower Manhattan to Brooklyn. But certainly, Jessica, going back to what you were asking, I think, I was talking to folks, who have been involved in overseeing this investigation over the last couple of years. And one of the things that they told me is simply, how much work has gone into this. These are investigators who have been behind some, other big notable cases, including, the arrest of Victor Boot. There's a number of people in other Central American countries, for instance, in Guatemala, government leaders who were brought also to the United States to face criminal charges related to drug trafficking. This is something that has been ongoing, obviously, for a number of years. And so this Maduro case has sort of built on, again, more than a decade of work. One of the other thing that I think we should mention here is this is the same facility that Juan Orlando Hernandez, who was the former president of Honduras, this is where he was held. You remember that he was sentenced to 45 years in prison for drug trafficking, for essentially helping the drug cartels traffic drugs from South America, from Venezuela, from Colombia, through Central America, Honduras, into the United States. The President of the United States, of course, gave a pardon to Hernandez just a few weeks ago. So there's great irony here that essentially the United States is exchanging one alleged drug trafficker, or one convicted drug trafficker in the case of Hernandez, for one president of Venezuela who is accused of the very same crimes, Jessica.
Yeah, certainly. And, we can see the activity really growing behind you as well, Evan. Quite a difference from when we saw you just a few minutes ago. All right, stand by. We will touch base with you as we get closer to that arrival. I do want to go to our colleague, Omar Jimenez, who was there when the helicopters, Omar, touched down right there behind you, just to give people a sense of where you are. You are on the far west side of Manhattan, very close to where we are broadcasting right now. So very much in the middle of New York City when these helicopters touched down. Describe for people what that looked like and what the scene has been.
Yeah, so we are essentially right at a heliport on the west side of Manhattan here. And I actually just want to give you an idea. If you look behind me here, you can see just a smattering of some NYPD, some New York fire officials as well. But this is what was completely packed just a few moments ago. And you may actually be able to see this little gate here that's under these two flags. That was where a white van in the midst of that motorcade had essentially backed up into, which would have given them the opportunity to load Maduro and his wife directly on. And the reason we believe that may be the case is because earlier, when there was much less law enforcement, we actually saw them going back and forth through that gate, sort of tracing what appeared to be a potential path. And then once they had Maduro and his wife into that van, which is what we believe to be the case, that was when the motorcade moved pretty quickly. And you can see the traffic moving behind me now. This was completely shut down, a very, very busy part of Manhattan on this West Side Highway going both directions. And then they went south that way. That was the initial location, or the initial direction they went. Now, we know generally that sort of the next phase here is they will be processed. We know there are federal criminal charges that Maduro, his wife, and others will face as part of this, and that will happen at a later portion. But this initial stage, watching the helicopters come in, this is a path that we had essentially been tracking from the Caribbean, coming all the way to New York City, and then going from a base north of the city here by helicopter to this heliport here, then by motorcade, and that sort of continues the processing that we're going to be looking for moving forward. But I cannot emphasize enough the difference between just 30 minutes ago, when this place was crawling with law enforcement from various jurisdictions, NYPD, DEA, and others, to now, with the streets open, still a little bit of law enforcement presence here, so we're going to continue to monitor and see what may come next. But to see those two helicopters landing here, at the very least two, and move forward is pretty remarkable, Jessica.
U.S. soil after U.S. forces took him from his bed overnight during a large-scale military operation in the Latin American country. Nicolás Maduro walking off a plane in the U.S. tonight under the cover of darkness. He and his wife now facing multiple drug and weapons charges. Earlier, missiles lit up the skies as the U.S. launched attacks in the capital city of Caracas. The president making it clear the U.S. will be involved in what happens next in Venezuela.
We're going to run the country until such time as we can do a safe, proper, and judicious transition. So we don't want to be involved with having somebody else get in, and we have the same situation that we had for the last long period of years. So we are going to run the country until such time as we can do a safe, proper, and judicious transition. And it has to be judicious, because that's what we're all about.
Joining us now, CNN national security correspondent Kylie Atwood. Kylie, tell us what we've learned about the logistics of this operation.
Jessica, we received remarkable details about this operation that unfolded overnight earlier today from President Trump, members of his national security team, and specifically from General Dan Kane, the chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff. He said that it was last night, 10:46 p.m., when President Trump gave the green light for the U.S. military to carry out this operation, which was months in the making. He said it was around 2 in the morning local time in Venezuela when the extraction team arrived at Maduro's compounds. The helicopters that they arrived in did come under fire, though the helicopters were not downed as a result of that fire. I want you to listen to some of the other details that General Dan Kane provided during that briefing.
It involved more than 150 aircraft launching across the Western Hemisphere in close coordination, all coming together in time and place to layer effects for a single purpose: to get an interdiction force into downtown Caracas after months of work by our intelligence teammates to find Maduro and understand how he moved, where he lived, where he traveled, what he ate, what he wore, what were his pets. In early December, our force was set pending a series of aligned events.
Now, obviously, this happened in the dead of night, but President Trump said that most of the lights in Caracas had been turned off due to an expertise that the United States has. He didn't go into detail, but presumably that expertise is related to the fact that the CIA had been given the green light to set up operations, according to sources familiar with this planning, all the way at the end of the summer. So they had been there in some way, shape, or form on the ground in Venezuela, which enabled this operation to take place. Now, President Trump also said today that a second round of strikes would take place if necessary, though he didn't give an indication that he believed earlier today that that second round would be necessary. We'll watch and see, of course, where that goes, because he didn't count out the possibility of U.S. troops being on the ground, saying the United States is not worried about troops being on the ground specifically to secure the oil there. Jessica?
All right, Kylie Atwood from Washington with the latest on how this all went down. Thank you so much for that. We're also getting a lot of reaction, a lot of political reaction to this operation. A lot of it has been along party lines, with many Democrats calling the overnight actions criminal, saying they were done without approval from Congress, and Republicans cheering this, although there are some nuances across the board. Democratic Congressman Eric Swalwell is joining us now. Congressman, thanks for your time. We're glad to have you here. It's good to see you. The president and his administration today going to great lengths to talk about how this is a Department of Justice operation, law enforcement that was supported by the Department of Defense, by the military. Legally speaking, do you believe this is within the DOJ's purview?
Absolutely not. Vladimir Putin has an arrest warrant, out for his conduct in Ukraine, and Donald Trump certainly is not going and arresting Vladimir Putin and invading that country and saying that we're going to run it without a plan. And of course, Donald Trump was always going to violate the Constitution and invade Venezuela. He's done the exact opposite of what he's promised he'd do since he took office. And that is frankly the biggest betrayal he's made as president. He promised he'd end all wars on day one. In 2 weeks, he's bombed Nigeria, Syria, and now Venezuela. He said he'd lower costs on day one, and then he put a tariff tax in place that has raised everyone's costs. And he said he'd release the Epstein files, and of course, he has buried them. So politicians break promises all the time. That happens, but almost none of them do the exact opposite of what got them elected. And that's what Donald Trump just did with this action in Venezuela.
We heard the Secretary of State, Marco Rubio, saying at the press conference this morning that this, again, this is a paraphrase, I'm paraphrasing here, but essentially that people should take President Trump at his word, that if he says he's going to do it, in this case, he took action, he acted, he didn't just hold press conferences. And he says, and the president says this as well, that today's actions mean Americans are safer. You disagree with them?
Well, I do. And, I talk to Californians all over the state, and going into Venezuela and, quote, running that country ranks at about 200th on their priorities. They're not focused on Venezuela. They're focused on the cost in Ventura and Vallejo, the rent in Los Angeles, and the grocery prices in Pasadena. And they have no faith that Donald Trump can run a country who couldn't run a casino. And now he's going to run a country in South America while we watch as he fails to run a country in North America. That doesn't add up. And neither does this whole concept that we're going to get the oil from Venezuela and that it will pay for itself, essentially. We heard that over 20 years ago from George Bush, that we'd get the oil from Iraq, and that cost us $3 trillion.
And as I noted at the top, we have seen mixed reactions as people kind of metabolize all of this, both from politicians but also from Americans. And we have seen real celebration from Americans who have ties to Venezuela or came from that part of the world. What do you say to them tonight?
Again, Maduro is a vicious, illegitimate dictator in a world with a lot of vicious, illegitimate dictators, like in North Korea, like in Russia. But what the president has done without going to Congress, and Congress, by the way, we're either going to be a check or a co-signer for the president. And right now it looks like this speaker wants to be a co-signer. And if you're not going to go to the Congress and he's not going to have a plan, all that does is cost us more. Again, we were promised costs would come down in America on day one. The president is 0 for 350, and he just added 30 million more people who are going to drain resources from a country that is already in quicksand as it relates to just getting by.
Maduro and his wife set to face drugs and weapons charges here after being detained overnight in a massive U.S. military operation in Venezuela. And joining us now, CNN national security and legal analyst Carrie Cordero. Carrie, thank you so much for being here with us. I do think there are a lot of legal questions around this that are worth sorting through. Attorney General Pam Bondi writing on social media today that Nicolás Maduro has been charged with narco-terrorism conspiracy, cocaine importation conspiracy, possession of machine guns and destructive devices, and conspiracy to possess machine guns and destructive devices against the United States. So knowing all of this, how would you explain the legal precedent for charging the president of another nation with these types of crimes in our federal justice system?
Jessica, it's obviously a very significant indictment. It has these wide-ranging crimes. It's really a conspiracy for drug trafficking and corruption over a period of decades, as it's laid out in the newly unsealed superseding indictment. Maduro and his associates have been under investigation for many, many years by the Justice Department, and it spans across administrations. He also was originally charged back in March of 2020 and indicted in the Southern District of New York. And so this new indictment updates the charges, updates the activities over the last few years, and really builds out the international terrorism organizations or the drug trafficking organizations that the administration is alleging that he was involved with and engaging in activities on behalf of. There have been other cases in U.S. modern history of former heads of state. More recently, there was the former president of Honduras who was convicted after a trial in the United States for some of the similar types of charges. And then if we look back a few decades, probably the most similar case is that of the late 1980s, when the U.S. government charged and then actually did go into the country to extract Manuel Noriega in Panama. So that's probably the other more significant case that we can look to as far as precedent.
Right. And what kind of challenges do you expect prosecutors might face here? I mean, what's to come next?
You know, as a criminal matter, because there are some of these other really significant drug trafficking cases, including some of these selected examples of former heads of states who have been alleged. And given the expertise that resides in the Southern District of New York, both in handling complex drug prosecutions as well as a very long record of sophisticated terrorism prosecutions, you know, there is some experience that they have in bringing these kinds of cases. And I think the question really depends as far as challenges that they'll face in terms of what type of defense Maduro and then later his associates, if they are, and his wife are brought to charges, what type of defense that they will launch. So in other words, will they try to make some type of deal? Will they try to plead? Will they try to arrange something with the administration to get out of facing these charges on a long-term basis? But you know, in the former Honduran president example, that case actually went to trial, and then there was a conviction after it. So it just depends on how Maduro intends to handle this prosecution.
It will be quite interesting. Carrie Cordero, good to have you. Thank you so much.
Thanks.
Coming up, we're going to examine the covert intel that went into tracking Maduro before his capture. You're in the CNN newsroom. CNN Global Affairs correspondent Sabrina Singh joining us now, along with CNN National Security Analyst Peter Bergen. Good to have both of you here this evening. Peter, I want to talk to you first about the CIA and how it has been tracking, we're told, all of Maduro's movements for some time now. What type of intelligence had to go into an operation like this?
Well, Jessica, I thought it was very interesting that there were so many details about the safe room that Maduro tried to get to but didn't get there successfully. That would imply somebody with some real inside knowledge about this so-called fortress where he was hiding. So is that a bodyguard? Is that a close acquaintance or friend of Maduro? It was certainly somebody who had a lot of access to him. I thought it was also interesting that Chairman Kane, the chairman of the Joint Chiefs, specifically mentioned NGA, which is the National Geospatial Intelligence Agency. Now, typically in these operations, they build an exact replica, if they have the time and the intelligence, of the actual kind of target that they're going into. And President Trump told Fox that indeed such a building had been built. I suspect that that building was probably built at Fort Bragg, as was the case in other of these kinds of operations where Joint Special Operations Command is based. I don't know that for a fact, but it seems quite likely, so that they would have had plenty of rehearsal time on a building that was an exact replica.
Yeah, it's really, it's fascinating to think about what went into this. And Sabrina, sources tell CNN the Trump administration officials are internally pointing to a 1989 legal opinion and then the subsequent U.S. invasion of Panama as precedent to justify today's operation. What is your reaction to that?
Yeah, I think that is sort of the concern that you're hearing out from both sides of the aisle is what is the legality here of an operation like this? Of course, you know, the United States, other countries around the world did not recognize the Maduro regime as a legitimate government, as in fact he was not. But how this operation was conducted and the fact that this administration went to Congress and said that, you know, they are pursuing a case of narco terrorism and drug trafficking, where we clearly know that was not the case. I mean, this, and for all intents and purposes, was always about regime change, was always about getting access to those oil fields. And Donald Trump was very clear today. He said, we're going to extract the wealth out of Venezuela with those oil fields. And so there's a lot of questions, even though the administration is pointing to different opinions, there's still a lot of questions of the legality of all of this. And I think, frankly, a lot more questions for Congress to ask, because if this administration is saying that the United States is going to so-called run Venezuela, what does that mean exactly? Because that is going to mean extensive boots on the ground. How long is our presence going to remain? Are we going to oversee elections? Are we going to oversee their courts? So there's a lot of questions surrounding the legality, but also what are the next steps in this process?
Yeah, and Peter, that is what I wanted to know your thoughts on as well, is when the president said the U.S. will run Venezuela, and then also, too, you know, talked about the opposition leader and how, you know, suddenly he's really cooled on that. What might that look like in terms of what the U.S. involvement is and what happens inside Venezuela with its government?
Well, the short answer is who the hell knows, because it didn't seem to be very, very clear in that press conference. I mean, he pointed to Secretary Hegseth and Secretary Rubio as sort of vaguely being in charge. But, you know, President Obama said after the overthrow of Gaddafi that his biggest mistake of his presidency, in his view, was that he didn't plan for the day after. Now, Libya is still in a civil war, you know, 15 years after that event, with two different governments and many countries having proxy war forces inside Libya. Now, Libya is not Venezuela. And we can't predict, you know, history doesn't repeat itself necessarily, but we can certainly hear a rhyme or two. And so your questions, Jessica, are great ones, but they're, you know, basically unanswerable at this stage, because even if you do some sort of very basic math about the size of the kind of police force that you would need to police a country with 30 million people, that's a very large number. And right now, the police, as far as we can tell, the security forces have remained loyal to the Maduro regime. Now, will that change? We certainly don't want to make the mistake the United States made in Iraq, where we fired the entire security forces, 720,000 people, which led to anarchy and chaos. So if you're president, you have a rather unappealing set of options here, because you don't want to get rid of the security forces, but they're the very group of people that are propping up the regime. So what do you do? And then, of course, you don't want to send in large numbers of American boots on the ground. So there, you know, all of these are very tricky questions, and they, you know, now we own it. The United States.
And Sabrina, to that end, what's going on behind the scenes right now as the American government tries to work this out? They're talking to Venezuela, obviously. The Department of Defense, where you used to work, heavily involved in all of this. What might that look like behind the scenes?
Yeah, I can imagine that there are probably hourly briefings at this point between the National Security Council and the president's most inner team, getting updates on the ground and getting assessments on you know, what are the next steps. I mean, I'm sure there was some type of I would hope there was some type of contingency planning being done about, you know, when Maduro is gone, what happens. But, you know, as the president said, and I think that press conference that we saw today was quite remarkable in the fact that he said the U.S. is going to run Venezuela. I don't think anyone was anticipating that, because that does most likely mean substantial boots on the ground. So there are likely conversations happening between the intelligence community, the Department of Defense, the State Department, and of course, just the broader, national security apparatus. And then, of course, we're going to have to be engaging our diplomatic partners in the region and all around the world. We've seen events like this happen in history with Libya and Iraq. They can spill over into the region and cause incredible destabilization. So what does that mean? And I'm sure there's contingency planning going into effect there. And then lastly, I think the broader question here in terms of conversations, Congress was clearly left out of these conversations. So I think there is a lot of channeling back and forth between this administration to likely brief lawmakers. I would assume come Monday, there are going to be calls for hearings if they haven't been already. And there's just a lot of unresolved answers that it seems like by the hour, we keep getting more questions.
All right, Peter Bergen and Sabrina Singh, thanks to both of you. We appreciate it. Veteran Matthew Heath spent 2 years in the Venezuelan prison where those Americans are likely being held. He was released in 2022 and joins us now to talk more about this. Thank you so much for being here with us, Matthew. First, just give people a sense of what it was like for you to be held as an American in that Venezuelan prison.
Well, thank you for having me on. Well, being held in a Venezuelan prison it's a nightmare. I was held for 11 months before I was allowed to contact my family. And you can imagine that kind of separation it's a pain for your family. It's damaging to you. It's a true nightmare. And, my heart goes out to the 5 Americans that we know of that are detained in Venezuela right now. I'm sure they're going through a lot of fear and uncertainty. I'm sure that they're thinking, well, if the government could take out Nicolás Maduro out of this country, why are we still here?
What kind of, you hinted a little bit at this, but what kind of information were you given? Did you have any communication with the outside world?
That's a great question. The Venezuelan government it's a socialist government. They're very closely aligned with the Russian government. And their treatment of prisoners is very poor. I wasn't allowed to speak English for the first several months. Anyone in the prison who spoke English was moved away from me. So there was as close to a total blackout on information as possible for me. And I imagine it was very similar for the Americans that are detained down there right now. So to be quite honest with you, I imagine that they're in the dark. They don't really know what's going on. And if they're lucky, they may not know.
Right. And just so people know, what was your situation? Why were you imprisoned, and what ultimately led to your release?
Well, like many Americans who were traveling through Venezuela, just having an American passport's enough to be detained. Nicolás Maduro, over the last 12 years, has detained over 40 Americans, wrongfully detained over 40 Americans simply for being a pawn in his larger political game. I was traded for the nephews of President Maduro, along with a few other Americans. And I think Nicolás Maduro is probably thinking about that tonight.
What do you want other Americans to know? Again, it's at least 5 Americans being held. And as you note, what U.S. officials think is that they are being held for some sort of leverage. Again, they're trying to kind of sort through exactly what their circumstances are. But what do you think Americans should know about this as we learn more about what happened today?
Well, I'd like to send a short message out to the Vice President, Delcy Rodriguez, and ask her to immediately release the Americans that she's holding as a goodwill gesture as their new government transitions. To Americans, I'd like to say there's amazing organizations out there like Hostage US, which I volunteer with. They supported me to help get you home. And they can provide a lot of education about people who travel to environments that are not like the United States. They're a little bit rougher. There's definitely some places that you shouldn't go. So I would caution anybody that's about to travel to read up on the State Department travel advisories and please follow them.
All right. Matthew Heath, thanks for your time tonight. We really appreciate it.
Thank you. Have a great night.
You too. As uncertainty grows over the future of Venezuela's economy following President Maduro's arrest, many are flooding into grocery stores to stock up on essentials. This is video. Take a look from inside a supermarket in the nation's capital of Caracas. And you see the lines there stretching to the back of the store with people stockpiling food, water, and medication as locals worry about possible disruptions in the supply chain there. Meanwhile, back here in the U.S., in Florida, cheering crowds filling the streets in the city of Doral, one of the largest Venezuelan communities here in the United States.
Moments ago in Newburgh, New York, it is very dark. It is hard to see, but eventually you will start to see a man in a somewhat lighter attire than those agents who were in all black, and that is Nicolás Maduro, a remarkable moment in history for the United States and for Venezuela, as they have gone in, the U.S. military, and snatched the leader of a nation and his wife, charging them with a myriad of charges, everything from drug trafficking to gun running. There is so much more that people want to know as to what happens next. The President of the United States saying that for a time, it will be the U.S. that will run Venezuela as the president of Venezuela goes through the U.S. justice system. There are many, many things that people want to know the answers to, but at this hour, these remarkable images of the president of Venezuela in handcuffs. He may also be, he's walking very gingerly, very slowly, flanked by all of those agents to try to get him to the federal facility that's about 60 to 70 miles away in Brooklyn. We have a lot of folks who have been watching this and stayed with us throughout this coverage. Joining me now is CNN senior political commentator Adam Kinzinger. Adam, first, can you just give me a sense of what you are seeing and what you are feeling and analyzing as you look at these remarkable moments of a leader of a sovereign nation in handcuffs on U.S. soil after being snatched from his bed?
Yeah, look, I think we have to acknowledge a couple of things. Number one, Nicolás Maduro is a terrible man. And also, he is not the rightful president of Venezuela. My Democratic friends are getting kind of sucked into this trap of saying we just deposed the president of Venezuela, or, you know, your prior guest compared it to Zelensky. It's very different. Zelensky was rightfully elected. Zelensky is president of Venezuela. This guy was not. So I think that's important. At the same time, Donald Trump's press conference frightened me.
Yes.
Oh, yeah, I'm sorry. But on the other hand, Donald Trump's press conference made me very worried because he talked about oil. He said, we were in charge. I have no idea how we're in charge right now of Venezuela. And he also said the rightful president of Venezuela, Maria Corina, I think that's how you say her name, that she doesn't have all this support. She just won a presidential election. So that's concerning.
Yeah, Maria Corina Machado, you got that right. And we have heard from our Jim Sciutto that he's been talking to the opposition, who says that they have gotten support, explicit support from several countries, including France, Argentina, Panama, and Paraguay, but they did not mention the United States so far. And so that was potentially concerning, certainly to the opposition and to some Venezuelans as this goes forward. I do want to ask you about something that you just picked up on that cannot be ignored. The President of the United States saying plainly and clearly that the U.S. will now run Venezuela for a time. What does that mean, you think?
I mean, that's what I don't know, and that's what's confusing everybody. I guess my assumption from that is that we are in conversations with the military or the fake vice president who's acting as president now, and that somehow there's going to be some kind of conglomeration. But the reality is this: you can't be in charge of a country if you don't have troops on the ground, and I mean, it's just physically not possible. So I don't know, unless there's something behind the scene happening that we haven't seen. But I think it's just, again, the thing that really shocked me, though, is it would be one thing if the president said, look, Maduro is gone. We are going to support the rightful president of Venezuela who actually won the election. But for the president to say, no, we're in charge, there's going to be a group running Venezuela. And by the way, oil, oil, oil. People are rightfully concerned about that. I am celebrating Maduro's capture. I am celebrating the amazing actions by the U.S. military. I am very concerned that there is no after plan right here from this administration.
This is an interesting political change, if you will. The President of the United States, throughout his campaign and throughout his presidencies, his first and second, has said over and over again that he wants to be the president of peace, that he wants to end all wars, that he does not believe the United States should be the police of the world, the world's police officer, if you will. And now we are seeing this. Do you see this as a complete change in the idea of what the Trump administration calls America First?
Yes. I mean, there's a couple things here. First off, I think if there ends up being a peaceful, which we all pray for, a peaceful transition to the rightful president of Venezuela, and this is all that had to do, this will come down as history as probably a good move for president, particularly politically. If this ends up being chaotic in Venezuela, there's not going to be suicide bombers, car bombs, stuff like we saw in Iraq. It's just a very different country than that. But there could be competitions within the military, within different gangs for power. And that would require the president to either then walk away or to put boots on the ground. And yes, that is a violation. But what you've seen in Trump's foreign policy is like getting super engaged in our hemisphere and ignoring the real challenges, Russia invading Ukraine, China. So, I don't know what Trump's foreign policy is. I think this is certainly concerning what it leads to, but I don't think anybody knows really what the future of this conflict or the future of Venezuela is. We just have to pray that it's good, and we should all root for democracy to succeed in Venezuela as well as in the United States.
Last question here. There were some clues that something was going to happen. The president went on social media, as he does, and said after he struck one portion of Venezuela, a port, that there would be more to come, and that possibly more strikes to come. So ultimately, when you hear that and then you see the result of him actually doing so, he has said that the United States has guns locked and loaded when it comes to Iran. Do you think that we are headed down that path with Iran? Is that a warning that will come to fruition?
I personally think not, but you make a good point. I mean, I don't think not with 100% certainty, because that's a reality. He did say it. He has made the similar threats to Venezuela, and we see that he took action. That's dangerous. Look, I am all for a free Iran. I am cheering for a free Iran. But if there is regime change in Iran, it has to come from Iranians, not from the United States, because if the United States would engage militarily. Now, I reserve and say if this turns into a Syria situation, that's different. But where it is now, if the United States engages, you just create an enemy that unites everybody. What we need to do is show the Iranian people that we support them. We want them to have freedom, and we are behind their right to change their government as they see fit, but it can't come from us.
Adam Kinzinger, thank you for joining me on this historic day. I'm Sarah Seidner. Jessica Dean will pick up our special breaking news coverage of the U.S. military operation in Venezuela on the other side.
This is CNN Breaking News.
And welcome to a special breaking news edition of CNN Newsroom. Hi, everyone. I'm Jessica Dean here in New York. We have been following this all day. Just moments ago, this is the latest. Venezuelan President Nicolás Maduro arriving on U.S. soil at a military base here in the state of New York. Dozens of federal agents seen escorting him off that plane. And as soon as Monday, he could be inside a U.S. federal court. Now, all of this taking place just hours after the Trump administration launched that large-scale strike on Caracas overnight, seizing Maduro during a raid that President Trump says killed many Cubans who he says were protecting Maduro. This is according to an interview with the New York Post. A source briefed on the operation telling CNN no U.S. service members died during Maduro's capture, but a handful of troops sustained bullet and shrapnel wounds. None are life-threatening. Now, there is major uncertainty over how the Trump administration plans to run Venezuela. The president saying that the U.S. will run it now, and what this means for U.S. troops. Could there be boots on the ground? The president saying the U.S. would take control of Venezuela's massive oil reserves, adding U.S. troops would be on the ground to help secure oil. There are a lot of parts to this. A lot of it is happening in real time, and we have our team of experts and reporters standing by. And we start first with our White House reporter, Elena Treen, who has been covering this all day. Elena, bring us up to speed with the very latest here.
Yeah, look, obviously stunning news today and really remarkable comments that we heard from the president and some of his top national security officials who surrounded him at that press conference this morning. One of the things that was most stunning to me was the photo, actually. You showed, Maduro deplaning in New York, but the president also shared a close-up of him being captured as he was on the USS Iwo Jima. Maduro, I'm not sure if we have the photo, but see him in, a gray hoodie, with blackout glasses on, handcuffed, just remarkable to see that. But some of the other things, of course, are the big questions really of what is next and what are the next steps. And the president answered some of this during the press conference, but left a lot very much unclear. One is who is going to actually fill the power vacuum that Maduro has left. We know that the vice president answered is what will the military presence look like? This was a massive regime change. And in order to really make sure that it doesn't, it was an operation in vain, those are the words that the president used, you would need boots on the ground. And the president said he's not afraid of boots on the ground, but he didn't really go as far to say that there will be a heavy military presence in Venezuela moving forward as they work out this transitional government. Instead, he said that military presence will be used to try and remake Venezuela's energy infrastructure. Notable, of course, because Venezuela has one of the largest, if not the largest, oil reserves in the entire world. So a lot of implications there as well as we look ahead to where this is actually going to lead.
Certainly. All right, Elena, with the latest from the White House and the administration, I want to go to Jim Sciutto now, who has some breaking news that he can share with us. Jim?
Well, first to highlight one of Elena's points regarding Trump's comments about the opposition, including the Nobel Prize winner Machado, having just spoken with the Venezuelan opposition, they say that they have been in touch since Nicolás Maduro's arrest with governments across the world, including France, as well as governments in Latin America, Argentina, Ecuador, Panama, Paraguay, all of whom, according to opposition sources, tell me support, quote, restoring the will of the people in Venezuela. Notably not on that list, Jessica, is the United States of America, which just, of course, carried out this opposition. And as some of our colleagues have noted, the language and comments coming from the Trump administration about the Venezuelan opposition have changed in recent weeks and months from public, explicit expressions of support to, well, not those same public and explicit expressions of support, leading up to what we heard from the president that Elena just highlighted there, quite public questioning by the president as to whether Machado and other members of the opposition have the support necessary in that country to then lead whatever follows Nicolás Maduro. So that leaves quite open the question, who does the U.S. support for that role, and by what process will the U.S. support choosing the next government of Venezuela, given the president has said expressly the U.S. is going to be running the country. The other thing I want to know, Jessica, if I can, I was speaking to a member of the House Intelligence Committee just a short time ago who said that Democrats will be holding an emergency caucus meeting tomorrow regarding their response to this. Of course, as you well know, their hands are tied because they don't have a majority in either the House or the Senate in terms of expressing any sort of congressional authority over U.S. military action abroad. But they are hoping that perhaps they get additional Republican support for Congress asserting its power in some way. There are some Republicans who have said there should be congressional authorization. We'll, of course, see, following this quite dramatic use of U.S. military force abroad, whether that increases the number of Republican lawmakers willing to do so.
Yeah, there certainly has been that push from some Democrats to restore that, Jim. And also just so interesting, your reporting on the potential, tension we could really see between France and these other countries and the United States as we move forward. Great stuff. Thank you, Jim Sciutto. We really appreciate it. Joining us now is Kim Dozier, CNN Global Affairs analyst. Kim, thanks for being here with us as we sort through all of this. There is this question that I think everybody there's a lot of questions, but one central question that people keep coming back to, which is what Jim was getting getting at there, which is this idea that the U.S. will run Venezuela in the interim, and not really much more detail beyond that. Jim's reporting there that the opposition, of course, the opposition government had been in contact with France and other Latin America countries throughout the afternoon. How do you see it in terms of where this goes from here?
Yeah, this is astounding in that this could have been a day when you talked about this exquisitely executed special operations mission to grab a well-known dictator who was fortified, protected, and without any U.S. losses, get him to New York. Instead, we're talking about, wait, what? The U.S. is going to be running the country? That sounds like occupying Iraq, occupying Afghanistan. Look, President Trump is not known for accurately repeating whatever he was briefed when he tries to explain in public. But this is a massive misunderstanding of what's going on the ground in Venezuela from a couple of different ways. The Venezuelan government follows the Constitution, even though it refuted the election results and Maduro took power when the opposition candidate won last time. But that Constitution does call for a new election within 30 days, or for an election to be called for within a month, if the president is infirm or somehow disappears, like happened today. Also, you know, there was a winner of that last election. It was the candidate for Maria Corina Machado's party, and she wants that candidate to take power, Edmundo Gonzalez. So you have these two systems that are out there that Trump has completely ignored. It's as if he thinks that Venezuela is like a company and this was a hostile takeover, that if you replace the CEO, everybody else will fall in line. And nothing we're seeing in public comments from Venezuela, nothing in its history indicates that. And it sure hasn't worked that way in the past. At any other country the U.S. has tried to take over.
If we look at history. Okay, Kim, stay with us. We do want to come back to you. I want to go to our colleague, John Miller, who has some new reporting as well on Maduro. John?
So what we've seen at the airport was the teams boarding the plane, then the teams coming off the plane with the president and his wife, and then going into that hangar. What we haven't seen is them depart that airport. What we are told from a law enforcement official briefed on the events going on is that they have gone into the hangar with Maduro's wife, Celia, who's undergoing some further medical checks. So what they did on the plane was they did the paperwork, the digital work of admitting them into the United States, paroled as prisoners facing criminal charges, took their vital signs and interviewed them about how they were feeling. Obviously, being arrested in the middle of the night, dragged out of bed at home and bundled up onto a helicopter and then a battleship and then an airplane to the state of New York is probably stressful. Don't know what the nature
might now include Venezuela. It has been a dizzying 24 hours after the U.S. launched a major military operation inside Venezuela, toppling the country's longtime dictator, Nicolás Maduro. Maduro is now in custody on U.S. soil, where last night he was treated to a perp walk.
Good night. Happy New Year.
It is a stunning culmination of President Trump's months-long pressure campaign against Maduro, all the more so with this announcement from the president.
We're going to run the country until such time as we can do a safe, proper, and judicious transition. It's largely going to be for a period of time, the people that are standing right behind me. We're going to be running it.
The president offered a few specifics, but did not rule out deploying more U.S. troops on the ground inside Venezuela in the days ahead. Here with me now is the chairman of the Senate Intelligence Committee, Senator Tom Cotton of Arkansas. Thank you so much for being here. I appreciate it. The first question is, what is your understanding of the meaning behind we are going to run the country until such time as we can do safe, proper, and judicious transition? What does it mean for the U.S. to run Venezuela?
Well, who's not running Venezuela anymore is Nicolás Maduro, and that's a great thing, and it's a great day for America and for the people of Venezuela and really the civilized world. Nicolás Maduro was a indicted drug trafficker in U.S. courts. He was an illegitimate communist dictator. His drugs had killed hundreds of Arkansans, thousands of Americans, and he was in league with anti-American countries around the world like Cuba and Iran or Islamic terrorists. It's a good thing that he's in a jail now in New York City. The president said that when the president said the United States is going to be running Venezuela, it means that the new leaders of Venezuela need to meet our demands. Our demands are now what they were before yesterday, that we want them to stop the drug trafficking, we want them to stop the weapons trafficking, we want them to expel the Cubans and the Iranians and the Islamic radicals, and we want them to return to the civilized world and be a good neighbor that contributes to stability, order, and prosperity in our own backyard.
But he literally turned around and pointed to his secretaries of state, defense, chairman of the Joint Chiefs, and said, they're going to run Venezuela.
Well, I know that Secretary Rubio in particular is in consultation with other members of the Maduro government. He's also in consultation with members of the opposition. They're working through what an interim or transition government would look like. Obviously, Secretary Hegseth and General Kay and our entire military deserve our praise at an amazing raid, maybe the most complex operation that's occurred in the 5 years Donald Trump has been president without a single American life being lost. And I think we'll see whether the vice president of Venezuela, who is sanctioned by the United States and many other countries, who is in league and hand-chosen by Maduro, wants to turn over a new leaf. I think we'll see whether or not they're going to let the opposition back into the country and have new elections, which is what the opposition itself wants. So there's still a lot of questions to be answered, but it's a great day that Nicolás Maduro, an illegitimate communist dictator and indicted drug trafficker, is no longer in charge of Venezuela.
But I guess the question is, who is right now? The vice president who you talked about, who I'll get to in a minute, Rodriguez, she technically, I guess, the Supreme Court said that she is in charge. Is she the person that the U.S. does officially recognize as a leader? And then again, I just want to go back to the president of the United States said, we Americans are now in charge, or are now running Venezuela. I mean, that's a big statement.
We don't recognize Delcy Rodriguez as the legitimate ruler of Venezuela. We didn't recognize Nicolás Maduro as a legitimate ruler. For that matter, neither did the Biden administration nor the European Union. It is a fact that she and other indicted and sanctioned officials are in Venezuela. They have control of the military and the security services. We have to deal with that. What we want is a future Venezuelan government that will be pro-American, that will contribute to stability, order, and prosperity, not only in Venezuela, but in our own backyard. That probably needs to include new elections that are legitimate, that are fair and free, that include leaders of the opposition who are currently in exile around the world. There's a lot of steps to take in the future. We don't know what every twist and turn is going to hold, but we do know that Nicolás Maduro, an illegitimate communist dictator and drug trafficker, is in prison in the United States, and that's a great thing.
I think there is a lot of concern among Americans right now that nobody knows what comes next. I mean, you just laid out the possibilities, but it can go either way at any step along the way. And we saw with Iraq what happens when you remove a dictator. Maduro definitely was a dictator. Saddam Hussein was a dictator, without a clear understanding of what comes next and the leadership in this country. And I don't need to tell you, I mean, you won the Bronze Star for your military service in Iraq. A number of your fellow combat veterans there, Senator Gallego, Congressman Jason Crow, Congressman Jake Auchincloss, they are saying that they're deeply worried about the U.S. repeating the mistakes in Iraq with Venezuela.
Well, I think the analogy to the Iraq War is flawed. Latin America is not the Middle East. Venezuela is an ethnically...
Some say Venezuela is more complicated.
Well, no, it's an ethnically, religiously, culturally homogenous country. It does have a long history of stability and prosperity and working with America for decades before Hugo Chavez and Nicolás Maduro run the country. I would cite a much more relevant precedent, because it's much closer, both geographically and in the circumstances. In 1989, George Bush sent more than 40,000 American troops into Panama to arrest Manuel Noriega, who's an indicted U.S. drug trafficker, and bring him back to the United States. Ever since, Panama has had a pro-American government. We've worked with them closely. They've been working with the Trump administration to minimize Chinese influence around the Panama Canal. I think that's a much closer analog. That was a successful operation. I believe in the long run, this will be too. It has a chance to be truly revolutionary here in the Western Hemisphere by removing one of the biggest sources of instability and anti-American activism. So I just want to say once again that it's such a great day that Nicolás Maduro has been removed, just like it was when Manuel Noriega was removed from power in 1989.
You mentioned that you hope that the former vice president, Maduro's vice president, Delcy Rodriguez, is somebody who will work with the United States. She also has been a part of his inner circle. She also happens to be the oil minister in Venezuela. So is that part of what's going on here, that the administration is trying to install somebody who will be friendly to the United States with regard to oil?
Well, I don't think that we can count on Delcy Rodriguez to be friendly to the United States until she proves it. I mean, there are examples, recent examples, of anti-American leaders around the world turning over a new leaf. You had Muammar Gaddafi in Libya in 2003. You had Ahmed al-Shara, the current leader of Syria. But they made concrete concessions that benefited the United States, where they had a long history of turning a new page and moving in our direction. Delcy Rodriguez and other sanctioned and indicted ministers in Venezuela were in league with Maduro until yesterday. So I don't think we can count on them to be pro-American at all. I hope they turn over a new page. I hope they begin to meet our demands.
Yeah.
And it is the case that Venezuela still owes many billions of dollars in legal judgments to American oil companies. The case that Venezuela has the world's largest proven oil reserves. It used to be their number one customer. Many of our refineries are built for Venezuelan oil. That oil will go a long way towards financing Venezuela's reconstruction and a return to prosperity and stability.
You talk about oil. The president talked about oil in his press conference many, many times. Is that what this is about? Is it about money and to get American oil companies in there?
It's primarily about
and economics?
A communist dictatorship that was trafficking drugs into the United States. In league with Islamic radicals in Iran and Cuba and China and Russia, that was given many opportunities to step aside, as has happened throughout recent decades in Latin American history. He refused those opportunities. Our military took bold, audacious, decisive action, and the United States is a safer place today for it.
The president did not rule out the possibility of sending the U.S. military back in. Would you be comfortable with that?
Well, the U.S. military has already been in, as Nicolás Maduro learned the hard way. But I think Americans now, after 5 years of Donald Trump's presidency, realize that there are certain signature features of how he uses our military. Take 4 examples. The raid that killed the ISIS leader in Syria, the drone strikes that killed Iran's terror mastermind in Iraq, the bombing of Iran's nuclear facility, now this raid.
Those are one and done, and they didn't involve regime change.
But think about it. All 4 of those
I just want to just clarify.
Were bold, decisive, audacious, and direct.
And so
they achieved vital U.S. national interests.
Yeah, and so was what happened in Venezuela. No question about it. The military was extraordinary there. The question is about what's next. Will you feel comfortable if the military goes in to protect the oil fields, for example?
Well, I think that Delcy Rodriguez and the other ministers in Venezuela understand now what the U.S. military is capable of, and as President Trump and Secretary Rubio indicated yesterday, if they don't want to follow in Maduro's footsteps, they need to start meeting our demands. And it's always an option for our military to protect American citizens, of which we have many in Venezuela, and American interest around the world.
And the interest is Venezuelan oil fields in this case?
We have many U.S. citizens and many American interests. And again, Venezuela owes many billions of dollars to American companies for their past seizure of American property in that country.
The Constitution by attacking Venezuela without congressional approval. Here with me now is a member of the Senate Foreign Relations Committee, Democrat Chris Murphy of Connecticut. Thank you so much for being here.
Certainly.
What is your reaction to this operation?
Well, I mean, clearly this is wildly illegal. This is a president who has been operating illegally since he was sworn into office, stealing from the American people, seizing spending power.
What's illegal?
Now dragging America into a war overseas. The president cannot run a military operation of this size, cannot invade a foreign country without coming to Congress first, without allowing the American public to weigh in. America doesn't want this war. Nobody asked for this because it has nothing to do with American national security. And I think that's the most important conversation to have. Listen, Venezuela is not a security threat to the United States. They're not threatening to invade us. There is no terrorist group like Al-Qaeda operating there that has plans to attack the United States. To the extent that you care about the drug trade, yes, they produce drugs, but those drugs go to Europe. Fentanyl is the drug that's killing Americans. That's not coming from Venezuela. Venezuela produces cocaine. 90% of it is not coming to the United States. This seems to be mostly about oil and natural resources. Donald Trump's entire foreign policy is corrupt. Russia, the Middle East, and now Venezuela is all about making money for his friends. And Wall Street, the oil industry, they can make a lot of money off of Venezuela if they run it. You saw within hours of the invasion the announcement of a group of Wall Street investors, energy industry investors, planning a trip to Venezuela to make money off of this invasion, off of this ouster. So unfortunately, once again, you're seeing that this president's foreign policy, the invasion of Venezuela, the ouster of Maduro, is about making his crowd filthy rich. It has nothing to do with American national security.
Can I just go back to the legality and the point that you made about needing to come to Congress first? You know that for decades, Congress has let Democratic and Republican presidents sort of go for it on military actions. I mean, look at President Obama in Libya. And so it's not new that Congress has become, frankly, impotent on issues and matters of war.
That's absolutely true. And Congress needs to own its own role in allowing a presidency to become this lawless. The fact of the matter is that the president's justification makes no sense here. He says that this was just a law enforcement operation. Well, there are people with warrants all over the world. That doesn't give the President of the United States the power to launch a $1 billion invasion of those countries to bring a fugitive to justice. Yes, Congress should have stepped in and either authorized or prohibited President Obama's actions in Libya. Yes, the United States Congress has sat on the sidelines to allow presidents to become more and more powerful in foreign policy, but that doesn't mean that it suddenly gives an imprimatur of legality to this massive invasion of a foreign country that the American public didn't ask for.
You know, there's no question that Maduro was a destabilizing force, not just in Venezuela, in the region. And there are people celebrating in the streets all over South America and Venezuelan expats abroad. So is it fair to say that there is some benefit in Maduro not being in power?
But what changes? I mean, you just heard Senator Cotton effectively not be able to explain who's running the country now. Delcy Rodriguez is a very powerful figure in her own right, handpicked by Maduro. Russia and China still provide enormous support to that country. What changes? Why would Venezuela stop its export of drugs, its harassment of U.S. interests in the region? There's really no explanation for how American interests are changed at all with a Rodriguez administration that right now seems to be intent on carrying through and carrying forward the policies of Nicolás Maduro.
In 2019, you wrote an op-ed and you called for Maduro to be gone. You said, let's get one thing straight. There should no longer be any debate about Maduro's lack of democratic legitimacy. The Trump administration is right to put restoring Venezuelan democracy at the center of our approach to this crisis. A return to a stable democracy is in the interest of the Venezuelan people and the United States and the hemisphere. We don't know what's going to happen with regard to the civilian leadership there. Tom Cotton was just here saying that he hopes that there are democratic elections. Isn't that what you want?
Well, the rest of that article right, was a criticism of President Trump's early moves to saber rattle around regime change. Listen, there are evil, brutal dictators all over the world. That does not give the American president the right to invade those countries, in large part because we have seen how this script plays out. I watched an interview with Senator Cotton. You asked him what the difference was between Iraq and Venezuela. He didn't say the difference was we aren't going to invade Venezuela like we invaded Iraq. He said that if we invade Venezuela, which may be part of the president's plan, it's going to go really well. Over and over again, we have
Special Rapporteur for the Promotion and Protection of Human Rights. He joins me now from Sydney, Australia. Good to have you with us.
Good to be with you.
So, how would you assess the legality of US President Donald Trump's actions when he ordered strikes on Venezuela as part of this audacious operation to capture and remove the country's head of state?
This is a deeply shocking violation of one of the most fundamental rules of international law, that is the ban on the use of aggressive military force against foreign governments. You can only use force under international law in self-defense if you've been attacked, and here clearly Venezuela was not attacking the United States, or if the United Nations Security Council has authorized it, which again is not the case here. So this is an armed attack by the United States on Venezuela. It gives Venezuela the right of self-defense against the United States. And it's also what we call the international crime of aggression by President Trump, the Secretary of War, and the US military commanders who bear individual criminal responsibility for the crime of aggressively attacking another country.
So what should be the response to this then?
Well, certainly countries, other governments should protest loudly against this lawlessness by the world superpower. The UN General Assembly should vote to condemn it unreservedly. Problematically, the Security Council is deadlocked because of the US veto, so it can essentially give impunity to itself from enforcement action by the rest of the international community. But it's really important that other governments, not only in the global south and in Latin America, but also in Europe and countries like Canada and Australia, denounce this action very forcibly and really think seriously about the kind of alliances they have with the United States when it's such an unreliable and lawless partner.
Nicolás Maduro is now in the Metropolitan Detention Center in New York City and will appear in court for the first time in the coming hours at 12 p.m. Eastern, to be specific, to face drug, weapons and narco-terrorism conspiracy charges. President Trump says the case against Maduro is infallible. Do you agree with that assessment?
Well, heads of government have immunity before foreign criminal courts under international law. So there is no right of the United States to prosecute him in its domestic courts. His abduction and the abduction of his wife were also, of course, illegal. I know the United States has said that this was a kind of policing or law enforcement operation, but of course that's completely untrue. There's no right to arrest anybody in a foreign country without the consent of that country's government. This is also not law enforcement because of the intense military nature of the attack on Venezuela. It killed more than 80 people, including civilians. And remember, this comes on top of a systematic campaign by the United States in recent months to essentially murder drug traffickers, alleged drug traffickers on the high seas coming from Venezuela in the Caribbean and in the Pacific. 35 military strikes by the US on civilian boats on the high seas, which is really just mass murder. It's no different than if you were murdering drug traffickers on the streets of New York or Washington, D.C. So this is a whole lot of lawlessness by the United States, an illegal blockade as well, coercion about the ongoing future of the Venezuelan government, and trying to essentially illegally seize control of its oil resources. This is a return to gunboat diplomacy of the worst kind during the colonial era.
And it's worth noting, of course, that the U.S. operation in Venezuela will now be the focus of an emergency meeting of the UN Security Council in the hours ahead, with the UN Secretary General apparently alarmed and concerned that this U.S. military action in Venezuela did not respect the rules of international law. So what do you say to that? And what do you think the Security Council will do?
Well, it's of course certain that the United States would veto any resolution condemning the United States action in Venezuela. So I do hope that other countries will speak up forcefully to condemn what the United States has done. This is one of the most fundamental rules of the international legal order of the last century. Since 1928, when the use of force was first banned in international relations between governments, and when a country like the United States, which has previously often shown leadership on international law and ensuring respect for international law, when a country like the United States does this, it sends signals to authoritarian governments everywhere that if they have the power, they can violate international law by invading other countries, seizing their resources, deposing their governments, abducting their leaders, murdering civilians and military personnel in the process. And this is not the kind of world that any of us really want to live in. It's a very, very unsafe and dangerous and lawless world of the kind that we had hoped we'd left behind in 1945 after the Second World War, when we learnt the lesson of where that kind of colonial opportunism leads the whole world into death and destruction.
President Donald Trump says the U.S. is, quote, in charge of Venezuela in his latest comments following this weekend's capture of Nicolás Maduro and his wife. At the same time, Venezuela's acting president, Delcy Rodriguez, is extending an invitation to Washington to collaborate on a, quote, agenda of cooperation. All this as Maduro is set to make his first court appearance today in a New York court. He faces drug, weapons and narco-terrorism conspiracy charges. President Trump claims the case is strong.
We're just going to go through a slog of a trial. The judge is very respected, Judge Hellerstein. He's a highly respected judge. We'll see how we do. The case it's infallible. People are so happy with what we've done. You know, you go down to Miami, you go down to a lot of places, and they're all dancing in the streets of this country. Now, he was a rough man, killed millions of people. He killed millions and millions of people.
The operation in Venezuela is set to be the focus of an emergency meeting of the UN Security Council in the hours ahead. A spokesperson for the UN Secretary General says he is deeply alarmed by the military action and deeply concerned the rules of international law have not been respected. The call for cooperation from Venezuela's acting president is a noticeable shift to a softer tone in her comments toward the US. CNN's Kevin Liptak has more from West Palm Beach, Florida.
This is kind of a striking back and forth between the Trump administration and Delcy Rodriguez, the former vice president of Venezuela, who President Trump just identified as the likely new leader and as someone who, in his words, would make Venezuela great again. She, after that, went on to really decry the raid that ousted Maduro, claimed that Maduro was still the leader there, and said that the U.S. was acting unlawfully.
What is being done to Venezuela is barbaric.
Besieging and blockading the country is an atrocity that violates all mechanisms of the international human rights system.
So it does set up this dissonance. And what the president said in an interview with the Atlantic magazine was issuing a threat. He says if she doesn't do what's right, she is going to pay a very big price, probably bigger than Maduro. So really kind of upping the pressure on Rodriguez to essentially accede to what the U.S. wants to do here. And that, at the end of the day, does appear to be what the president means by the U.S. running Venezuela. We are getting a sort of a better picture of what the president's intentions in all of this are, including from Marco Rubio, who was out on the Sunday shows.
President Trump said, we're going to run the country. So is it you? Is it Secretary Hegseth? Who are those people who will be running the country specifically?
Well, it's not running, it's running policy. The policy with regards to this. We want Venezuela to move in a certain direction because not only do we think it's good for the people of Venezuela, it's in our national interest.
This is not, a U.S. occupation of Venezuela akin to what we saw in Iraq. This is really more of a coercion campaign. The U.S. really relying on the leverage it thinks it has on the remnants of the Maduro regime to essentially do what the United States tells them to do. And the leverage includes, of course, that massive military buildup which remains in place in the Caribbean Sea, but also the oil blockade that the president has ordered, insisting that oil tankers not be able to go in and out of Venezuela. So that seems to be where all of this is heading to.
CNN's Nick Robertson is following developments and joins us live from London. Good morning to you, Nick. So how are world leaders reacting to the audacious US military action that resulted in the capture and removal of Nicolás Maduro from power in Venezuela? And what protests have you been seeing across the globe?
Yeah, I think cautious is the way that some of the US allies are responding. If you listen to what Keir Starmer has had to say in interviews and in tweets over the past 24 hours, he said that he always upholds international law, believes in international law, and then followed up those comments that he gave in an interview, saying in a social media posting, saying that actually Maduro, UK is not going to shed a tear over his removal. They're clear here that allies of the United States that have vested trade, economic security interests with the United States are not trying to fall foul of President Trump. But saying that, allies like Denmark, exceptionally alarmed and concerned about what they're hearing President Trump say about Greenland now, which is one of the three kingdoms of Denmark. Mette Frederiksen, the Prime Minister there, responding to President Trump, saying that, again, reiterating this was something that was sort of part of his conversation early in his presidency about the need to take over Greenland for national security reasons because of the threat of Russian and Chinese ships in the area and U.S. national security interests. Just pushed back and said, this is not the time to be talking about this. So, or threatening this even. It is a time of concern for allies. It's where does President Trump go with this next? When you talk about protests, the U.S. Embassy in Rome, for example, is warning citizens in Italy today that there is expected protests against the United States outside the embassy in Rome, outside the consulate in Florence. There were demonstrations in Milan yesterday as well against the U.S. actions. In Spain, for example, there were Venezuelan expats there celebrating what had happened. In Puerto Rico, people there expressing positive sentiment about how the U.S. had removed Maduro. But in other Latin American countries, Colombia, for example, there's concern. There's a sort of an understanding that this could happen to Maduro, but the concern about how this may affect them next. And I think that's where the sort of public sentiment is when you see the protests on the streets. But the political sentiment, the diplomatic sentiment is there too. And I think that at the moment is being most strongly expressed by Danish politicians, the Prime Minister in particular, pointing to the fact that Denmark is part of NATO. And NATO has an alliance agreement that one member, if it's attacked, will be supported by other members. But here you have a situation where the United States is a member of NATO, yet at the same time appearing to threaten the interests of another NATO ally. So it raises the stakes and raises concerns more broadly about what next.
Yeah, as you say, the big question, what comes next? We'll be watching, of course. Nick Robertson, appreciate you joining us. Thanks so much. Well, sources tell CNN the Trump administration is set to brief a select group of bipartisan lawmakers on Venezuela in a classified meeting today. Now, this comes as the U.S. Secretary of State says approval from Congress wasn't needed for the operation, but the top Democrat on the House Intelligence Committee disagrees.
I'm a member of the Gang of Eight, and I have yet to get a phone call from anybody in the administration. Whether you think Congress leaks or not, the law says you must brief the Congress. So this is just yet another example of absolute lawlessness on the part of this administration.
Well, we will seek congressional approval for actions that require congressional approval. But otherwise, they will get congressional notification. And this is not an operation that required congressional approval. In fact, this is an operation akin to what virtually every single president for the last 40 years has conducted. The difference is that when it's Donald Trump, all these Democrats go bonkers.
A CBS YouGov poll from November shows the majority of Americans are largely opposed to military action in Venezuela. Notably, 3 in 4 Americans polled also said the president should have congressional approval before taking military action there. Venezuela's exiled opposition leader is calling on the country's military to bring him to power after Nicolás Maduro's ouster. The US and most Western governments recognized Edmundo González as the rightful winner of Venezuela's presidential election in 2024. Maduro remained in power after the election board, stacked with his allies, claimed he won the vote. González fled the country after a warrant was issued for his arrest. Opposition politician Maria Corina Machado, who was barred from running in that election, says the time has come for González to take his rightful place as the country's elected leader. González is calling for Venezuela to exercise democratic principles now that Maduro is gone.
As President of the Venezuelan people, I issue a calm and clear call to the National Armed Forces and the state security forces. Your duty is to uphold and enforce the sovereign mandate expressed on July 28, 2024. As Commander-in-Chief, I remind you that your loyalty is to the Constitution, to the people, and to the Republic. This is a historic moment, and we are approaching it with serenity, clarity, and democratic commitment.
But the US is suggesting that it will have the final say in who will lead Venezuela. President Trump says Venezuelan opposition leader and this year's Nobel Peace Prize winner Maria Corina Machado lacks the respect to lead the post-Maduro government. Our Jim Sciutto spoke with Venezuelan opposition politician and advisor to Machado, David Smolansky, on President Trump's assessment. And here's what he had to say.
Well, on that regard, with due respect to President Trump, Maria Corina Machado is the most trusted leader in Venezuela. She's got all the legitimacy when she won a primary with 93% of the vote. Then when she endorsed President-elect Edmundo González after she was illegally banned for running, President-elect won with 70% of the outcome. And she's very capable. She's brave, she's courageous. She was in hiding for over a year, and I don't have any doubt that she's going to be, with President-elect Edmundo González, the leaders of the rebuilding of Venezuela, where obviously the U.S. is going to be our main allies, and we will have plenty of other allies in Latin America and Europe and beyond. But Maria Corina Machado is a leader who is out of this world, and she's got the support from almost every Venezuelan.
But if she doesn't have support of the U.S. president, how does she have a viable path to power?
Well, she has a viable path to power because she got the support of the people. She's got the legitimacy not once but twice, as I said, winning the primary in 2023, and then the July 28th election 2024. And then she has led a resistance a chapter that I have to say, contributed for where we are right now.
Critics say the Trump administration is providing confusing and inconsistent legal justifications for the Venezuela operation and really hasn't provided a full explanation at all. As recently as early November, the White House Chief of Staff acknowledged that land strikes in Venezuela would need congressional approval, which the administration did not seek or receive. Other officials also admitted they lacked the legal justification to support land strikes. But the Trump administration carried them out anyway. Now President Trump says the US is running Venezuela and will take over its vast oil reserves, all of which raises more legal questions. Ben Saul is the US. Ben Saul, I want to thank you. Welcome back, everyone. Returning now to our top story. President Trump is claiming the US is in charge of Venezuela and will run the country after capturing ousted leader Nicolás Maduro this weekend. The US operation will be the focus of a UN Security Council meeting in the hours ahead. Venezuela's acting president, Delcy Rodriguez, is now extending an invitation to the US government to collaborate on a, quote, agenda of cooperation. Earlier, while speaking with reporters aboard Air Force One, President Trump insisted his voters support this style of hard diplomacy.
The voters that voted for me are thrilled. They said, this is what we voted for.
Maduro is scheduled to make his first court appearance in New York City on Monday. That's in the coming hours. And top Trump administration officials are expected to brief a select group of bipartisan lawmakers on the situation in Venezuela. CNN's Paula Newton has the latest.
A new day in Caracas, and with it mounting questions about what's next for Venezuela. Its ousted leader, Nicolás Maduro, is in U.S. custody, awaiting his first appearance in a Manhattan federal court on drugs and weapons charges. And details of the U.S. role in Venezuela are still evolving after a stunning claim by U.S. President Donald Trump made soon after Maduro's capture.
We're going to run the country until such time as we can do a safe, proper, and judicious transitions.
On Sunday, U.S. Secretary of State Marco Rubio tried to explain one of the ways that would be done, saying the U.S. would be, quote, running policy.
What's going to happen here is that we have a quarantine on their oil. That means their economy will not be able to move forward until the conditions that are in the national interest of the United States and the interest of the Venezuelan people are met. And that's what we intend to do. So that leverage remains, that leverage is ongoing, and we expect that it's going to lead to results here.
But Venezuela has taken its own steps to fill its power void. Saturday, the country's Supreme Court ordered Maduro's vice president, Delcy Rodriguez, to assume the role of acting president of the country. And Rodriguez, a Maduro loyalist, has said the U.S. actions violated the country's sovereignty. But Trump says there has been communication between the U.S. and Rodriguez, and she is willing to work with Washington. There was little sign of détente on Sunday from Venezuela's defense minister, who demanded Maduro's return.
It was an act of cowardice, but it also represents a threat to the world order.
There have been crowds of government supporters in Caracas also calling for Maduro's release. But for the most part, the streets of Caracas are quiet as Venezuelans hunker down, uncertain about the path ahead and who will really be running their country. Paula Newton, CNN.
Joining us live from Berlin is Stephen Erlanger, the New York Times chief diplomatic correspondent in Europe. Thanks so much for being with us.
Of course.
So the U.S. military operation in Venezuela has shocked the world, with many concerned about President Trump's announcement that the U.S. will now run Venezuela and take over the country's oil reserves. Secretary of State Marco Rubio tried walking back some of this by talking more about leverage over policy, not occupation. Where do you see this going next, and what are the geopolitical ramifications?
Well, it is, I must say, very confusing for the Venezuelans, let alone for Americans and everybody else. I don't know how you run a country from afar. It's clear the U.S. has no intention of occupying Venezuela. It is trying to force the remnants of the Maduro regime to play ball with it. But they have to be careful, too. The new president could get assassinated if she does too much to help Donald Trump. I mean, there are lots of Maduro supporters still. There are people who are angry at this intervention. You heard in your own report the defense minister's anger. So it's very dodgy, and to restore the Venezuelan oil industry, for instance, it's going to take years. This is nothing that happens tomorrow. You can do a quick military raid that's, very efficiently done, but it doesn't solve the problem. It just removes, like the guy sitting on top of the volcano, and he's gone, then the volcano erupts. And then you look at the volcano erupting and you go, oh, wow, isn't that amazing?
Yeah, let's look at Venezuela's acting president, Delcy Rodriguez. Initially, she denounced the actions of the U.S., but is now extending this invitation to the U.S. government to collaborate on an agenda of cooperation after President Trump threatened that she would pay a very big price if she didn't cooperate. So what do you think Rodriguez will do in the end, and how long might she last as acting president?
It's hard to know. I mean, I think she will, try to keep the Americans from doing anything more in Venezuela. I mean, certainly there are, a lot of people very happy Maduro's gone. Maduro and she stole the election last time. What's interesting is that the Americans have no interest in putting the people who won the election, the opposition, into power. They've judged they're too weak. So they're going to work with the remnants of the Maduro regime in this sort of mafia-like style, which is like, do what we want or there's going to be trouble. And this will work for a while, I think, but will it work for the years to come? I have no idea.
So what do you think President Trump means when he says the U.S. will run Venezuela until a safe transition is made? And what do you make of his suggestion that Greenland and Colombia could be next?
Well, I'm not sure even Trump knows what he means by running the country, to be honest. You can hear it in Marco Rubio's attempt to put substance behind this assertion. The Greenland thing is really, I think, scary for a lot of Europeans and for NATO. I mean, Denmark is a NATO ally. Now, this all comes from a sort of, an posting by Steve Miller's wife. Now, Steve Miller is a very important figure in the White House, and it had Greenland painted with an American flag, and this prompted the Danish Prime Minister, Mette Frederiksen, yesterday to warn the Americans, just stop talking about Greenland. I mean, Greenland belongs to us. And of course, it should be remembered, the U.S. has good relations with Denmark and with Greenland and can do in security terms in Greenland pretty much whatever it wants. The Danes would be very happy if the Americans did more for Greenland's security. So, this is, I can't get into Trump's mind. Trump may do something radical tomorrow. The point about Venezuela, in a way, was it's in Latin America. He did have the vaguely legal argument about drug dealing, which is what the Americans used against Noriega in Panama in 1989. And it is true that Maduro was very much in bed with the Cubans, the Chinese, and the Russians, which I think was an important part of what the Americans wanted to fix. And they're worried about migration. So for all these reasons, I think, Venezuela is an easier target. I mean, you may be interested in Cuba. Greenland, I think, would be a step too far, but you never know with Donald Trump, I have to say.
And Stephen, declaring Maduro an illegitimate leader would, of course, suggest all those in Maduro's government are also illegitimate. So what exactly has been achieved here? And do you think this is solely about US access to oil? Because it's not total regime change, isn't it? It's just cutting the head off the snake here.
Well, exactly. I mean, so talking about Maduro is illegitimate, it means the woman who was elected with him, Delcy Rodriguez, is also illegitimate. But as I say, the Americans are not interested, it seems, in working with the opposition parties that did win the election, because they're not in Venezuela, they're not on the ground, and so they're considered too weak. So, I don't know. I think it's crude to say it's only about oil. America has tons of oil. It's not really the big issue to me. It is in Trump's head. Trump's always been obsessed with oil in Iraq and everywhere else. But I think for the more military-minded people, it was a lot about pushing back Cuban, Russian, Chinese influence in the hemisphere, in Latin America. And this is when Trump talks about Greenland, that's what he actually talks about, which is that, the worry is all these Chinese and Russian ships and submarines who move past Greenland. So I think, Trump is always interested in, as he is, with Gaza, in making sure the U.S. is reimbursed, or in Ukraine, that it's reimbursed somehow. He has to think of everything as a kind of deal. But I don't think, as much oil as there is in Venezuela, it would take years to actually get it going better. And I don't know how much patience anyone has in the Trump administration to be running Venezuela.
And you can see on a Sunday morning, traffic is moving rather calmly back and forth. This is pretty typical if you talk to locals. The only difference is the military presence and the press. And you've got many of individuals from media across Latin America who have set up here to get a sense of what could happen next. Now, Cucuta is really an interesting town in that this is a pressure valve, if you will, a real indicator of what could come next. This is a place that really saw a lot of the surge of outward migration from Venezuela in the past decade plus. Here in Colombia, you have the largest diaspora of Venezuelans, some 3 million according to some estimates. And of course, you had Venezuelans who passed through here to then continue up into Central America, through Mexico and into the US. Many of them we've met along the way in recent years. And a lot of them reference the instability, the uncertainty, the insecurity of living in Venezuela. So the folks here who have made their lives in Cucuta, for example, they were out in the streets late into the night. In fact, we touched down just before midnight, and folks were still out celebrating. You had families draping themselves in flags. There were a lot of emotions. People seemingly very happy. What's interesting is when you speak to those individuals, those who have been, say, 10 plus years out of Venezuela, say they have their lives here in Colombia. No matter what changes in Venezuela, they have no real desire to move back. But those who have been here less than that, and it seems to be a rough average of 10 years or so, say they do want to go home. They want to try to reestablish their lives. So this could be a place where we see a few things. You could see folks who are fearing the chaos, fearing more instability, fearing more fracturing coming from Venezuela into Colombia. You could also see those who are fearing retaliation because perhaps they're aligned with Maduro. Then on this side, you could see a reverse migration, folks who want to go home, want to go back to Venezuela, and this is where many of them would return on that crossing.
There's so many potential trickle-down effects there. Our thanks to David Culver and his team for their report. Thank you, USA. Those are the chants from a group of Venezuelans in Georgia as they celebrated the United States' move to capture Venezuelan President Nicolás Maduro. Demonstrators in favor of the controversial operation, they rallied in Atlanta on Sunday. They praised the Trump administration's decision, saying that it was necessary to help fight Maduro's influence in their home country. And across the U.S., many Venezuelans we're hearing from say they're happy to see Maduro removed from power. But as CNN's Rafael Romo reports, not everyone likes the way that the Trump administration chose to do it.
According to the UN Refugee Agency, nearly 7.7 million Venezuelans have left their country since 2014. The agency calls this migration the largest exodus in Latin America's recent history and one of the largest displacement crises in the world. These Venezuelans have migrated to multiple countries in Latin America, including neighboring Colombia, Chile, and Brazil, but many others have come to the United States and have made cities like Miami, Los Angeles, and New York their home. And this was the scene in Miami on Saturday, where many Venezuelans gathered to celebrate the news that Nicolás Maduro had been captured by U.S. forces in an overnight raid. In downtown Chicago, people marched to protest the operation to bring Maduro to the United States to face charges of narco-terrorism and to say no to war and hands off Venezuela. In Los Angeles, the Venezuelan-American owner of a cafe said she would have preferred a regime change through democratic means, but still welcomed the news.
This is a moment that we have been waiting for many, many years, and this is not something that Venezuelans really wanted. I mean, I don't think we wanted to be rescued by it. We fought for many years for freedom, and we're glad that, you know, there's help, right?
Rafael Pineiro, a city council member in Doral, Florida, and a Venezuelan-American born in Caracas, told CNN that Maduro's capture was necessary.
This is not an intervention in Venezuela. This is not a war against Venezuela. We have to take it as we're dealing with criminals, we're dealing with narco-terrorists, that they have to face charges here in the U.S.
But other Venezuelans expressed doubts and concerns, saying that getting rid of Nicolás Maduro is a blow to the regime, but not necessarily the end of Chavismo, the kind of left-wing populism that has defined the Venezuelan economy for decades.
It's important to understand that the Venezuelan regime has 5 heads, and Maduro and the wife is one or two of those. And the 4 remaining in Venezuela is the Minister of Defense, the Vice President, and other actors like Diosdado Cabello.
This Venezuelan American also said that he's concerned about what President Donald Trump really means when he says the United States is going to run Venezuela and take control of its oil. He's also concerned, he said, about the loyalty of Venezuela's new acting president to the Maduro system. Rafael Romo, CNN, Atlanta.
U.S. airlines are scrambling to add flights to the Caribbean after Saturday's military operation in Venezuela disrupted travel. The FAA temporarily closed airspace in the region, leading to hundreds of flight cancellations from popular tourist spots like Aruba, Puerto Rico. Well, those restrictions have since been lifted, but airlines are now playing catch-up during one of the busiest travel times of the year. Delta, United, Southwest, American Airlines, JetBlue, all of these major carriers are currently working to add more flights to get travelers where they need to go. And roughly 48 hours now since the capture of Venezuelan President Nicolás Maduro, CNN's Brian Stelter takes a look at how the now viral moment played out both on social and on traditional media.
You know, with a monumental story like this one, you can think about social media as a supply of raw material. Photos, videos, claims, and counterclaims, some true and some false. All of it for traditional media outlets to sift through, surfacing what's reliable and then shedding the rest. We saw that happening all weekend long as the world's media focused on the aftermath of the U.S. attack in Venezuela. You know, it was eyewitnesses in Caracas and elsewhere in the country who captured the first videos of the strikes. But there were plenty of mislabeled videos on social media as well, and some examples of straight-up disinformation on those platforms. I noticed, for example, several AI-generated images imagining Nicolás Maduro in U.S. government custody before verified real images were shared by the government. But sometimes that raw material can be useful. Even members of President Trump's own inner circle were logged in to Elon Musk's social network X early Saturday morning as the attack was secretly underway. Photos released by the White House show the social network up on a projector screen, and it appears senior officials were monitoring X to see if word of the operation had leaked or if any local residents had posted about the explosions. It was on Trump's own rival social network, Truth Social, that he officially announced the mission. And that is symbolic of the administration's broader approach to information right now. The Trump administration is trying to control the message by funneling information through the White House and in many cases directly through the president himself. Pentagon beat reporters who cover the U.S. military for a living tell me that they are not getting answers from military spokespeople, even to basic questions. Instead, those questions are being referred back to the White House. Although in some cases, the White House is then directing those inquiries right back to the Pentagon and no answers are forthcoming. And Trump seems to want to be his own spokesman. He fielded questions from the press both on Saturday and again on Sunday, although many of his answers about the future of Venezuela were vague. And CNN fact-checker Daniel Dale pointed out falsehoods in his comments. Trump also hopped on the phone with several American news outlets, including a couple that he has threatened not long ago. I'm thinking, for example, about the New York Times, where an outlet he is actively suing. Meantime, Secretary of State Marco Rubio publicly thanked media outlets that learned about the U.S. strike plans ahead of time and held off on reporting the information given the potential danger to American service members. Rubio said on ABC, quote, "We thank them for doing that, or lives could have been lost." Brian Stelter, CNN.
And Pope Leo is expressing concern over the developments in Venezuela. He's calling for the country to remain an independent nation after U.S. military operations led to the capture of Nicolás Maduro.
The good of the beloved Venezuelan people must prevail over any other consideration and lead to overcome violence and embark on paths of justice and peace, guaranteeing the sovereignty of the country, ensuring the rule of law enshrined in the Constitution, respecting the human and civil rights of each and every person, and working together to build a peaceful future of collaboration, stability, and harmony, with a special attention to the poorest who are suffering because of the difficult economic situation. For this I pray, and I invite you to pray.
Worth mentioning that the Pope had previously urged President Donald Trump not to oust Maduro using military force, and we now know how that turned out.
It is 3 a.m. in Caracas, Venezuela, 2 a.m. in Washington, D.C., and we begin with our breaking news coverage of the fallout over the U.S. operation in Venezuela and the capture of Nicolás Maduro and his wife. Earlier, U.S. President Donald Trump returned to Washington and said aboard Air Force One that the U.S. is, quote, in charge of Venezuela, and had this warning.
We were prepared to do a second strike if we needed. We're totally prepared.
But that's off
We're
the
still
table.
prepared.
That's off the table now.
No, it's not. If they don't behave, we will do a second strike.
The question is that the American troops, are they going to be on the ground? They're doing any kind of peacekeeping? I think Americans are very...
It depends on what happens. It depends a little bit on the new administration, if you want to call it that.
At the same time, Venezuela's acting president, Delcy Rodriguez, is now striking a softer tone and extending an invitation to the U.S. government to collaborate on a, quote, agenda of cooperation. All this as Nicolás Maduro, now in custody in New York, is set to make his first court appearance on Monday. He faces drug, weapons and narco-terrorism conspiracy charges. President Trump claims the case against Maduro is strong.
The case is infallible. People are so happy with what we've done. You know, you go down to Miami, you go down to a lot of places, and they're all dancing in the streets of this country. Now, he was a rough man, killed millions of people. He killed millions and millions of people.
President Trump remains adamant about getting Venezuela's new acting leader to cooperate, and he's weighing further military action inside the country, depending on the posture of Venezuela's new leadership. CNN's Julia Benbrook brings us the latest from the White House.
President Donald Trump is now back at the White House after spending a couple of weeks at his Mar-a-Lago resort in Florida. That is where he monitored the complex operation that led to the capture of ousted Venezuelan leader Nicolás Maduro. On his trip back to Washington, Trump spoke with reporters for more than 30 minutes, and he praised the work of the U.S. service members who were involved. He said that they are all in good shape after a, quote, dangerous operation. He also reiterated a statement that he had made earlier in the weekend when he said the United States would, quote, run Venezuela until a judicious transition can take place.
Who's in charge of Venezuela right now? Have you spoken to the newly sworn-in president there, Rodriguez. And what are your thoughts on the entire situation? You said the U.S. would run Venezuela.
We're dealing with the people. We're dealing with the people that just got sworn in. And don't ask me who's in charge, because I'll give you an answer and it'll be very controversial.
What does that mean?
It means we're in charge.
Now, Trump did say that the United States is working with Venezuela's Vice President Delcy Rodriguez, who is in that acting role now. But she has pushed back and has called for Maduro's immediate release, saying that she believes that he is the country's legitimate leader. Now, in an interview Sunday with The Atlantic, Trump delivered a stark warning for Rodriguez. He said this, quote, "If she doesn't do what's right, she's going to pay a very big price, probably bigger than Maduro." When he was pressed on what he meant by that, he said that her situation would probably be worse because Maduro, quote, "gave up immediately." He also said that the United States needs total access to oil and other things in their country that allow us to rebuild their country. Trump has not yet spoken to Rodriguez directly. Now, Trump does say that he believes the case against Maduro is infallible. Maduro faces drugs and weapons charges and is expected to appear in federal court soon. Julia Benbrook, CNN, Washington.
Critics say the Trump administration is providing confusing and inconsistent legal justifications for the Venezuela operation and really hasn't provided a full explanation at all. As recently as early November, the White House Chief of Staff acknowledged that land strikes in Venezuela would need congressional approval, which the administration did not seek or receive. Other officials. Mariano de Alba is an Associate Fellow at the International Institute for Strategic Studies. He joins me now from London. Appreciate you being with us.
Thank you so much for the invitation.
So how legal were the actions of US President Donald Trump when he ordered this audacious operation that captured and removed Venezuela's head of state?
Well, I don't think that from an international law standpoint, we can really justify legally the operation. It runs counter to the rules agreed in 1945 on the prohibition of the use of force as enshrined in the UN Charter.
And Colombia could be next. What's your reaction to that?
Well, I think that will be much more problematic and will get much more international backlash. Part of the reason I think that the U.S. In the end decided to do this is because Maduro was illegitimate. Maduro and many people from his inner circle have long been accused of narco trafficking. So, in a sense, at least in the Western world, Maduro didn't have any people that could vouch for him. That's going to be really different in the case of Greenland. I suspect a lot of pushback from the European Union, and also in the case of Colombia.
Mariano de Alba, thank you so much for joining us and sharing your analysis. Appreciate it. Sources tell CNN the Trump administration is set to brief a select group of bipartisan lawmakers on Venezuela in a classified meeting on Monday night. Now, this comes as the White House is being criticized by some lawmakers who say the Venezuela operation should have had congressional approval. But U.S. Secretary of State Marco Rubio is pushing back against those claims. CNN's Camila Deschalas has more from Washington on how some lawmakers are reacting.
Well, Democrats on Capitol Hill are raising serious concerns about what just happened in Venezuela and the military actions that the Trump administration took. Now, number one, they argue that under the current U.S. law, Congress is supposed to be notified in advance when any president plans a major military operation abroad. And they say that in this case, that did not happen. Now, the second thing I've been hearing from a lot of Democrats is that they're arguing that this could set a very dangerous precedent. And they're really saying, some senators like Tim Kaine, who talked to reporters just the other day, he said that he's concerned that the Trump administration's latest actions could encourage other global superpowers like Russia or Iran to take similar aggressive actions, and that could further destabilize conflicts abroad. Now, the Trump administration on their end, they have really pushed back on these criticisms. And even I've talked to some Republican lawmakers who argued that if the Trump administration deliberately chose not to notify lawmakers, that was okay, because honestly, them telling lawmakers in advance, that could have led led to any leaks in the press, and that could have compromised their mission and potentially put U.S. troops in danger. Now, it's also worth noting that this upcoming week, the Senate is expected to vote on a bipartisan war powers resolution. Now, this resolution would seek to limit the president's ability to take any further military actions in Venezuela or even abroad, just without congressional approval, that he would need congressional authorization first, and that is something that we are now going to be diligently following and seeing whether this resolution will get enough votes. Camille DeChalis, CNN, Washington.
Senate Democrat Chris Coons says one of the most frustrating points about the Venezuela operation is that the administration had previously downplayed their motivations in the region.
What is alarming to me, what has angered me and many others of my colleagues, is that President Trump and his senior national security team wasn't open and honest with us about their plans. For months, they said that the strikes against boats in the southern Caribbean were all about drug trafficking and drug interdiction, and they had no plan for overthrowing Maduro or for sending the U.S. military into Venezuela. Now that they have done so, sent the military in, captured Maduro, returned him to the United States, it seems today they're just making this up as they go along. President Trump has no more well-developed plan for how to lead or govern or manage Venezuela than he does how to deliver health care for the American people or how to move forward in resolving the war in Ukraine or the suffering of the humanitarian crisis in Gaza. There are too many circumstances where they're making it up as they go along. And we will have a vote in the Senate this week to require congressional consent for any ongoing larger-scale military action, because in recent times when we've overthrown dictators, whether in Libya or in Iraq, with no clear plan for what would happen afterwards, the consequences were terrible for the people of the country and costly for the American service members who we ended up asking to go in and fix it once we'd broken it. What I didn't hear from President Trump, or frankly Secretary Hegseth or Secretary Rubio, was a press for political prisoners to be released, for there to be recognition of the opposition leader who won the Nobel Peace Prize, for there to be free and fair elections, or a peaceful transition. Most of what President Trump has focused on is access to their oil and threatening the current leadership with further military action. That's what's opening the door to a very risky next chapter with no clear plan from this administration.
The U.S. is suggesting it will have the final say in who will lead Venezuela. President Trump says Venezuelan opposition leader and this year's Nobel Peace Prize winner Maria Corina Machado lacks the respect to lead the post-Maduro government. Earlier, our Jim Sciutto spoke with Venezuelan opposition politician and advisor to Machado, David Smolansky, on President Trump's assessment. Here's what he had to say.
With due respect to President Trump, Maria Corina Machado is the most trusted leader in Venezuela. She's got all the legitimacy when she won a primary with 93% of the vote. Then when she endorsed President-elect Edmundo Gonzalez after she was illegally banned for running, President-elect won with 70% of the outcome. And she's very capable. She's brave, she's courageous. She was in hiding for over a year, and I don't have any doubt that she's going to be, with President-elect Edmundo Gonzalez, the leaders of the rebuilding of Venezuela, where obviously the U.S. is going to be our main allies, and we will have plenty of other allies in Latin America and Europe and beyond. But Maria Corina Machado is a leader who is out of this world, and she's got the support from almost every Venezuelan.
But if she doesn't have support of the U.S. president, how does she have a viable path to power?
Well, she has a viable path to power because she got the support of the people. She's got the legitimacy not once but twice, as I said, winning the primary in 2023 and then the July 28th election 2024. And then she has led a resistance a chapter that contributed, I have to say, for where we are right now. And I have to say, Jim, and sorry if I'm taking a bit more time on this answer, the support that we're having, not only from the U.S., but from many governments across the world. We're having support in Latin America from Argentina, Paraguay, Ecuador, just to mention 3 of them, Panama. In Europe, we have the support of the UK, France, and Italy, and the vast majority of the EU members. Israel, Morocco, New Zealand, Korea, Australia. So the support that Maria Corina Machado is having and the democratic movement is having is global. And it has been very important to get to this point.
In your contacts with the administration since this operation to remove Maduro, have you received any assurances from the Trump administration about the role of the opposition?
They know what we have done. They know what we have achieved. They know the efforts that we have made. I also have to say that something that we have come up is that there still are in Venezuela more than 800 political prisoners, the majority suffering from psychological tortures and physical tortures. And something that I need to add, Jim, is that Delcy Rodriguez, the person who is trying to remain in power, she's a member of the cartel. She's sanctioned here in the U.S., Switzerland, Canada, the European Union. She has been one of the enablers of the biggest money laundering scheme and corruption that you have ever seen, not only in Venezuela but in whole Latin America. And she has been one of the mastermind of rigged elections in Venezuela. And I have to say that she's a communist as well. So again, on that regard, she's also responsible of those political prisoners. And I think it's very important the release of them as soon as possible.
Rodriguez has changed her rhetoric to some degree in the last 24 hours, initially condemning the operation, but more recently saying Venezuela has the right to peace, to development, to sovereignty, to a future. And President Trump at least has not taken off the table the possibility of her remaining in power if she abides by American pressure, it seems. Are you concerned that she might supplant Machado and the opposition? In other words, that the Trump administration can live with Delcy Rodriguez as the leader as long as she cooperates with the U.S.?
That won't be possible because, again, she's the member of the cartel de los Soles, Sons cartel. I have to say that before she was the legitimate vice president, she was the foreign ministry, and she worked for a lot of years on the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. She was one of the mastermind of open Venezuelan doors to China and Russia. She's someone that you cannot trust because she has participated in negotiations tables and dialogue in the past, and she doesn't have a word, and this administration knows that. I understand that transitions are messy, that sometimes you have to deal with people that are completely different from what you think, but the legitimacy is on the side of Maria Corina Machado. The leadership is on Maria Corina Machado. The support of the people is on Maria Corina Machado, and we will be, doing some actions and statements during the next days that people will support.
Meantime, Denmark's Prime Minister is pushing back after President Donald Trump said Sunday that the U.S. needs Greenland.
We need Greenland from a national security situation. It's so strategic. Right now, Greenland is covered with Russian and Chinese ships all over the place. We need Greenland from the standpoint of national security. And Denmark is not going to be able to do it, I can tell you. The European Union needs us to have it, and they know that.
Danish Prime Minister Mette Frederiksen says the U.S. has, quote, no right to take over Greenland, and added, I will therefore strongly urge that the USA stops the threats against an historically close ally and against another country and another people who have made it very clear that they are not for sale. After the U.S. operation in Venezuela, the wife of Trump official Stephen Miller posted to social media an image of Greenland with an American flag overlaid and the word soon. Talk of the U.S. annexing Greenland has existed throughout Trump's second presidency.
Might now include Venezuela? It has been a dizzying 24 hours after the U.S. launched a major military operation inside Venezuela, toppling the country's longtime dictator, Nicolás Maduro. Maduro is now in custody on U.S. soil, where last night he was treated to a perp walk.
Good night. Happy New Year.
It is a stunning culmination of President Trump's months-long pressure campaign against Maduro, all the more so with this announcement from the president.
We're going to run the country until such time as we can do a safe, proper, and judicious transition. It's largely going to be for a period of time. The people that are standing right behind me, we're going to be running it.
The president offered few specifics, but did not rule out deploying more U.S. troops on the ground inside Venezuela in the days ahead. Here with me now is the chairman of the Senate Intelligence Committee, Senator Tom Cotton of Arkansas. Thank you so much for being here. I appreciate it. The first question is, what is your understanding of the meaning behind "we are going to run the country until such time as we can do safe, proper, and judicious transition"? What does it mean for the U.S. to run Venezuela?
Well, who's not running Venezuela anymore is Nicolás Maduro, and that's a great thing, and it's a great day for America and for the people of Venezuela and really the civilized world. Nicolás Maduro was an indicted drug trafficker in U.S. courts. He was an illegitimate communist dictator. His drugs had killed hundreds of Arkansans, thousands of Americans, and he was in league with anti-American countries around the world like Cuba and Iran or Islamic terrorists. It's a good thing that he's in a jail now in New York City. The president said that when the president said the United States is going to be running Venezuela, it means that the new leaders of Venezuela need to meet our demands. Our demands are now what they were before yesterday, that we want them to stop the drug trafficking, we want them to stop the weapons trafficking, we want them to expel the Cubans and the Iranians and the Islamic radicals, and we want them to return to the civilized world and be a good neighbor that contributes to stability, order, and prosperity in our own backyard.
But he literally turned around and pointed to his secretaries of state, defense, chairman of the Joint Chiefs, and said, they're going to run Venezuela.
Well, I know that Secretary Rubio in particular is in consultation with other members of the Maduro government. He's also in consultation with members of the opposition. They're working through what an interim or transition government would look like. Obviously, Secretary Hegseth and General Kay and our entire military deserve our praise at an amazing raid, maybe the most complex operation that's occurred in the 5 years Donald Trump has been president without a single American life being lost. And I think we'll see whether the vice president of Venezuela, who is sanctioned by the United States and many other countries, who is in league and hand-chosen by Maduro, wants to turn over a new leaf. I think we'll see whether or not they're going to let the opposition back into the country and have new elections, which is what the opposition itself wants. So there's still a lot of questions to be answered, but it's a great day that Nicolás Maduro, an illegitimate communist dictator and indicted drug trafficker, is no longer in charge of Venezuela.
But I guess the question is, who is right now? The vice president who you talked about, who I'll get to in a minute, Rodriguez, she technically, I guess, the Supreme Court said that she is in charge. Is she the person that the U.S. does officially recognize as a leader? And then again, I just want to go back to the president of the United States said, we Americans are now in charge, or are now running Venezuela. I mean, that's a big statement.
We don't recognize Delcy Rodriguez as the legitimate ruler of Venezuela. We didn't recognize Nicolás Maduro as a legitimate ruler. For that matter, neither did the Biden administration nor the European Union. It is a fact that she and other indicted and sanctioned officials are in Venezuela. They have control of the military and the security services. We have to deal with that. What we want is a future Venezuelan government that will be pro-American, that will contribute to stability, order, and prosperity, not only in Venezuela, but in our own backyard. That probably needs to include new elections that are legitimate, that are fair and free, that include leaders of the opposition who are currently in exile around the world. There's a lot of steps to take in the future. We don't know what every twist twist and turn is going to hold, but we do know that Nicolás Maduro, an illegitimate communist dictator and drug trafficker, is in prison in the United States, and that's a great thing.
I think there is a lot of concern among Americans right now that nobody knows what comes next. I mean, you just laid out the possibilities, but it can go either way at any step along the way. And we saw with Iraq what happens when you remove a dictator. Maduro definitely was a dictator. Saddam Hussein was a dictator without a clear understanding of what comes next and the leadership in this country. And I don't need to tell you, I mean, you won the Bronze Star for your military service in Iraq. A number of your fellow combat veterans there, Senator Gallego, Congressman Jason Crow, Congressman Jake Auchincloss, they are saying that they're deeply worried about the U.S. repeating the mistakes in Iraq with Venezuela.
Well, I think the analogy to the Iraq War is flawed. Latin America is not the Middle East. Venezuela is an ethnically...
Some say Venezuela is more complicated.
Well, no, it's an ethnically, religiously, culturally homogenous country. It does have a long history of stability and prosperity and working with America for decades before Hugo Chavez and Nicolás Maduro run the country. I would cite a much more relevant precedent because it's much closer, both geographically and in the circumstances. In 1989, George Bush sent more than 40,000 American troops into Panama to arrest Manuel Noriega, who's an indicted U.S. drug trafficker, and bring him back to the United States. Ever since, Panama has had a pro-American government. We worked with them closely. They've been working with the Trump administration to minimize Chinese influence around the Panama Canal. I think that's a much closer analog. That was a successful operation. I believe in the long run, this will be too. It has a chance to be truly revolutionary here in the Western Hemisphere by removing one of the biggest sources of instability and anti-American activism. So I just want to say once again that it's such a great day that Nicolás Maduro has been removed, just like it was when Manuel Noriega was removed from power in 1989.
You mentioned that you hope that the former vice president, Maduro's vice president, Delcy Rodriguez, is somebody who will work with the United States. She also has been a part of his inner circle. She also happens to be the oil minister in Venezuela. So is that part of what's going on here, that the administration is trying to install somebody who will be friendly to the United States with regard to oil?
Well, I don't think that we can count on Delcy Rodriguez to be friendly to the United States until she proves it. I mean, there are examples, recent examples, of anti-American leaders around the world turning over a new leaf. You had Muammar Gaddafi in Libya in 2003. You had Ahmed al-Shara, the current leader of Syria. But they made concrete concessions that benefited the United States, where they had a long history of turning a new page and moving in our direction. Delcy Rodriguez and other sanctioned and indicted ministers in Venezuela were in league with Maduro until yesterday. So I don't think we can count on them to be pro-American at all. I hope they turn over a new page. I hope they begin to meet our demands.
Yeah.
And it is the case that Venezuela still owes many billions of dollars in legal judgments to American oil companies. It's also the case that Venezuela has the world's largest proven oil reserves. The United States used to be their #1 customer. Many of our refineries are built specifically for Venezuelan oil. That oil will go a long way towards financing Venezuela's reconstruction and a return to prosperity and stability.
You talk about oil. The president talked about oil in his press conference many, many times. Is that what this is about? Is it about money and to get American oil companies in there?
It's primarily about a communist dictatorship that was trafficking drugs into the United States, that was in league with Islamic radicals in Iran and Cuba and China and Russia, that was given many opportunities to step aside, as has happened throughout recent decades in Latin American history. He refused those opportunities. Our military took bold, audacious, decisive action, and the United States is a safer place today for it.
The president did not rule out the possibility of sending the U.S. military back in. Would you be comfortable with that?
Well, the U.S. military has already been in, as Nicolás Maduro learned the hard way. But I think Americans now, after 5 years of Donald Trump's presidency, realize that there are certain signature features of how he uses our military. Take 4 examples. The raid that killed the ISIS leader in Syria, the drone strikes that killed Iran's terror mastermind in Iraq, the bombing of Iran's nuclear facility, now this raid.
Those are one and done, and they didn't.
But all
they didn't
those
involve
operations,
regime change.
But think about it. All
Forgive me.
four of those
I just want to
operations
clarify.
were bold, decisive, audacious, and direct.
And so was
they achieved vital U.S. national interests.
Yeah, and so was what happened in Venezuela. No question about it. The military was extraordinary there. The question is about what's next. Will you feel comfortable if the military goes in to protect the oil fields, for example?
Well, I think that Delcy Rodriguez and the other ministers in Venezuela understand now what the U.S. military is capable of, and as President Trump and Secretary Rubio indicated yesterday, if they don't want to follow in Maduro's footsteps, they need to start meeting our demands. And it's always an option for our military to protect American citizens, of which we have many in Venezuela, and American interest around the world.
The interest is Venezuelan oil fields in this case?
We have many U.S. citizens and many American interests. And again, Venezuela owes many billions of dollars to American companies for their past seizure of American property in that country.
The Constitution by attacking Venezuela without congressional approval. Here with me now is a member of the Senate Foreign Relations Committee, Democrat Chris Murphy of Connecticut. Thank you so much for being here.
Certainly.
What is your reaction to this operation?
Well, I mean, clearly this is wildly illegal. This is a president who has been operating illegally since he was sworn into office, stealing from the American people, seizing spending power.
What's illegal?
Now dragging America into a war overseas. The president cannot run a military operation of this size, cannot invade a foreign country without coming to Congress first, without allowing the American public to weigh in. America doesn't want this war. Nobody asked for this because it has nothing to do with American national security. And I think that's the most important conversation to have. Listen, Venezuela is not a security threat to the United States. They're not threatening to invade us. There is no terrorist group like Al-Qaeda operating there that has plans to attack the United States. To the extent that you care about the drug trade, yes, they produce drugs, but those drugs go to Europe. Fentanyl is the drug that's killing Americans. That's not coming from Venezuela. Venezuela produces cocaine. 90% of it is not coming to the United States. This seems to be mostly about oil and natural resources. Donald Trump's entire foreign policy is corrupt. Russia, the Middle East, and now Venezuela is all about making money for his friends. And Wall Street, the oil industry, they can make a lot of money off of Venezuela if they run it. You saw within hours of the invasion the announcement of a group of Wall Street investors, energy industry investors, planning a trip to Venezuela to make money off of this invasion, off of this ouster. So unfortunately, once again, you're seeing that this president's foreign policy, the invasion of Venezuela, the ouster of Maduro, is about making his crowd filthy rich. It has nothing to do with American national security.
Can I just go back to the legality and the point that you made about needing to come to Congress first? You know that for decades, Congress has let Democratic and Republican presidents sort of go for it on military actions. I mean, look at President Obama in Libya. And so it's not new that Congress has become, frankly, impotent on issues and matters of war.
That's absolutely true. And Congress needs to own its own role in allowing a presidency to become this lawless. The fact of the matter is that the president's justification makes no sense here. He says that this was just a law enforcement operation. Well, there are people with warrants all over the world. That doesn't give the President of the United States the power to launch $1 billion invasion of those countries to bring a fugitive to justice. Yes, Congress should have stepped in and either authorized or prohibited President Obama's actions in Libya. Yes, the United States Congress has sat on the sidelines to allow presidents to become more and more powerful in foreign policy, but that doesn't mean that it suddenly gives a imprimatur of legality to this massive invasion of a foreign country that the American public didn't ask for.
You know, there's no question that Maduro was a destabilizing force, not just in Venezuela, in the region. And there are people celebrating in the streets all over South America and Venezuelan expats abroad. So is it fair to say that there is some benefit in Maduro not being in power?
But what changes? I mean, you just heard Senator Cotton effectively not be able to explain who's running the country now. Delcy Rodriguez is a very powerful figure in her own right, handpicked by Maduro. Russia and China still provide enormous support to that country. What changes? Why would Venezuela stop its export of drugs, its harassment of U.S. interests in the region? There's really no explanation for how American interests are changed at all with a Rodriguez administration that right now seems to be intent on carrying through and carrying forward the policies of Nicolás Maduro.
In 2019, you wrote an op-ed and you called for Maduro to be gone. You said, let's get one thing straight. There should no longer be any debate about Maduro's lack of democratic legitimacy. The Trump administration is right to put restoring Venezuelan democracy at the center of our approach to this crisis. A return to a stable democracy is in the interest of the Venezuelan people and the United States and the hemisphere. We don't know what's going to happen with regard to the civilian leadership there. Tom Cotton was just here saying that he hopes that there are democratic elections. Isn't that what you want?
Well, the rest of that article right, was a criticism of President Trump's early moves to saber rattle around regime change. Listen, there are evil, brutal dictators all over the world. That does not give the American president the right to invade those countries, in large part because we have seen how this script plays out. I watched an interview with Senator Cotton. You asked him what the difference was between Iraq and Venezuela. He didn't say the difference was we aren't going to invade Venezuela like we invaded Iraq. He said that if we invade Venezuela, which may be part of the president's plan, it's going to go really well. Over and over again, we have seen these warmongering neocons, many of which have influence in this White House, cheerlead us into war under the guise of removing a very bad man. That ends up getting a lot of Americans killed. And if this is really just about the oil, if this is really just about the natural resources, if this is just about getting a bunch of Donald Trump's friends on Wall Street even richer, I don't think there's a single American family who would support having their son or daughter put into harm's way to defend the interests of Wall Street. This is once again American oil interests, American financial interests coming before the actual national security interests of the United States.
I do want to ask about a briefing that the Secretary of State and Defense held with senators. You were there last month about Venezuela. Can you talk about what they said and whether or not that actually bore out?
Well, I can certainly tell you the message that they sent was that this wasn't about regime change. I mean, they came to Congress and they literally lied to our face. They said, this is just a counter-narcotics operation. This is about trying to interrupt the drug flow to the United States. Right around that same time, the White House Chief of Staff said publicly, if we ever had boots on the ground in Venezuela, of course we would have to come to Congress. Listen, there's no way to trust this administration. They aren't being straight with the American people. There isn't even a briefing scheduled for Congress next week to explain, A, what happened, and B, what the plan is moving forward. But yes, I mean, I think everybody in that briefing heard the administration say, this is just a targeted counter-narcotics operation. This has nothing to do with regime change. They knew they weren't telling the truth in that room.
Senator Chris Murphy, thank you so much for being here.
Appreciate
Happy New Year.
You too.
MAGA leader and one-time Trump ally Marjorie Taylor Greene says that President Trump's attack on Venezuela is, quote, what many in MAGA thought they voted to end. Boy, were we wrong. Here with me now is Republican Congressman and Chairman of the Judiciary Committee, Jim Jordan. Thank you so much for being here. You know, one of the things that I know that the president's supporters absolutely love is that he has been arguing since he first ran 10 years ago that he's going to end forever wars and put America first.
Yeah.
Now he says he's running Venezuela. He's totally open to putting boots back on the ground there. And he's signaling that Cuba and Colombia could be next. How is that America first?
I mean, look, I trust the president to make decisions that are in the best interest of Americans, of our country. This president gets results. I think when you have a guy who's not recognized as the head of state, who's head of a narco-terrorist criminal operation, who's cozying up to Iran and China, and he's doing it right here in our hemisphere, bringing that individual to justice, I think that's a good thing. Most Americans think that's a good thing. And that's consistent with keeping drugs off the streets, I know folks in the 4th District of Ohio and what fentanyl and other drugs have done to some families that I get the privilege of representing.
But fentanyl
helping deal with that, I think, is a good thing. And Americans recognize this for decisive action that makes a difference for us and, frankly, for Venezuelans.
Right. You know, fentanyl doesn't come from Venezuela, and there's definitely
cozying up to China and Iran, which are part of that, certainly does.
But again, cozying up to China and Iran, talking about what matters on the world stage, is different from what most people who voted for Donald Trump heard him say, which is, I'm going to focus on Americans. Dan, I'm going to focus on groceries. I'm going to put American dollars.
And President Trump has done that. President Trump said he'd cut taxes. He did. President Trump said he'd secure the border. He did. President Trump said he'd get men out of women's sports. He did. President Trump has said he'd lower gas prices. He did. President Trump said he'd make sure Iran did get nuclear capability. He did. He did all those things in 1 year's time. That is certainly making America great again. That is certainly consistent with what he said. And getting a bad guy brought to justice who's had a 5-year arrest warrant, that is certainly consistent with that theme and that message as well. So I think the American people appreciate that. And frankly, I think that's the message we go tell the American people in this midterm election. President Trump and Republicans did what we said we would do.
How are they going to feel about the fact that the president, said that America is committed to rebuilding Venezuela, particularly the oil fields, spending money to do that?
Well, again, I think Americans recognize when that country took assets that belong to American companies, that's wrong. That's all President Trump is saying is going to change in the future relative to oil. I think that makes sense. They took property from American companies. That makes sense that there's going to be some kind of compensation, some kind of reckoning for that. I think that's consistent with putting American interests first, which is what the president has talked about since he first, came down the escalator 10 years ago.
But he's also not ruling out putting boots back on the ground in Venezuela. He said that we, the United States, the people behind him at the time yesterday were the people in charge of the State Department, the Defense Department, and the chairman of the Joint Chiefs are now in charge of Venezuela. That is definitely not what people thought he meant when he said America first.
Again, we'll see. We don't know what that exactly means. What we do know is President Trump's track record of getting results is, I think, stellar. I mean, why do you think Hamas released the hostages back to Israel? Because President Trump took out Iran's nuclear capabilities. Why do you think that we got the Abraham Accords in his first term? Yeah. Because he kept his word and put the embassy in Jerusalem. Why do you think European countries are now giving more to NATO? Because President Trump made it happen.
There's no question that the Maduro mission was successful. But the question is, what's next? And what is the American?
And what I'm saying is, we'll see. But I trust this administration.
Taxpayer on the hook.
I trust Secretary Rubio. I trust Secretary Hicks. I trust President Trump in his making decisions that, again, are in the best interest of the American people. And frankly, I trust our military. I mean, this operation, the courage, the precision of this operation, truly amazing. God bless them, and God bless the commander-in-chief who takes decisive action. The military is
extraordinary. Military does missions like this in a way that is just mind-boggling. Again, it's not about the military, it's about the government in Venezuela ahead of time. I do want to ask more about kind of what the president's mindset is with regard to policy right now. He explicitly redefined America First in his press conference yesterday. For a long time, again, people thought it meant spending American taxpayer dollars, not on foreign wars, not in foreign countries, but at home. Now he says he's enacting a new strategy where, quote, American dominance in the Western Hemisphere will never be questioned again. That's a shift in his approach.
That's consistent with the Constitution. That's consistent with the War Powers Act. And most importantly, I think it's consistent with history. You can go James Monroe, Teddy Roosevelt, JFK,
but he
President
never said
Trump
he was
in our
James
hemisphere.
Monroe.
Well, no, I know, but operating in our hemisphere, that is consistent historically, constitutionally with.
But it's not consistent with what he has said as a candidate.
I think Americans appreciate a commander-in-chief who demonstrates strength, shows strength, and takes decisive action. Think about, contrast the president's actions. What took place 2 days ago? What took place with Midnight Hammer when he stopped Iran? Contrast that with the previous administration. Contrast that with Joe Biden led a Chinese spy balloon fly clear across the country and then shot it down. Do you think President Trump would allow that? I think the American people appreciate the fact that he demonstrates strength and he takes decisive action for the benefit of Americans.
You talk about drugs. And here is something that President Trump did. After the former president of Honduras went through the American judicial process, was found guilty, was sentenced for a whole bunch of really bad things with regard to sending drugs into the U.S., poisoning American children, as you would say. The president pardoned him. How is that consistent with going in?
The president's clear about this, I think, in his press conference. The pardon power, by the way, is exclusive to the president. They can exercise it however they darn well want.
Should he?
And
Should he have done it?
he exercised that way, and he said he thought that the Biden administration treated this individual, the former president, in an unfair fashion, and so he chose to pardon him. President Biden issued pardons. President Biden issued pardons for
about consistency
preemptive pardons for people in the January 6th committee. He issued pardon for his family. So this is a power that our Constitution gives exclusively to the president. They can exercise it how they choose.
Let me ask you really quickly, because Maduro is in New York, and he is expected to, maybe as soon as tomorrow, as Monday, to have a hearing. Are you comfortable with Nicolás Maduro being tried through the American judicial system? Should he have the same rights as American citizens?
Yeah, I think that's why he's being tried in our system. Our system's the best in history, the best on the planet. Of course, that's the best system. And that's where the indictment, the 5-year arrest warrant, came from the Southern District of New York. Jay Clayton signed I read the indictment yesterday, 25 pages. This guy's engaged in all kinds of bad behavior, had a 5-year arrest warrant, was not recognized as the head of the state, ran a narco-terrorist criminal operation, and was cozying up to Iran and China, and he was doing it in our hemisphere, which is just wrong. And so the idea that he's now being brought to justice, I think, is a darn good thing. And I think most Americans see it that way. And they appreciate the decisive action from their commander-in-chief, our president, President Trump, as particularly contrasted with what we saw from Joe Biden, who let a Chinese spy balloon fly clear across the country before he even shot it down. I think you would have shot it down before it went across the country, and I know President Trump would have.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. Thank you for being here. Appreciate it.
Now,
traditionally, the so-called Gang of Eight is notified before major U.S. military operations, but that didn't happen here. The Trump administration notified congressional leaders only after the attacks were underway. Here with me now is a member of that Gang of Eight, the top Democrat on the House Intelligence Committee, Jim Himes. Thank you so much for being here. It's been more than 24 hours. Have you been briefed by anybody in the administration?
Still haven't gotten a phone call. Well after the operation yesterday, a staffer at the Office of the Secretary of Defense called the staff on the Intelligence Committee. But no, look, this is a long pattern and a particularly egregious example of a pattern of this administration not giving a hoot about the United States Congress, which, by the way, Jim Jordan just sort of gave the game away. I hope you can play that interview over and over and over again, because he gave the game away, right? He said over and over again, I trust the president. I trust it. Now, he's being asked to explain an imperial adventure, right? I mean, you did a pretty good job. An imperial adventure from the guy who was going to be America first and not get into stupid wars. And his answer is, I trust the president. I trust the president. I trust the president. That is giving the game away, because 2/3 of my Republican colleagues in the Congress wake up every single morning and say, what can I do today to prove my loyalty to the president of the United States? And Jim Jordan, the chairman of the Judiciary Committee, seems to be unaware that our whole system, Dana, is set up to provide checks and balances. That the job of a member of Congress is to approach the president, regardless of that president's party, with skepticism, with pushback, with checks and balances. So again, I hope you can play that video over and over again so America can see the fact that they no longer have a Congress.
Congressman, on the topic of Congress and being briefed, what the Trump administration is saying is that they didn't want to notify Congress because leaders, people like you, leak. The Secretary of State said it's just not the kind of mission that you can pre-notify because it endangers the mission. And then the president said Congress has a tendency to leak. Your response?
Well, two responses. Number one, that's not accurate. I've sat in on a number of Gang of Eight meetings talking about the boat strikes in which there have been no leaks. So number one, that's not accurate. Now, when you brief all 535 members of Congress, there's a higher probability that there could be a leak. But again, I'm a member of the Gang of Eight, and I have yet to get a phone call from anybody in the administration, right? I talked to Hakeem Jeffries, the Democratic leader, yesterday. He got no phone call even after the event. If this were an administration serious about abiding by the law, and that's the second point that's really important here, whether you think Congress leaks or not, the law says you must brief the Congress. So this is just yet another example of absolute lawlessness on the part of this administration, and they get away with it because of what Jim Jordan just told you. I trust the president. I'm not interested in acting as a check or a balance on this, imperial exercise of presidential might.
Let's look ahead. You said removing a leader, however brutal, without a next day plan is, quote, dangerous and irresponsible. We can talk about the effective plan if there is one. We don't know, but Maduro is gone. What do you think should happen right now to prevent chaos in Venezuela?
Yeah, Dan, it's a great question because we're caught up in exactly the euphoria that we got caught up with in 2002 when the Taliban went down, in 2003 when in Iraq Saddam Hussein went down, in 2011 when Gaddafi was killed. We're caught up in this euphoria of how amazing we are at taking down leaders. But again, let's tick through those countries: Afghanistan, Iraq, and Libya. Post our removal of those leaders, I think all of us would look back and say, oh my God, we don't want to do that again. We don't want to not have a plan for the next day. And I don't know about you, but I heard the president yesterday say, we're going to run Venezuela. Now, again, I'm just a member of the Gang of Eight who hasn't yet gotten a phone call from the White House. But as far as I know, we don't have a single person on the ground in Venezuela right now. So what it means for us to be running this, I don't know. What I can tell you, Dana, is that if you were serious about stability in Venezuela, you would have not done two things that the president did yesterday. Number one, you wouldn't have spent half your press conference talking about oil. What do Venezuelans hear when they hear Donald Trump talking about oil? What they hear is the Americans are here for our resources. And by the way, I wouldn't have delegitimized probably the most politically popular woman in Venezuela, recipient of the Nobel Peace Prize. And Donald Trump just out of nowhere says she doesn't have the respect or the standing. He not only made this about oil, but he delegitimized probably the most unifying force in Venezuela right now.
Let me ask you about that, because you'll know the answer based on your perch on the Intel Committee. What I have heard about the sort of dynamic there, that potentially what the president was saying about Machado, who won the Peace Prize, is that it's about the Venezuelan military. And the Venezuelan military is so powerful that the elected official, not the dictator like we saw Maduro, but the elected official has to have the backing of the military. And perhaps Machado or even another candidate who came after her, effectively won in 2024, Edmundo Gonzalez, don't have that.
Well, I don't even know quite how to respond to that. Number one, the Venezuelan military demonstrated precisely how powerful they were 48 hours ago when, they couldn't stop an invasion of their own country and in which not a single American serviceman was killed or a single military asset. So I'm going to not be terribly sympathetic to the argument that the Venezuelan military is a giant standing astride the globe. Secondly, my God, we're the United States of America, right? We care, or at least we used to care, about democratic norms. We used to care about the idea that the people ought to have a little something to say about who governs them. And again, Donald Trump yesterday in his news conference basically, I think, set the stage for a disaster here by making this about the oil and by taking the person, Machado, who is recognized not just in Venezuela, but by the world as the most legitimate political actor, and saying, she doesn't have the juice. I mean, come on.
Trump says the attack on Venezuela is about asserting American dominance in the region.
Under our new national security strategy, American dominance in the Western Hemisphere will never be questioned again.
Here with me now to discuss are CNN senior military analyst Admiral James Stavridis and CNN national security analyst Beth Sanner. Admiral, I want to start with you because you commanded U.S. Southern Command, SOUTHCOM as it's known. Do you, and you understand the region very well, do you think President Trump is right that American dominance in the Western Hemisphere will never be questioned again?
I don't think American dominance has been questioned. We have, as we saw on full display over the last couple of days, an exquisite military that is capable of conducting really extraordinary operations. There's nothing harder than what we did, saving only perhaps a hostage rescue. So there's never been a question in the minds of the region about dominance. What they worry about is how we use that dominance. I think that will have raised concerns throughout much of the region because they remember previous U.S. incursions into Mexico, Nicaragua, Cuba, going back 150 years. So I think the key for the Trump administration going forward here is to do everything they can to downplay the military aspects here and upgun the political and the economic aspects of how we intend to engage going forward.
Do they not go hand in hand? I mean, what the president is doing and threatening to send boots back on the ground there is trying to get the economic situation the way America wants it, meaning the oil, but also the elected officials there, assuming eventually they will be elected, they certainly haven't been, to be on board with what America wants.
Yeah, 2 points. It's really not just boots on the ground. You know, the admiral's going to say this. I'm worried about those boots at sea.
Yeah.
We got 15,000, 20,000 sailors and Marines who've been parked off that coast now for months and months. We got boots in the air flying these airborne missions. At some point, we're going to have to downsize that presence. And that brings us back to what next? Quickly, I think there really are only three options here. One, you can run the Iraq playbook and put 250,000 troops there. I think that's a throwaway. We're not going to do it. Option two, as you've been discussing on the show all morning, you can work with the current regime, all the problems there of their previous malbehavior. And option three, you can get your weight firmly behind the opposition, behind the Maria Machado, the Edmund Gonzalez. I think that's where this probably lands. You're probably going to end up with a kind of a combination of option two and option three. Work with the folks who are there now, the ones you can stomach, but bring together some kind of a transitional government. I suspect that's the aim.
Interesting. Now, Beth, as somebody, you were Deputy National Security, DNI, Deputy National Security Director, you have experience being in the room with the bin Laden raid. You have a lot of experience with the ups and downs, a lot of downs with regard to Iraq. So given that experience, Beth, talk about, maybe even talk about what I discussed with Congressman Himes at the end there.
Yeah.
How the military plays into the political in Venezuela and how the Trump administration is trying to game it out.
Yeah, I think that this is a balance, as Representative Himes was talking about, and Admiral Stavridis also was talking about these options. It's balancing legitimacy, which rests with that election you mentioned in July of 2024 when Edmundo Gonzalez, backed by Machado, won a 2-to-1 margin, and it was ruined, right, and dismissed by Maduro, and pragmatism. And what we're seeing here is like the weight shifting to this kind of pragmatic, how are we going to get this done? How are we going to avoid a chaos of going a 180 and putting all of our eggs in the opposition basket?
Because you're not hearing them talk about democracy.
No, and you're not.
But you heard from George W. Bush and Democratic presidents as well.
Right. So in Iraq, we made the mistake of de-Baathification, which was like denazification. It was like taking everyone who had anything to do with the regime out. That didn't work. And that's what they're trying to avoid. And if they would just talk about that, I think in one way that would be helpful. But the point is that it's not like Iraq. We did have an election and we do have a legitimate government. And this is where Senator Cotton is also kind of missing the point that in Panama, when we went in Panama, the day that we went in, the Justice of Panama swore in the duly elected president, who had been also dismissed by Noriega, but he was sworn in that day.
Yeah.
And that's exactly what President Trump didn't do. And so threading this needle between the legitimacy of a democratic process and the pragmatism of having to work with the structures of power that run every single economic organization in Venezuela. And can keep the peace, that's the thread that needs to be drawn.
It's fascinating. Admiral, if you were still running Southcom and the president asked what you think the leaders in China and Russia were perceiving in your region right now, what would your answer be? We have about a minute.
Two things. Number one, even the highest levels of both those governments would have been unpleasantly surprised at the utter ruthless competence of the United States military to execute this. And point two, they are going to be thinking, United States reached in and grabbed a leader, and wonder if I should be thinking about that in Kyiv or thinking about that in Taipei. So I'd be saying to the president, watch that flank, as well as feel the power of the U.S. military. You need to do both of those things in this kind of dangerous moment.
I'm guessing you agree.
I do, and I would keep an eye on Iran, and I think you're going to cover that next, because maybe the regime in Iran is taking another message, and it's time to crack down.
Ousted Venezuelan President Nicolás Maduro woke up this morning at the Metropolitan Detention Center in New York City, around 24 hours after he was woken in the middle of the night by U.S. Special Forces and FBI agents and taken on a journey that ended in Brooklyn. The raid and coinciding strikes on military installations and communications infrastructure in Venezuela followed months of escalating U.S. attacks on alleged drug boats, oil tankers, and a port facility in Venezuela. Yesterday, President Donald Trump said the United States was, quote, going to run the country until such time as we can do a safe, proper, and judicious transition, unquote. But Maduro's vice president, Delcy Rodriguez, was sworn in as the interim president and denounced the American action. Joining me from Venezuela's capital, Caracas, is Phil Gunson, senior analyst for the International Crisis Group. Phil, welcome. Explain to us what feels to me like the sort of central puzzle right now, which is the president says that the Venezuelan government is going to do what the United States wants, specifically that Delcy Rodriguez is going to do what the United States wants. She, on the other hand, has denounced the American action as barbaric, illegal, and in fact claims Maduro is still president of Venezuela. Is she putting on an act? Do you think there was a secret deal between the Trump administration and Rodriguez so that they can, in effect, decapitate the regime rather than replace it?
Well, thank you, Fareed. That is indeed the central question. And of course, some of it is speculative. We don't know if there was a secret deal by definition. But my sense of this is that we have to take Trump's words with something of a pinch of salt, as you might say. Trump is claiming that the Venezuelan government under Delcy Rodriguez is going to do as he says, that the U.S. is running Venezuela. I think there are a number of caveats there. I mean, first of all, the U.S. is not here and is not running Venezuela. The Venezuelan government is running Venezuela minus Nicolás Maduro. Delcy Rodriguez, even if she wanted to, would not be able to make a deal with Donald Trump along the lines that Trump wants without taking.
I think we've lost Phil for a second, but let me bring in the New York Times White House and national security correspondent, David Sanger, to talk about all these events. David, as I was trying to get from Phil Gunson, the key question is, has this vice president, our now acting president, Delcy Rodriguez, made a deal with the Trump administration? And does she have the authority to make that deal? Because, Venezuela is run really by the military, and the defense minister and interior minister would also have to go along with this, right? Do you have any thoughts, any reporting on that?
We've been trying to figure out what kind of conversations are taking place, Fareed, between Secretary of State Marco Rubio and the vice president and the rest of the regime. But it's fascinating that the administration is taking this path in any case and is trying to go do this, because having declared that Maduro was an illegitimate president, also the statement that the Biden administration made, then it would follow to reason that the vice president and the rest of that government is also illegitimate. So, the president had a choice here. He could have gone with Ms. Rodriguez. He could have declared that the winner of the presumed winners of the election last year were in fact the legitimate rulers. He chose not to do that. What he basically said was, we're going to put in place anybody who will follow American instructions. And if that fails, there can always be the second wave. It's kind of a virtual occupation of the country. We don't have troops on the ground, but we have the threat that troops could come in.
And what it sounds like, they're saying is, forget about democracy, forget about human rights, forget about any of those concerns. Even drugs didn't come up in terms of what he wants out of Venezuela. What Trump talked about was access to oil. That seemed to be the number 1, 2, and 3 demand, that American companies be given access to oil, which makes this feel very much like some kind of 19th century imperialism strategy, more than anything to do with getting rid of an evil dictator, bringing democracy to the people of Venezuela, or even dealing with the drug prices.
Well, Fareed, I think you've got that exactly right. The word democracy and restoring democracy to Venezuela did not come out of the president's mouth yesterday. What did was this fairly lengthy discussion of how American companies that have been denied their rights for their operations expropriated and all that needed to get restored their money and their opportunity to get it at the oil. When you go into the White House these days, you see a portrait of William McKinley hanging. I don't remember McKinley in the years I've covered the White House, and it's been some time, as you know, appearing there. And of course, McKinley was president during the Spanish-American War, when we took the Philippines, Guam, Puerto Rico, and he was mentioned explicitly in the president's inaugural address. So he also loved tariffs. So it is conceivable that the president really is pursuing that route. And you heard him yesterday discuss the Monroe Doctrine, not something you would think Donald Trump would spend a huge amount of time on, because the new national security strategy has this Trump corollary, which basically says the United States asserts a right to go in and work on the inner workings of neighboring countries in the Western Hemisphere to make sure that they are pursuing American interests.
That's right. And again, they are pursuing American interests, which means essentially, in his messaging about the U.S. capture of Venezuelan President Nicolás Maduro, President Trump has portrayed his own administration as enforcers of security in the Western Hemisphere after decades of neglect from past U.S. administrations. The State Department took to social media yesterday with a message to the world: don't play games with President Trump. But does America's unilateral action in Venezuela, a country that did not present an imminent threat to the U.S., make the world safer? Joining me now to discuss this and more are Richard Haass, President Emeritus of the Council on Foreign Relations, and Zanny Minton-Beddoes, Editor-in-Chief of The Economist. Richard, you were a senior official in the Bush senior White House, in which the closest parallel to this took place, which was the capture of Noriega. The United States did kind of invade Panama and take the head of state. What do you see as the parallels and the differences?
I think, Fareed, the parallels are what you just articulated. This is someone who's seen as a threat, involved in the drug trade. The United States went in, and so forth. But that's where the parallels break down. An American serviceman had been killed in Panama. You had this massive strategic interest called the Panama Canal. And also, what you didn't have were commercial interests. The United States was not there to mine Panama or advantage American companies. This was, if you will, a traditional foreign policy issue. Say one other thing. Think about the difference between Panama and Venezuela. What, a country about a tenth the size, a tenth the population? So the magnitude of what this administration has taken on in Venezuela dwarfs what the Bush 41 administration did in Panama.
Zanny Minton-Beddoes, to me that does seem a fascinating challenge, which is if the administration does run Venezuela, even indirectly, or take responsibility for it. What we have learned from Iraq and Syria is countries that have had 20 to 30 years of sanctions, where millions of their best people, professionals, educated, have left the country, they're kind of hellholes, and they're very hard to stabilize.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, you will have heard this morning administration officials and Republican members of Congress saying that Venezuela is very different. It has a long democratic tradition. All of that is true. But for me, so I don't think there are exact parallels with the Middle East, but you're absolutely right. The regime change is hard. It's very relatively easy to get rid of an old regime compared to the difficulties of building something new. But I think for me, the striking thing from President Trump yesterday is I don't think he gives two hoots about democracy in Venezuela. I think he'd be very happy to be cutting a deal with remnants of the regime that give the United States access to the oil. And I think that's really what this is about, much more than nation building in the traditional, George W. Bush sense of the word.
Yeah, I mean, this does feel like the national security strategy paper that the Trump administration put out, right? It has all those elements.
100%. If you wanted the case study, almost the unvarnished essence of the Trump doctrine, turn on your TV. What is it? The United States acts unilaterally without, and actually the executive branch acts unilaterally. No congressional role, no international role, no regional role. We do it on behalf of what? Not democracy, not human rights, not the rule of law, but American commercial interests to advantage American corporations. Where is it taking place? Not in the traditional centers of American foreign policy, not in Europe, not in Asia, not in the Middle East, but where? In the Western Hemisphere. It's almost an extension of Homeland Security, Fareed, if you think about it. A little bit of a drug issue. 8 million people have already left Venezuela. Quite a few came to the United States. Commercial interests. This is the pure essence of Mr. Trump's foreign policy, and it is a significant departure.
And the point you make is so interesting when you think about Iraq, the Iraq War. The Bush administration, whether you agreed with the policy or not, assembled a 40-plus nation coalition. It went to the United States, the United Nations. It went to Congress. It painstakingly explained, what it was trying to do. It tried very hard to bring democracy to Iraq. And by the way, we should note, Iraq is a functioning democracy right now. So all of that very different from this, which seems like, as you say, a kind of, it strikes me as like old-fashioned 19th century imperialism. We're going to take the goodies in this country. But Zanny, talk about that, the oil sector in Venezuela. So Venezuela has 17% of the world's oil reserves, but it produces only 1%. It is the 21st producer of oil in the world. That's going to take a long, long time to rebuild, right? I mean, what we know, look at Iraq. Iraq is, still not at what people think its potential could be.
Yeah, absolutely. So Venezuela has the world's largest proven oil reserves, but it actually produces just under 1 million barrels per day because it's had 2 decades of disrepair and corruption and collapse. It is going to take a lot of investment and a long time to rebuild that. And actually, in the very short term, if anything, you might see less output because in part from the seizure of the tankers, there's a bunch of Venezuelan oil already on the high seas. They don't have the stuff that they need to make it transportable. It's very heavy crude. It's useful for U.S. refineries, but it's not likely that production is going to increase much anytime soon. And I don't see a huge amount of appetite from U.S. oil majors to rush in there, given the level of uncertainty. So the whole energy side of this, I mean, maybe the Trump administration is thinking this brings oil prices down, which is good for the midterms. But I think this is going to be a much harder thing of its own accord. But more broadly, I think that I'm not sure that I would say, as Richard does, that we know what the Trump doctrine is. I think we know the Donroe doctrine now. We know what his route is and what he wants to do in the Western Hemisphere. And it is a very 19th century approach of this is my backyard. The U.S. can do what the heck it likes, and we care about resources. And if you think, remember last year we had hints of this with his talk about Panama Canal, his talk about Greenland. I must say, if I were Greenland now, or indeed if I were Cuba or if I were Colombia, I would be really worried because this is an administration that clearly thinks it has an absolute right to do whatever it likes in its own backyard. And if I were Xi Jinping or indeed Vladimir Putin, I would start, thinking, maybe I can do what I like too.
Let me just quickly ask you to elaborate on something you said, because you are a trained economist. You don't think that this will have much impact on the price of oil and therefore on inflation expectations this year for the midterms?
Not in the short term, because first of all, I mean, we'll see what happens in the markets tomorrow. But in the short term, I don't see a likelihood of a huge increase in the supply of oil. It's going to take a while to repair the mess there, and then it's going to take a huge amount of investment to actually get the production going up to anywhere where it was 2 decades ago. So this is not something that's going to happen overnight. And perhaps more importantly, the price of oil at around $60 a barrel is already at a level which, if it falls,
of setting this precedent and reinforcing what you might say is the notion of spheres of influence. If we have a free hand here, as Annie was saying, I bet the people, however unhappy, let me just put it this way, Fried, however unhappy Putin and Xi Jinping might be about a short-term loss of their interests in Venezuela, I expect they are extraordinarily happy, nodding their head, applauding, saying, great. We like this precedent because this reinforces how we view our regions of the world. And that could be ultimately the biggest cost of this, not what we do in Venezuela, but how we change. We go from a world order to 3 regional disorders. And this is a really dangerous development.
Yeah, and to me it's striking that it has the effect of shrinking the United States' role, which was really the arbiter of that global order, instead saying, we just are going to be strict enforcers of our region. And by the way, you, the Russians, can do what you want in your region, which massively inflates Russian power, which is, and you, the Chinese, can do whatever you want in your region.
It does exactly that, and it's consistent with the pulling back from international institutions, the use of tariffs rather than working through the World Trade Organization. Again, it's a narrowism, a narrowing of American foreign policy in the geographic sense and in the unilateral sense. For 80 years, allies and institutions have been at the core of American foreign policy, and the last I checked, it worked pretty well. We made some mistakes, we overreached at time, but it's been an unprecedented era that has been good for the United States. We are essentially discarding that now for something radically different.
President Donald Trump calling the United States operation in Venezuela an extraordinary success, but former fierce Trump ally and now outgoing Congresswoman Marjorie Taylor Greene sees it another way.
My pushback here is on the Trump administration that campaigned on Make America Great Again, that we thought was putting America first. I want to see domestic policy be the priority that helps Americans afford life after 4 disastrous years of the Biden administration. We don't consider Venezuela our neighborhood. Our neighborhood is right here in the 50 United States, not in the Southern Hemisphere.
Joining us now, CNN senior political commentator David Urban and CNN contributor Lulu Garcia-Navarro. Great to see both of you. David, I want to start first with you and what Congresswoman Marjorie Taylor Greene just said. Do you think she's right?
She's clearly hasn't, maybe she doesn't have a passport, maybe she doesn't study geography, maybe she doesn't know history, but Venezuela is clearly in our backyard. And maybe she's never heard of the Monroe Doctrine. Which has kind of governed and helped guided U.S. foreign policy for 100+ years. Venezuela and the stability of the region in the Caribbean, South America, the oil reserves, all the things that Venezuela, just democracy in the region, all those things are incredibly important to America in the short term and the long run. The Trump administration should be applauded for what they did. And listen, the administration can walk and chew gum. They're going to have to address all those things that she's talking about. They're going to have to address, the quote unquote affordability issues that are being talked about, right? But this is a good thing for democracy. It's a good thing for the people of Venezuela, the people in South America, and it puts dictators and bad guys on notice all over the world. You can't continue to do what you do. The Biden administration talked about it. The Trump administration had a bounty on this gentleman's head. And finally, President Trump took action and limited action. And, there's obviously a lot yet to be written, but things look good so far.
Lulu, I want to get your thoughts on the politics of this, but I also want to let our viewers know you've covered Latin America extensively throughout your career. So you have a lot of expertise on this and a lot of history. So I want to know what you think about the politics about this, but also what has stood out to you over the last day and a half.
I think that this has been shocking. And I think, to David Urban's point, clearly Venezuela is in the national interest of the United States and what happens there. And clearly, there has been a sense for a very long time that the United States has ignored Latin America and only really focused on it when there were issues to do with immigration or drugs. The broader question here, though, is what is this actually about? And, you know, we have more questions than answers. When we saw President Trump speaking yesterday, he was all over the place. I mean, he was talking about taking over Venezuela. And now we see his cabinet, Marco Rubio, the Secretary of State, having to walk that back. What does it mean to say that the United States will be sort of in control of a huge South American country? What does that mean for the sovereignty of those nations that we rely on for trade, for cooperation with those big problems that we face here in America, like immigration? And, you know, again, to David Urban's point, what it actually also says to the world is that the United States is going to take unilateral action without really consulting their allies and friends. And that really does change the world order in a substantial way. So I think we're in uncharted territory here. And indeed, I think there's a lot yet to be written.
Yeah, and David, look, Lulu brings up a key point that I keep hearing over and over again, which is, okay, now what? What's the plan? And, you know, we had this polling from CBS that found about 70% of Americans opposed U.S. military action in Venezuela, that a majority of people didn't understand why we would take action there. So all of that being said, how critical is it for the Trump administration to explain this properly, not just to Congress and others, but to the American people?
Yeah, I think that explanation isn't necessarily. I think it's going to have to. It's what's going to actually happen in the coming weeks, days, weeks, and months in Venezuela is going to dictate those numbers, right? Oppose, favor, what's going to happen with the people in Venezuela, the diaspora, the Venezuelans who fled Venezuela over the past, decade or so as the Venezuelan economy collapsed to Colombia and other places in South and Central America and the United States. So the administration is going to have to explain in the short term what their objectives are and how they're going to attain that. But to just push back on Lou a little bit, unilateral action in the Western Hemisphere is something that's been, again, with the Monroe Doctrine, and then you had the Roosevelt, the corollary, and then the Kennedy kind of push with Cuba and missiles in the Western Hemisphere. There are certain things that are so clearly within our interest.
All those things have happened, but what were the effects of those things? I mean, none of those things are shining bright examples of, great statecraft of the United States. And in fact, what we saw with Cuba, for example, is that a lot of the intervention led to the rise of people like Fidel Castro. And so
but we didn't have a nuclear war, Lulu, is what happened.
Is that the focus only happens when there is military intervention instead of partnership and working with governments to try and shore up those democracies. I agree with you. I have been to Venezuela multiple times, and what has happened there has been a tragedy. It has been the biggest refugee crisis in the hemisphere. 8 million people ended up leaving that country over the disastrous Maduro regime.
What you agree? So what you agree? It's a net positive. What just occurred, what the Trump administration just undertook, is a net positive for Venezuela and for the region. You can admit it. It's okay.
See. No, I don't know what it's going to be. Because this is the thing. If you remember President Bush sitting under a banner saying mission accomplished after the invasion of Iraq, and that statue fell down, I was there that day, and it seemed like a net positive then too, but it wasn't. And so the history gets written not in days. As you know, as a military man, it gets written in weeks and months and in years. And so we don't know where this is going.
Okay, we're going to have to. David, I'll give you a quick.
I would suspect the people going to bed in Venezuela tonight are much happier than they were under the Maduro regime. That's all I would say.
We are one day out now from what was a chaotic and unrelenting news day. From the first reports of explosions Saturday morning in Venezuela's capital city of Caracas to President Trump posting on social media the U.S. military was behind that operation, to the perp walk in New York. of Venezuela's ousted president. The news media was scrambling to keep up as things developed throughout the day. Let's examine how the media is covering this fast-moving and consequential story. We'll bring in CNN chief media analyst Brian Stelter. Brian, great to see you. I was reading your newsletter this morning that went through a lot of this. It was really fascinating to kind of take a beat and think about it all. What really sticks out to you over the last, I guess we'll call it 36 hours at this point, but it's been quite remarkable.
One, thank goodness for the reporters who are on the ground in Venezuela right now. You know, Venezuela is a repressive regime. The government has been hostile to the press for decades, but a small number of reporters are able to work there, and they're so essential right now, including some of our colleagues who we've been seeing on CNN this weekend, both for alerting the world to the explosions on Saturday morning, but now to help us all hear what Venezuelans are thinking, what they're asking, what they're feeling. It seems to me that questions are as important as answers right now. Answers are in short supply, but it's crucial to ask the right, proper, skeptical questions, and that's what we're seeing from the White House press corps yesterday at the news conference and all across television in the dialogues today. Is the U.S. at war with Venezuela? Do Venezuelans think the U.S. is at war? Is there a clear U.S. plan? You know, we've seen media reports in the past that have described these U.S. war game scenarios about U.S. action in Venezuela, and none of the war game scenarios ended well. All of them ended badly, suggesting the country would collapse into chaos. So what can be learned from those war game plans? You know, can Trump reshape Venezuela now just with words or with actions? And what will those actions be? He's just given another interview, this time to the New York Post, where he talks again about running the country. He says we need to run it well, run it with strength. He says he will be able to pick the new leader in the future. All of this rhetoric, you know, right now it's words. Will it be translated to actions? And I think it seems to me, Jessica, these questions are ultimately in service of U.S. troops and in service of citizens. And it's not lost on reporters and editors that some of these questions were not amplified well enough in the aftermath of 9/11. Very different time, very different place now, but those memories of regime change 10, 15, 20 years ago are clearly on people's minds today.
Yeah, and you mentioned Trump talking to the New York Post. I know he's been picking up the phone and just talking to reporters who are calling him. Obviously, he had that news conference yesterday. How is that different from what we normally see from presidents? And also, it is unique to President Trump.
Well, there's two elements about this. Number one, you and I spoke last fall about the Pentagon trying to reshape the press corps. Most major U.S. news outlets left the Pentagon and refused to follow along with restrictive new rules. Pete Hegseth made noise about reporters, being a problem at the Pentagon and endangering national security, and he brought in MAGA media voices and commentators instead. Well, this weekend, it has been all about those old-fashioned global news brands that have been breaking news and leading the way, not those Pentagon-approved MAGA media figures who have not been advancing this story at all. It has been those old-line outlets that have been leading the way, and that includes with covering what Trump is saying and arguing about this. He picked up the phone and talked to the New York Times in the middle of the night on Saturday. He talked to the Atlantic earlier today, the New York Post, and that press conference was widely attended by many news outlets, and even though many of Trump's answers were vague, it was the questions that really mattered because those reporters were speaking on behalf of both the American people, but also folks all around the world. And it's also notable the Trump administration is really trying to control the message by funneling information through the White House. The Pentagon has mostly gone silent. The typical press people, the officials who would normally be engaging with the press, they're mostly referring questions to the Trump White House. And that's a change from past practices. It's something to keep an eye on in the days to come, as people are going to have more and more questions about the U.S. military presence in and around Venezuela. For example, the troops who were injured reportedly in this mission, what are their conditions? Those kinds of questions. Information is being centralized and consolidated by Trump and the White House, and it seems in some ways he can do his press himself. He's picking up the phone, talking to reporters, saying again this afternoon that he plans to run Venezuela, and as you've been covering, Jessica, that just raises a whole host of questions that people have.
Yeah, people have a lot more questions around that, but it is certainly interesting to see that he does keep engaging with the press. We are hearing it directly from the president himself. All right, Brian Stelter, always good to see you. Thank you so much. Congress is set to return to Washington this week with a budget deadline quickly approaching, and the Trump administration's actions in Venezuela over this weekend all looming. Lawmakers going to be plenty busy. California Republican Congressman Kevin Kiley is here with us now. Congressman, thanks for your time tonight. We really appreciate it. I do want to start first with Venezuela. There has been a lot of talk and, frankly, outrage from some of your Democratic colleagues and others on the Hill about the lack of consent from Congress, bringing Congress into this really at all before this operation took place. I'm curious what your thoughts are on that, and also if you would support this legislation that would restore more power to Congress in these situations.
Yeah, so I've read, dozens and dozens of reactions from people here in the U.S. and across the world. And, you notice they follow a similar formula for those who are critical of what happened. It always begins with Maduro was a really bad guy, but. So I'd like to focus first on what people are all agreeing on, what comes before the but, which is that he is someone who has wreaked havoc on his own people, has caused immense harm to the United States and to the international order. And so whatever you might think about the question you asked, there is a corresponding opportunity here to create a better future for the people of Venezuela, for our own citizens, and for the world at large. I think that there is also broad agreement across party lines that from this point forward, Congress needs to be centrally involved in whatever role the United States has in ushering in a better future and a better political arrangement in Venezuela and giving them, the freedom and democracy and self-determination that they deserve. As to the question of the strike itself and the lack of approval by Congress leading up to it, I'm someone who always wants Congress to be informed as much as possible. Under traditional legal frameworks, that's when the president's powers are at their highest ebb. But for an operation like this, that was predicated on secrecy, there are circumstances where that just isn't possible, where it puts the mission at risk, where it puts our service members at risk.
So it sounds like you were okay in this situation with how they handled it, that you don't think the Gang of Eight
taking this, and there was a very compelling reason for not having prior congressional approval in a way that would have undermined the success of the operation.
Yeah. And so would you be in favor, because respectfully, I think there are many people out there who don't think this was a small scale operation. Would you be in favor of legislation that would give more power back to Congress? Is that something you'd work on with Democrats?
Well, yes, I do think Congress needs to be centrally involved going forward in terms of what comes next. So, of course, it would depend what the legislation looks like. But I think that's a sentiment that you'll find is widely shared across party lines, that, in whatever role the United States plays in ushering freedom and democracy and prosperity for the people of Venezuela who have suffered so much under Maduro and his predecessor, that's something that Congress needs to be centrally involved in. And I've also said kind of more broadly, not just on issues related to foreign policy, but on all policy matters, that the House of Representatives in particular needs to get back in the driver's seat when it comes to, tackling the challenges facing our country. The House wasn't even in session for 2 months. I was very critical of that decision by the House Speaker. I actually went to D.C. This was during the shutdown to try to, advocate for bringing the House back and kind of having the House take more of a lead in policy. So that's something that I am encouraging our leadership to do once we come back here this coming week.
So in keeping with that theme, and you noted this, the president now saying that the U.S. will run Venezuela, Marco Rubio saying today that has to do with the policy, but obviously having a heavy hand in what comes next in Venezuela. So what role should Congress be playing in that?
Well, Congress should be centrally involved in the major decisions as far as the role that the United States undertakes and the sort of political arrangement that we endeavor to ultimately put in place. In the short term, obviously, the imperative needs to be stability. With the head of state no longer there, it's obviously a time when there are various risks that could emerge. And so I know these issues have been well thought through. I know there have been lines of communication with the now interim president. So in the very short term, that needs to be the priority. Of course, in the hopefully not very long term, but for the durable future, we need to see what we can do to usher in an arrangement built upon self-determination and democracy and freedom. That's ultimately what will allow Venezuela as a country to prosper. It's in the interest of the United States. It's in the interest of the Western Hemisphere and the entire international order.
And it still remains to be seen if that means, if that will include the U.S. military being deployed on the ground there in a long-term manner. Is that something you would support?
Well, as the Secretary of State said today, obviously we don't want that sort of thing, but you can never rule out options as far as what the commander-in-chief would do. The entire premise of peace through strength is that you retain the capacity to act in a way that will, achieve your objectives. But hopefully you don't ultimately have to use the bigger tools in your toolkit in order to do so. So, ideally, we can have a period here where there is stability, followed by a transition to a democratic government. We know that Maduro stole the last election. This is recognized by the Trump administration, the Biden administration, the European Union, that he was not the legitimate leader of that country. And so this is an opportunity to restore legitimacy and to create a much better future for people in that country that have been just utterly impoverished under his disastrous narco-terrorist regime.
Tonight, Venezuelan leader Nicolás Maduro in custody here in New York as he awaits his initial court appearance. The Southern District saying that will take place tomorrow in a Manhattan federal courtroom. And it all comes after U.S. forces captured Maduro and his wife during that massive operation inside the Latin American country early yesterday morning. We are following this from all angles tonight. CNN's Julia Benbrook and Natasha Bertrand are both joining us now. Natasha, I want to start first with you and what more you're hearing about the Trump administration's plans in Venezuela. There are so many questions around what comes next there.
Well, it seems that for right now, the administration is prioritizing kind of administrative stability and repairing the country's oil infrastructure over an immediate turn to democracy. And this was reported in a great piece by my colleagues Kevin Liptak and Kristen Holmes earlier today, which basically says that the U.S. now is trying to use the leverage that it has over Venezuela, both economically and militarily. Of course, that armada of U.S. warships is still in the Caribbean in order to pressure the current transitional leader, who is Delcy Rodriguez, who was Maduro's deputy, in order to do the bidding of the United States. And Secretary of State Marco Rubio, he said earlier today that the U.S. running the country in the way that President Trump alluded to yesterday actually has more to do with the administration using its leverage to influence policy than it does to actually having Americans on the ground running the day-to-day operations of the government. But here's a bit of what he said.
Well, it's not running, it's running policy. The policy with regards to this. We want Venezuela to move in a certain direction because not only do we think it's good for the people of Venezuela, it's in our national interest. It either touches on something that's a threat to our national security or touches on something that's either beneficial or harmful. This is a team effort by the entire national security apparatus of our country, but it is running this policy. And the goal of the policy is to see changes in Venezuela that are beneficial to the United States, first and foremost, because that's who we work for, but also we believe beneficial for the people of Venezuela who have suffered tremendously.
So the administration obviously is trying to use its economic leverage primarily through that oil blockade that it has been enforcing against Venezuela, oil sanctions. It is trying to convince American oil companies to go back into Venezuela, given what they believe will be a period of relative stability, or what they hope will be a period of stability. But obviously there are going to be a lot of questions about just how receptive Delcy Rodriguez actually is to that, given her prior remarks that have cast some doubt on whether or not she's going to be as pliant as the administration wants.
And Julia, turning to you now, the president is headed back from Palm Beach, where he's been for the holiday season. He's headed back to the White House. What has he been saying today?
That's right. He's on his way back from his Mar-a-Lago resort. He spent the last couple of weeks for the holiday there, and that is where he watched this complex operation, which led to the arrest of ousted Venezuelan leader Nicolás Maduro, play out. And while there are still a lot of questions, we're starting to get a bit of a clearer picture of what Trump meant when he made that stunning statement that the United States would run the country until there is a judicial transition. He was pressed and pressed on exactly what that is going to look like, and he said that some of the top administration officials that were standing behind him, that included Secretary of Defense Pete Hegseth as well as Secretary of State Marco Rubio, would be involved. He was also asked specifically about Venezuela's opposition leader, the Nobel Peace Prize winner Maria Corina Machado, and if they were in conversations with her potential to lead. And he essentially essentially ruled that out, saying that he didn't believe that she had the support and respect within Venezuela needed to step in. He did say, though, that the United States was in conversations with Venezuela's Vice President, Delcy Rodriguez, who is in that acting role now, but she has made several comments calling for the immediate release of Maduro and saying that she does believe he is the legitimate leader. So lots of potential complications there. Now, top U.S. officials have been working, including Rubio, to develop a structure for Venezuela's government going forward, and he gave several TV interviews throughout the morning. He was pressed on if he sees Rodriguez as a legitimate leader. I want you to take a listen to what he had to say.
This is not about the legitimate president. We don't believe that this regime in place is legitimate via an election, and that's not just us. It's 60-something countries around the world that have taken that view as well, including the European Union. But we understand that there are people in Venezuela today who are the ones that can actually make changes. So, for example, when we want to send in the migrant flights, even though we never recognized the Maduro regime as legitimate, we had to deal with the authorities that controlled the airport. We had to deal with the people who had guns and the people who had control of the airports. We had to deal with them to achieve these objectives. That's different from recognizing their legitimacy.
And to the point of, would Rodriguez take the steps that Trump and his administration want her to take? He offered this stark warning in an interview with The Atlantic earlier today. He said, quote, if she doesn't do what's right, she is going to pay a very big price, probably bigger than Maduro. And as I mentioned, he's coming back from this holiday time in Florida, where he has been intensely focused on foreign issues since Christmas. He has hosted Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky, as well as Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu. He's returning, though, with a lot of domestic issues top of mind as well, and there are going to be even more questions coming from Capitol Hill about what has taken place regarding Maduro, as we expect him in court sometime tomorrow.
All right, Julia Benbrook at the White House and Natasha Bertrand there in D.C. Thanks to both of you for that reporting. Democratic lawmakers holding an emergency meeting today on that operation in Venezuela. Senate Minority Leader Chuck Schumer saying he's going to push for legislation to require congressional approval before any additional military action in Venezuela. House Minority Leader Hakeem Jeffries calling the operation an act of war. I want to bring in Senator Chris Coons, a Democrat of Delaware, to talk more about that. Senator, thank you so much for being here with us. I really appreciate it. I know that there has been a lot of outrage from your colleagues over the lack of communication and consent, no consent really from Congress prior to this operation. What do you think about that?
Well, thanks for a chance to be on, Jessica. It's been a remarkable period here. First, I'll just express gratitude that no Americans were killed, that our military carried out this operation flawlessly. And I recognize that there's many Venezuelans celebrating the removal of Maduro, a truly brutal authoritarian who misused the resources and harmed the people of Venezuela. But what is alarming to me, what has angered me and many others of my colleagues, is that President Trump and his senior national security team wasn't open and honest with us about their plans. For months, they said that the strikes against boats in the Southern Caribbean were all about drug trafficking and drug interdiction, and they had no plan for overthrowing Maduro or for sending the U.S. military into Venezuela. Now that they have done so, sent the military in, captured Maduro, returned him to the United States, it seems today they're just making this up as they go along. President Trump has no more well-developed plan for how to lead or govern or manage Venezuela than he does how to deliver health care for the American people, or how to move forward in resolving the war in Ukraine or the suffering of the humanitarian crisis in Gaza. There are too many circumstances where they're making it up as they go along. And we will have a vote, Jessica, in the Senate this week to require congressional consent for any ongoing larger-scale military action, because in recent times when we've overthrown dictators, whether in Libya or in Iraq, with no clear plan for what would happen afterwards, the consequences were terrible for the people of the country and costly for the American service members who we ended up asking to go in and fix it once we'd broken it.
So this vote you're saying is coming up this week. I'm curious what you've heard from your Republican colleagues. Obviously, you all are in the minority in both the House and the Senate. Do you believe that you'll get support on this from your Republican colleagues?
Senator Paul is a co-sponsor of the resolution. I don't know if there will be other Republicans who will vote for it. I think likely not. Look, most Americans view this through the lens that President Trump has been offering. This is about drug interdiction. Even though just a few weeks ago, he pardoned the former president of Honduras who trafficked hundreds of tons of cocaine into the United States. And President Trump, in his press conference, basically said this was about getting access to Venezuela's oil and has threatened, in a tone that frankly sounds more like a mob boss than it does like the president of a democracy, Delcy Rodriguez, the vice president, that if she doesn't go along with what we want, there's going to be terrible consequences for her. What I didn't hear from President Trump or frankly Secretary Hegseth or Secretary Rubio was a press for political prisoners to be released, for there to be recognition of the opposition leader who won the Nobel Peace Prize, for there to be free and fair elections, or a peaceful transition. Most of what President Trump has focused on is access to their oil and threatening the current leadership with further military action. That's what's opening the door to a very risky next chapter with no clear plan from this administration.
And so if you have this vote and this measure does not pass and you don't get additional powers when it comes to consent, and the president still saying that the U.S. is now running Venezuela, laying out what you just said there, that could potentially involve. What can Congress do about it? What role will you have?
Well, first, it's laughable to think that we could actually run Venezuela. It is a country twice the size of California with 25 million people, active domestic armed guerrilla groups, complex gangs and narco trafficking. So the idea that we could run Venezuela any more than we could run Iraq at the cost of sending 100,000 troops there, frankly, defies credibility. But second, if Republicans step up and do their job as the Article 1 power and say that there shouldn't be further military action without our consent, there's a lot we can do. If Republicans fold their arms and say, nope, we're willing to let President Trump do whatever he wants with our military overseas, with no clear evidence of an imminent threat, then I think folks around the world will be even more anxious. Our trusted ally, Denmark, will wonder what it means when Trump continues to make threats against Greenland. Our ally, Panama, will wonder what it means when he threatens Panama. Heck, even Canada has reason to worry if there's no checks or balances provided by the Republicans in the Senate.
I want to focus, lastly, come back to just Venezuela right now, because in January of 2025, the Biden administration raised the bounty on Maduro to $25 million, to which the Trump administration then raised it to $50 million. Clearly, both administrations wanted him captured. They wanted him arrested. Republicans have argued Trump just went ahead and did it, that he took action. What do you say to that thinking?
So look, there is precedent for our capturing a dictator of a foreign country and returning him to the United States to stand trial. This was the case of Manuel Noriega. Immediately following that, the duly elected president was sworn in because Noriega was using military force to maintain control of Panama. It was a brief, concise military action. One could argue it also needed congressional approval. But I think what is most alarming about this moment is that shambolic press conference by President Trump yesterday, where he said these guys, and points to Hegseth and Rubio, are going to be running Venezuela, which clearly was news to them. And he said, we have no hesitation putting more boots on the ground. And today he threatened further military action against the Venezuelan people through their vice president. I'm concerned about the lack of a plan for how to move forward without threatening violence or occupying Venezuela. I'll remind you, we have a huge armada of U.S. naval vessels, and it took 150 American aviators and planes to carry out this mission. This is an expensive and complex military operation, and it will not produce significant benefits to the United States or American oil companies for years to come. So frankly, the bottom line here is, President Trump, what's your goal? Are you trying to restore democracy? Are you trying to interdict drugs? Are you trying to access oil? And how much of a price are you asking American service members, our men and women who serve us around the world to keep us safe, to make in order to achieve whatever your actual goal is?
That. Eric Farnsworth joins us now. He's a senior associate at the Center for Strategic and International Studies. He's also a former State Department official covering Latin America. Eric, thank you for being here with us on this Sunday. We appreciate it. We just heard from our colleague there, David Culver, who's obviously in the neighboring country of Colombia. How might this operation and and the fallout from it, what's going on in Venezuela, affect other countries in the region?
It could affect it directly because Venezuela, for a number of years, has essentially been a collapsing country. 1/4 of the entire population of 33 million, now 8 million Venezuelans are outside the country, and that's happened long before yesterday's activities. But the fear is that if the remaining Venezuelan people in the country don't have sustained hope that things are going to get better, and that it's not just Maduro, but actually other senior officials from his regime are going to leave, and that their lives will get better, there is fear that indeed you could have an additional migration flow, and that would go directly into the neighboring countries like Colombia, like Brazil, and like countries in the Caribbean. So this is directly implicating some of the neighbors. There are other issues too, but that's, for the moment, that's the primary one.
And Eric, how quickly does this all need to kind of shake out and stabilize?
Yeah, that's a really important question. I don't have a specific time frame, but I would say sooner rather than later. For example, both the president-elect Edmundo Gonzalez and Nobel Peace Prize winner Maria Corina Machado are outside of Venezuela. One would assume that they're going to return to Venezuela at some point relatively soon. That would certainly be a boost of energy and support for the opposition and for the government-elect. But the longer it appears as if Delcy Rodriguez is going to remain as the de facto leader of the country, and some of the officials around her, like Diosdado Cabello and the head of the military, Pedrino Lopez, some of those people who have bounties, $25 million bounties remaining on their heads, the Venezuelan people, I think, are going to begin to question, well, what is the ultimate outcome of this? So I think even if there isn't a direct change in the next couple days or even weeks, I don't know, but there is going to have to be some really intensive signaling from the White House and from the State Department that fundamental change really is on the way, and it's not just about Maduro, but it's about his regime.
The Secretary of State, Marco Rubio, has said that Maduro's arrest and bringing him to the U.S. is not related to Venezuela's oil infrastructure. President Trump has said that he does want the U.S. oil industry to thrive in Venezuela again and is focused on that. How much of a role do you think oil played in all of this?
Well, I can tell you how much oil is going to play in the future. I mean, Venezuela can't recover unless the oil industry recovers, because that is literally the engine of growth and recovery for the country. And so whatever happens, there's going to have to be a lot of intensive attention to recapturing the energy sector, to revitalize it and to restore it. And I think that's absolutely legitimate. Look, the bounty on Maduro's head, $50 million, the indictments for him of being a drug trafficker and allegations of crimes against humanity at the International Court of Justice, that has nothing to do with oil. But the idea that oil is an engine of recovery does mean that the sector has to be recovered, and it does have to be revitalized.
You posted that many analysts are overlooking the strength of the Venezuelan people. You said, quote, "Give them hope and they will rebuild a broken nation." Explain that to us and what you think it will take to rebuild.
It will require hope. Again, a real confidence that this time is different, that change is here. It's going to take a lot of effort. It's going to take a lot of money. But the Venezuelan people are entrepreneurial. They love their country, and there are any number of folks in the diaspora, folks who have left Venezuela, professional class, educated entrepreneurs who are itching to get back to the country. And if they're given a chance to get back and really help re-energize the economy, I really think they're going to have an opportunity to do that, and they're going to succeed. But We have to recognize the difficulty in doing that. We have to recognize that this is a long-term issue. It's not going to happen tomorrow. And unless the situation stabilizes in terms of the investment climate, in terms of the authorities, in terms of who has the ability to sign and enforce a contract, for example, and what does that mean until the infrastructure gets somehow rebuilt, you're going to have some caution about people wanting to return as well, and investors will probably be a little bit cautious as well. So this is going to take time. But the Venezuelan people are entrepreneurial, and they're absolutely committed to
do what's right. She is going to pay a very big price, probably bigger than Maduro. So really kind of upping the pressure on Rodriguez to essentially accede to what the U.S. wants to do here. And that, at the end of the day, does appear to be what the president means by the U.S. running Venezuela. We are getting a sort of a better picture of what the president's intentions in all of this are, including from Marco Rubio, who was out on the Sunday shows today. This is not, a U.S. occupation of Venezuela akin to what we saw in Iraq. This is really more of a coercion campaign. The U.S. really relying on the leverage it thinks it has on the remnants of the Maduro regime to essentially do what the United States tells them to do. And the leverage includes, of course, that massive military buildup which remains in place in the Caribbean Sea, but also the oil blockade that the president has ordered, insisting that oil tankers not be able to go in and out of Venezuela. So that seems to be where all of this is heading today, Jessica.
Yeah, and the president, Kevin, also saying that there was a possibility, left open the possibility that the U.S. could put boots on the ground in Venezuela. What more have we heard about that in the last 24 hours since he left that door open?
Yeah, and that was sort of one of the most striking developments in that press conference yesterday. I asked him, does he envision a prolonged U.S. military presence in Venezuela? And he pivoted immediately to talking about the country's oil reserves. And that, I think, seems to be where that is headed as well. The president has long had this preoccupation with Venezuela's oil, the world's largest proven oil reserves. And he seems to be suggesting that if the U.S. military goes back into that country, it would be to ensure that the U.S. interests are protected and that U.S. oil companies gain access to that infrastructure. Of course, the president has also said that there could be a second, potentially larger strike on Venezuela if the country's leaders don't accede to U.S. demands. So still, I think, somewhat vague about what the role of the U.S. military will be going forward.
Yeah, more to come on that. Kevin Liptak for us live in Florida. Thank you so much for that. Meantime, the ousted Venezuelan president is currently being held at the Metropolitan Detention Center in Brooklyn. And when he appears in court tomorrow, it will be in front of United States District Judge Alvin K. Hellerstein in Manhattan. CNN Chief Law Enforcement and Intelligence Analyst John Miller is joining us now. And John, getting Maduro into that detention center was tightly secured. We were talking with you as they were moving him around the city of New York yesterday. What can we expect to see tomorrow?
We can expect to see more of the same. Every time they move President Maduro or former President Maduro, you're going to see a secure package, as they refer to it, a motorcade with armored vehicles and counter-assault teams and escorts by highway patrol because of the high threat nature of the case. And when they had the El Chapo case, you saw that move happen every day from Manhattan, where he was held in jail, to Brooklyn, where the courthouse is. In this case, because that jail was closed as a result of the Epstein suicide and some lapses there, you're going to see the opposite here, which is now the jail's in Brooklyn and the courthouse is in Manhattan. So you're going to see that secure package move every time he has to go to court. And when it goes to trial, you'll see that every day.
That'll be something. Does he have an attorney at this point? Do we know who it will be?
So Nikki Brown, one of our producers, just logged onto and off of the PACER system, which is the federal court record system that's accessible online. So far, no notice of appearance. So if he has an attorney, that attorney has not filed that notice. Now, that may happen tomorrow. Or, Jessica, it is entirely possible that the man who was, the day before yesterday, the leader of a 30 million person country, may end up having a public defender, a federal defender appointed by the court until who his lawyer is, who is paying for that lawyer, and how is sorted.
That's remarkable. Do we have a timeline for how long this process might take, when we might see a trial?
Well, this case has been going on. The investigation, dates back to 25 years. The investigation itself has been going on years, but his first appearance before the U.S. justice system will be tomorrow in front of Judge Hellerstein. Judge Hellerstein is a very experienced jurist. He's 92 years old. He's been with parts of this case, other parts of it with other defendants for a number of years himself. But generally, the time between that initial appearance and when a trial is in a regular case is a year. This is an immensely complex case with a lot of discovery and a lot of witnesses, so it could be even more.
Science and cooperation.
Joining us now, CNN senior military analyst Admiral James Stavridis, who's formerly the NATO Supreme Allied Commander. He's also a partner of the Carlyle Group, an investment firm. Good to see you on this Sunday. There are still a lot of questions about what President Trump meant when he said the U.S. will be running Venezuela. We saw there Rubio trying to clarify this morning. What do you think it means?
I think Marco Rubio did the best with a bad hand of cards today, but what he clarified, Jessica, was we're not actually running the country, meaning we're not going to decide when the traffic lights come on and off and what the central bank is going to do, but we're going to, quote, run the policy. What I think he means is put pressure on the current regime, which is a remnant of the Maduro regime, to kind of do the right thing. Whether they're willing to do that or not is going to be where this entire exercise turns. Final thought here. We talk a lot about boots on the ground. That's important. Don't forget, we've got 15,000 boots at sea on aircraft carriers, big amphibious ships. We have a lot of influence and a lot of capability. I think that we're going to put pressure on the current Maduro remnant to get them to move to the right place. And perhaps over time, what I heard Secretary of State Marco Rubio talk about, perhaps over time we can get to that democratic opposition. I certainly hope so. We need to do that.
Did that alarm you when the president said that? And now we've had about a little over 24 hours to kind of think about it and hear more from Rubio, et cetera.
Absolutely alarmed me, and it alarmed anybody who fought in the forever wars. As you know, I spent a great deal of time commanding our entire mission in Afghanistan, which was all about trying to take a very unruly, difficult place and bend it toward Western norms. That's hard to do. And so when President Trump said yesterday, hey, we grabbed Nicolás Maduro, we brought him back, I was okay with that. He's a felon from American justice. I understand that. He sends drugs to America. I get that. Then he hit the part about we're going to run Venezuela. That worried me a lot. I think it worried a lot of Americans. Now we're trying to kind of walk that back, take a coercive response, which says to the current Maduro remnants, this is led by former Vice President of Venezuela, Rodriguez, and tell her, hey, wake up, recognize the reality here, and start bending toward Western agreements. If they can do that, if Rubio can do that, I think that's a reasonable outcome here. Final thought, this could go sideways entirely. This is a country of 30 million people. It's huge, twice the size of California. It is got a lot of different cross currents going on. I'm very worried.
And the president also mentioned what he called the Monroe Doctrine, riffing off the Monroe Doctrine. I'm curious if you think we're seeing the beginning of a major shift in foreign policy in our hemisphere.
Clearly, this administration is seized with the idea of America first, not meaning the United States of America, but meaning the Americas. If we stop and think about it, from Canada to the bottom of Argentina, those are all the Americas. And thus, the Trump administration wants to put a lot of emphasis here. I can understand that impulse, particularly as a former commander of U.S. Southern Command. Here's the problem, Jessica. When you pool these resources and pull them toward this hemisphere, you are giving up influence and engagement against China in the Indo-Pacific, against Russia in the Black Sea and the Baltic Sea. It's a zero-sum game for U.S. military. And my own view is we need to balance our needs here in this hemisphere, which are important, but also against the bigger strategic issues facing China, pushing back on Vladimir Putin, that face us in this 21st century.
And how much of this do you think does relate back to those countries, some of those countries you just named, China, Russia, Iran? Obviously, the charges against Maduro all hinge on these drug charges and go out from there. But there's also the oil piece of this, and there are those other countries that had tried to really put a foothold, and some would argue had put a foothold in Venezuela.
Again, having spent years as commander of Southern Command, all U.S. military operations south of the United States, I watched with great concern the way China continued to intrude in this hemisphere, the way Russia continues to support a rotten regime in Havana. So for the U.S. to take an aggressive stance against those countries here in our homeland, if you will, which in my view stretches from the high north, the Arctic, all the way to Tierra del Fuego in part of Argentina, makes sense. On the other hand, final thought, you've got to face China, not just here in the Americas, but in the Pacific. You have to face Russia on the plains of Ukraine. If you don't, we are going to divide the world into these spheres of influence. That would be ultimately to our detriment.
Venezuela in economic and political freefall. President Trump says the U.S. will be involved in the country's next step, but Venezuela's vice president and acting leader, Delcy Rodriguez, is rejecting any U.S. involvement, instead demanding Maduro and his wife's immediate release. Plus, questions remain about who could possibly take control, rebuild the country's gutted oil infrastructure. Journalist Mary Trini Mina is live in Caracas and has been speaking with locals. Mary, what are you hearing from people today?
Jessica, the most common word that I received from Venezuelans were they are in shock. This is, we need to put this in context. This is a man that they used to watch on television on a daily basis, bringing long speeches and dancing, and now he is no longer the president. He's a man in custody. So for many Venezuelans, seeing Maduro out of the country and now with a new government in place, it is hard for them to believe that it's going to be that they will run the country. When you ask government supporters that demonstrated today, for example, they say that's not a possibility. The message from the loyals of Maduro that still are in charge of the country is that they will not surrender. And some other people that are from the opposition, they prefer not to answer that question because they say they fear for reprisals.
All right, Mary Trina Mina there in Caracas for us. Thank you so much for your reporting, Mary. We appreciate it. I want to go now to CNN's David Culver, who is at a border town in the nation of Colombia, for more on the reaction there. David?
A heavy reinforced military presence on the Colombian side of the Colombia-Venezuela border. And you can see 3 armored vehicles here, a 4th over there. But it's not just military that has set up here on this side of the border, but also we're told humanitarian aid in case anything happens with regards to a rush of individuals coming here into Colombia. Now let me set the stage a bit for you. This is the border crossing where we are, Cúcuta, Colombia. On the other side, you enter Venezuela. And you can see on a Sunday morning, traffic is moving rather calmly back and forth. This is pretty typical if you talk to locals. The only difference is the military presence and the press. And you've got many of individuals from media across Latin America who have set up here to get a sense of what could happen next. Now, Cucuta is really an interesting town in that this is a pressure valve, if you will, a real indicator of what could come next. This is a place that really saw a lot of the surge of outward migration from Venezuela in the past decade plus. Here in Colombia, you have the largest diaspora of Venezuelans, some 3 million according to some estimates. And of course, you had Venezuelans who passed through here to then continue up into Central America, through Mexico and into the US. Many of them we've met along the way in recent years. And a lot of them reference the instability, the uncertainty, the insecurity of living in Venezuela. So the folks here who have made their lives in Cucuta, for example, they were out in the streets late into the night. In fact, we touched down just before midnight and folks were still out celebrating. You had families draping themselves in flags. There were a lot of emotions. People seemingly very happy. What's interesting is when you speak to those individuals, those who have been, say, 10 plus years out of Venezuela, say they have their lives here in Colombia. No matter what changes in Venezuela, they have no real desire to move back. But those who have been here less than that, and it seems to be a rough average of 10 years or so, say they do want to go home. They want to try to reestablish their lives. So this could be a place where we see a few things. You could see folks who are fearing the chaos, fearing more instability, fearing more fracturing coming from Venezuela into Colombia.
Captured Venezuelan President Nicolás Maduro and his wife, they are now here in New York, where they're facing a number of serious criminal charges, according to their federal indictment. CNN's Stefano Pozzebon, who's covered this from the start, looks back at Maduro's rise to power and the moments that led to his downfall Saturday.
In the end, it was clashes with the U.S. which set Venezuelan President Nicolás Maduro's political rule in flames. Sources telling CNN he was dragged from his bedroom by U.S. forces after a barrage of strikes on Saturday, his vice president quickly sounding the alarm regarding his safety.
We do not know the whereabouts of President Nicolás Maduro and First Lady Celia Flores. We demand immediate proof of life from the government of President Donald Trump, proof of life for President Maduro and the First Lady.
While the scale of the strikes may have come as a surprise, tensions between Venezuela's leader and the United States have been ratcheting up for months. Less than 4 weeks ago, the U.S. Treasury slapping sanctions of 3 members of Maduro's family, 2 of whom were dubbed the narco-nephews from previous drug trafficking convictions. Maduro and his lawyer wife, Celia Flores, both cut their teeth during the rule of Hugo Chavez, a socialist revolutionary who served as Venezuela's president from 1999 to 2013. While Flores served as the country's attorney general, it was in Chavez's government that Maduro got his big break as foreign minister, spearheading anti-American policies and bolstering ties to China, Russia and Iran from 2006 to 2013. After Chavez's death from cancer in 2013, it wasn't long before Maduro stepped into the top job, narrowly beating opposition leader Enrique Capriles in a spring election, the first of many to raise questions of fairness. A loyal disciple of Chavez's socialist ideals, in 2014 Maduro shared his commitment to keeping his legacy alive with CNN's Cristiana Manpour.
I know I've been loyal, and I'm fulfilling the legacy of this marvelous giant figure who is President Chavez, and it gives me peace of mind.
These ideals didn't help him much in steering Venezuela's economy through challenges like plunging oil prices, however. In fact, his failure to manage the country's oil wealth triggered an unprecedented economic collapse. Intense food shortages soon spawned the term the Maduro diet, a reference to the involuntary weight loss and malnutrition endured by regular Venezuelans. By the time the public took the ballot boxes in 2024, the anger could be felt from all sides. Despite both Maduro and the opposition party claiming victory, the president managed to salsa his way through the political storm and remain in office. But in September, the US began striking alleged drug trafficking vessels in the Caribbean Sea as President Trump doubled down on his crackdown on narcotics smuggling. And while Maduro told CNN in December he was focused on a message of peace,
unite for the peace of the continent. No more endless wars, no more unjust wars.
That call has fallen on deaf ears.
The Trump administration has posted video of what it calls Nicolás Maduro's perp walk. You see him here. You see the ousted Venezuelan president being escorted, his hands in handcuffs, inside the Drug Enforcement Administration headquarters in New York City. Maduro was processed and fingerprinted there. He's now set to face drugs and weapon charges in Manhattan at federal court. That possibly could happen next week. U.S. extraction teams, they captured Maduro and his wife in a major military operation overnight Saturday. President Donald Trump says that the U.S. will now run Venezuela.
Do you envision the U.S. military having a presence in Venezuela as the U.S. runs that country?
Well, no, we're going to have a presence in Venezuela as it pertains to oil, because we have to have, we're sending our expertise in. So you may need something, not very much. But no, we're going to be taking out a tremendous amount of wealth out of the ground. And that wealth is going to the people of Venezuela and people from outside of Venezuela that used to be in Venezuela. And it goes also to the United States of America in the form of reimbursement for the damages caused us by that country.
And hours after the U.S. military deposed Venezuelan President Nicolás Maduro, Donald Trump was laying out his plan for that country's vast oil reserves. The president says that his administration will partner with U.S. energy companies to take control of Venezuela's oil infrastructure. It's estimated that Venezuela is sitting on a fifth of the world's reserve of crude oil, and unlocking it could massively benefit U.S. industries. Donald Trump also claims the U.S. is owed some of its wealth. For more on Venezuela's vast oil reserves, I'm joined now by energy expert Cornelia Meyer, the CEO of Meyer Resources. She's also chairman and chief economist at LBV Asset Management. It's good to see you.
Good morning, Paulo.
Yeah, good morning to you in Switzerland. So the reserves are vast in Venezuela, but just how much of global oil production is Venezuela responsible for?
Well, at this point, very little. It is about 934,000 barrels a day, which is less than 1% of global production. Venezuela used to produce in the heyday more than 3 million barrels a day, so that production came off due to mismanagement under Chavez and Maduro by about 70%. So very little. So whatever happens, it will not immediately have a big impact on oil prices. You saw they were actually falling. And mind you, it's great if U.S. companies are going in, but this is not a light switch. Reigniting the upstream production does take time. Few 100,000 barrels maybe over the first 6 months or so. So it's not as easy as it looks. One more thing, Chevron is operating currently in Venezuela, is exempt from sanctions because under a production sharing agreement, they're not paying the regime dollars, they're paying them in barrels.
So you mentioned the complicated nature that is more than just a flip of a switch. But what about companies like Chevron? I mean, would they go in if there are no guarantees for their assets, or security guarantees for their assets? I mean, would they go in a volatile area?
Well, Chevron is in. So for Chevron, they know how to handle it. But it's a very good question, because what you see with U.S. companies, they tend to be a little bit more jittery in going in, U.S. and European companies, when there is too much political instability, too much volatility. We saw that, for instance, in Iraq. It was Chinese companies, Russian companies that initially went in. It was not U.S. companies and Western companies. They then followed as the situation got better. And that brings me to the next point. This is not just about oil. It's also about rare earths and Chinese control of mining operations in Venezuela, which then makes what happened compatible with the new U.S. security strategy.
Cornelia, there are drivers in the U.S. and around the world that are watching. I'll ask a question that's probably heavy on their minds. How could this jolt to Venezuela's government impact oil markets and specifically gas prices?
Well, I think not. It is at this point, as I said, not impacting oil markets because it's localized. It's less than 1% of global production, so it doesn't really in an oil market that is sort of oversupplied. By some people, OPEC says just well supplied. Other people, like the IEA, say oversupplied to the tune of 2 million barrels a day. It doesn't really make that much of a difference. But what we have to look at is again the stability, because this is Latin America has actually become very important for incremental new oil production. When we look at the new oil production, non-OPEC oil production coming on stream comes from the US, it comes from Brazil, it comes from Guyana, and it comes from Argentina.
Okay, finally, Cornelia, can you help me fact check President Trump's claim that, and you may have just heard it right now, that the U.S. is owed some of Venezuelans' oil wealth? I mean, what is true about that?
Well, there was a nationalization spree in the 1970s, and then again, when Hugo Chavez came in, he sort of nationalized some more. So if you look at that as appropriating what was owned by the U.S., you can go there, but then you can also say, what were the precise ownership agreements? Were they production sharing agreements? Were they concessions? What was it? But certainly there has been nationalization twice in Venezuela.
Really, now, in terms of what you'll be watching closely, especially as we wait to see what the next chapter for Venezuela will be, I mean, what do you think may be an outcome, particularly for the people of Venezuela? I mean, there was one Venezuelan migrant who fled that country and said that their oil was, in her words, it was stolen 25 years ago. So what do you think may be the best outcome for the people who stayed behind?
Well, the best outcome, the most important outcome is stability. We've seen in other places when foreign countries sort of go and take over that chaos and instability ensued, and that's not good. So stability and security for the population is the most important thing. Secondly, if they're no longer under sanctions, that, economic activity can resume because, Venezuelans were suffering. The 30 million that stayed, 8 million left. The 30 million that stayed, they had hyperinflation. There's so many people sunk below the poverty line. It was really quite difficult. So the best thing for the people of Venezuela would be economic and political stability.
If Trump's tariffs from last year have taught us anything, is that economic stability, the stability in the markets, that translates to stability for the population and consumers. Cornelia Meyer, as always, thank you so much for letting us tap into your expertise this morning.
Thank you very much for having me.
It's our pleasure. In the wake of Saturday's American military operation to capture Maduro, congressional leaders, they are calling for a briefing on the operation. A House Armed Services Committee aide tells CNN that a panel is set to potentially hold one of these briefings next week. U.S. Secretary of State Marco Rubio attempted to defend the administration's decision not to notify or seek approval from Congress.
We called members of Congress immediately after. This was not the kind of mission that you can do congressional notification on. It was a trigger-based mission in which conditions had to be met night after night. We watched and monitored that for a number of days. So it's just simply not the kind of mission you can call people and say, hey, we may do this at some point in the next 15 days.
Months in the making and just a few hours that it took to execute. That's just how the U.S. military is describing the operation to capture Venezuelan President Nicolás Maduro. The top U.S. general discussed those details on Saturday. Listen to this.
This operation, known as Operation Absolute Resolve, was discreet, precise, and conducted during the darkest hours of January 2nd and was the culmination of months of planning and rehearsal. It required the utmost of precision and integration within our joint force. And the word integration does not explain the sheer complexity of such a mission. An extraction so precise, it involved more than 150 aircraft launching across the Western Hemisphere in close coordination, all coming together in time and place to layer effects for a single purpose, to get an interdiction force into downtown Caracas while maintaining the element of tactical surprise. After months of work by our intelligence teammates to find Maduro and understand how he moved, where he lived, where he traveled, what he ate, what he wore, what were his pets, in early December, our force was set pending a series of aligned events. Key was choosing the right day to minimize the potential for civilian harm and maximize the element of surprise and minimize the harm to the indicted personnel so, as the president said, they could be brought to justice. Over the course of the night, aircraft began launching from 20 different bases on land and sea across the Western Hemisphere. In total, more than 150 aircraft, bombers, fighters, intelligence, reconnaissance, surveillance, rotary wing were in the air last night. Thousands and thousands of hours of experience were airborne. Our youngest crew member was 20, and our oldest crew member was 49, and there's simply no match for American military might. As the night began, the helicopters took off with the extraction force, which included law enforcement officers, and began their flight into Venezuela at 100 feet above the water. As they approached Venezuelan shores, the United States began layering different effects provided by Spacecom, Cybercom, and other members of the interagency to create a pathway. As the force crossed the last point of high terrain where they'd been hiding in the clutter, we assessed that we had maintained totally the element of surprise. As the helicopter force ingressed towards the objective at low level, we arrived at Maduro's compound at 1:01 a.m. Eastern Standard Time, or 2:01 a.m. Caracas local time, and the apprehension force descended into Maduro's compound and moved with speed, precision, and discipline towards their objective, and isolated the area to ensure the safety and security of the ground force while apprehending the indicted persons. As the operation unfolded at the compound, our air and ground intelligence teams provided real-time updates to the ground force, ensuring those forces could safely navigate the complex environment without unnecessary risk. The force remained protected by overhead tactical aviation. Maduro and his wife, both indicted, gave up and were taken into custody by the Department of Justice, assisted by our incredible U.S. military with professionalism and precision, with no loss of U.S. life.
Let's now get you some of the reaction from world leaders as they respond to President Trump's military action in Venezuela. Meanwhile, we're also hearing from Venezuelans living in other parts of the world that are celebrating the operation. Here's a look. World leaders are swiftly reacting to the capture of Venezuelan President Nicolás Maduro. British Prime Minister Keir Starmer making it clear the UK had no part in it.
I can be absolutely clear that we were not involved in that. And as you know, I always say and believe we should all uphold international law.
But there is outrage among many Latin American leaders. Brazilian President Luis Ignacio Lula da Silva said the U.S. attack, quote, crossed an unacceptable line and was a serious affront to Venezuelan sovereignty. Condemnation also coming from the leaders of Colombia, Chile, Cuba, and Mexico. But Argentina's president, a Trump ally, appearing to welcome the capture of the Venezuelan leader, posting on social media that freedom advances. But the developments are being closely tracked around the world.
In today's times, such massive events as today's attacks by American forces have an impact on the entire world. So we shall be responding and preparing ourselves for this new situation.
Russia, a close ally of Venezuela, called the U.S. strikes an act of armed aggression. And China, whose envoy had met with Maduro just hours before his capture, says the U.S. violated international law. But apart from the sharp diplomatic fallout, reaction in many places where Venezuelans are living abroad has been jubilant. Libertad! Libertad! In Madrid, which is one of the largest populations of Venezuelan expats outside of Latin America and the U.S., many people waved Venezuelan flags and cheered Maduro's downfall. And in Florida, some people expressing relief that Maduro was in U.S. custody saying it may make it possible for them to return home one day.
My reaction is I'm so happy because now Venezuela is free.
These are some of the passionate protests on the doorstep of the White House on Saturday. And all of this as some Americans voice their frustration with the prospect of war and bloodshed over oil. In New York, where Maduro is now being held, more demonstrators carrying the message, no war on Venezuela. They were on the streets just hours after President Trump announced the capture of Maduro and his wife. Other protests, they have been reported in cities including Boston, Minneapolis, and in Atlanta. Continue to follow breaking news here on CNN. The U.S. Secretary of Transportation, Sean Duffy, says that flights over the Caribbean, that they have now resumed. Earlier, he posted on social media that restrictions expired at midnight Eastern Time. He tells stranded travelers to continue to work with their airlines. And all this comes after hundreds of flights were canceled or delayed due to the U.S. strikes on Venezuela and that operation. JetBlue, it was perhaps the most affected, according to the tracking site FlightAware. It canceled 209 flights and delayed another 263 by Saturday afternoon. The airline says that flights to the Dominican Republic and Jamaica, those are unaffected. United Airlines, it is telling passengers that they can rebook for free. And now that Maduro is out of the country, some of his paramilitary groups, they are showing that they are very much still in the picture. On Saturday, a CNN crew spotted civilians armed with assault rifles who belong to pro-government armed groups. They control certain parts of Caracas and played a major role in keeping Maduro in power before his capture. And they also often functioned as law enforcement in some of the more impoverished areas in the country, but the opposition calls them organized crime. They exist even though Venezuela's law bans anyone outside of police and military from carrying weapons. Yet there they are.
Breaking news this hour. Ousted Venezuelan President Nicolás Maduro and his wife are now in U.S. custody. And he arrived at the Metropolitan Detention Center in Brooklyn on Saturday night. You can see this. He's set to face drug and weapons charges in New York in the coming days. Maduro and his wife were captured during a large-scale U.S. military operation early on Saturday morning. U.S. President Donald Trump told reporters that the military could have killed Maduro. This is what he said. Have a listen.
He was trying to get into a safe place. You know what a safe place is, all steel. And he wasn't able to make it to the door because our guys were so fast. They went through the opposition so fast. There was a lot of gunfire. You saw some of it today. But he was trying to get to a safe place, which wasn't safe because we would have had the door blown up in about 47 seconds, they say on average, regardless of how thick the steel was. It was a very thick door. It was a very heavy door, but he was unable to get to that door. He made it to the door. He was unable to close it.
Venezuelan Vice President Delcy Rodriguez has now been declared the acting president. But President Trump says the U.S. will run Venezuela and take control of its massive oil reserves. Our Evan Perez filed this report from outside the detention center where Maduro is being held in New York.
Nicolás Maduro and his wife Celia are now in the Metropolitan Detention Center here in Brooklyn, capping an extraordinary 20 hours or so after they were snatched from their bedroom in Caracas. They were transported to a U.S. military ship off the coast of Venezuela, the Iwo Jima, and then to Guantanamo Bay, where they were put on a plane to New York. Now, that began the process while they were under arrest to face 4 sets of charges from the Justice Department. Those include narco-terrorism and cocaine importation conspiracy. A number of other Venezuelan officials are also named in this indictment that was unsealed by the Justice Department earlier on Saturday. Now, this begins an extraordinary process for the U.S. government. They have the former Venezuelan leader here now in Brooklyn, and it'll probably be a few months of court battles over the legitimacy of these charges. Now, earlier today, there were hundreds of people from the Venezuelan community who turned up outside the Metropolitan Detention Center to cheer on the arrest of the former Venezuelan leader. Even late into the evening, there were several dozen that remained outside the facility. Depending on where Maduro is being held, he might actually be able to hear some of those cheers. Now, we expect that Maduro will next appear in public in federal court in Manhattan to face these charges as soon as Monday. Evan Perez, Brooklyn, New York.
CNN Chief Law Enforcement and Intelligence Analyst John Miller walks us through what Maduro, as well as his wife, could expect during their first couple of days in U.S. detention and what the legal process could look like for the former president and First Lady of Venezuela.
He will be held in one of the men's sections. His wife will be held in one of the women's sections. And they will likely be held in isolation for that first day. These are high-profile prisoners. They are high-security prisoners. So they will likely be held by themselves, alone in a cell, without a cellmate, probably under watch of the Bureau of Prisons constantly. At the arraignment, their lawyers will have the chance to discuss with the judge or the magistrate what their conditions will be for being held. Bail is very unlikely to be an issue here in that there is no judge in the Southern District who's going to grant bail to someone who's charged with being behind this many resources or this high risk a defendant, or for that matter, his wife. But they may argue that they want him in general population, and then he may be mixing with the likes of P. Diddy and Luigi Mangione. But at least for the first day, it is entirely probable that they will be by themselves, but separate.
Well, as we mentioned, Vice President Delcy Rodriguez has now been declared Venezuela's acting president. Here's what President Trump had to say about the U.S. role in Venezuela's transition of power.
We're going to run the country until such time as we can do a safe, proper, and judicious transition. We're there now, but we're going to stay until such time as the proper transition can take place. So we're going to stay until such time as we're going to run it, essentially, until such time as a proper transition can take place.
Well, Mr. Trump has ruled out Venezuelan opposition leader and this year's Nobel Peace Prize winner Maria Corina Machado as having a role in the post-Maduro government.
I think it would be very tough for her to be the leader. She doesn't have the support within, or the respect within the country. She's a very nice woman, but she doesn't have the respect to be the leader.
Let's get more on all of this. Fred Plykin joins me now. And Fred, we'll talk about Maria Corina Machado in just a moment, because that took many people by surprise, of course. Let me start with what we heard from the U.S. president in that lengthy press conference. And some of the statements were quite striking from the U.S. First saying that he will run the country, will run it until a safe, proper and judicious transition. What does that actually mean, we will run it? I mean, are they running the judiciary? Are they running the armed forces? Do we know?
Does it mean boots on the ground? Does it mean American personnel on the ground? Does it mean administrative personnel on the ground? There really is no clue at this point in time what exactly the president meant. And there's certainly several things to unpack there, I think. First of all, from the president's statements, he said safe, proper, and judicious. What he didn't say was democratic.
Correct.
He didn't say that there was going to be elections. Of course, there are some who say that Corina Machado was elected president, and the election was essentially stolen from her. And he's giving her the cold shoulder. It's been quite interesting. One of the things that I've been tracking overnight was there was an interview with Pete Hegseth, the Secretary of Defense with CBS, where he was asked, what exactly does that mean? You guys are going to be running the country. And he really wouldn't give a direct answer to that. He said, look, the president has options. The president is flipping the switch. The president has several things at his disposal. They didn't say whether or not there was going to be no details. Also, whether or not there was going to be a large American force on the ground, whether or not any other American personnel would be on the ground, who would obviously have to be secured as well. And what we've been seeing since Maduro was ousted or taken from power is that his power center still does seem to have control on the ground. We've seen those Chavistas on the ground with weapons controlling people in the streets of Caracas. We have seen the defense minister in the streets of Caracas. So clearly, the power center that was there before is still there and is still essentially running the country. And if we look at some of the other things that President Trump said, for instance, about Delcy Rodriguez, who is now in power, he has said that they're in contact with her already as well. So it's unclear what they meant. What he does seem to mean, though, is that in some way, shape, or form, and this is something that President Trump said, they are going to want to control the oil industry. They're willing to put troops on the ground to secure.
And Delcy is a person for it because she is seen in the eyes of the United States more moderate. Of course, she is a Chavista and a very strong ally, of course, of Maduro, but she's also oil minister. So she's the one that always is the one that is seeing Minister of Petroleum since 2024. She is the one that often sees a lot of international faces, so the face of Venezuela, so she will know exactly how to handle, in many ways, probably not just Secretary Rubio, but also President Trump. I thought it was interesting what you said. There was no democratic, right? Not calling for democracy. In fact, the word democracy did not appear once in President Trump's speech yesterday and statement to the press. So the question then goes, if we look at the current structure that we have, we've got Delcy Rodriguez as vice president, we have Pedrino, who's a defense minister, and we have Diosdado Cabello, who is the interior minister. Those two guys are like the henchmen of Nicolás Maduro. They always work behind the shadows. They've got their hands, they're so bloody, their hands. How can the United States, I mean, first of all, does the United States believe, you think, they've got control over them? And do you think they will act? Because yesterday, you heard Delcy Rodriguez saying, we're not going to be a colony. We're not going to be colonized. Is this just lip service? I think
that was one of the most interesting statements that we heard. Where on the one hand, we had President Trump at his press conference saying, look, Marco Rubio, the Secretary of State, has already been in touch with Delcy Rodriguez. She's going to be accommodating. And then you had her come out and said, we're not going to be a colony. We demand that Nicolás Maduro be returned. He's still the legitimate president of Venezuela. Those were all very interesting statements. Now, is that just lip service from her? And on the sidelines, is she saying, look, we are going to work with the United States, especially when it comes to the oil? But I think what you're saying about the defense minister and the interior minister, one of the other things is that the interior minister apparently is in one of the indictments that Maduro is in as well for drug trafficking. And on the face of it, and this was the original reason why President Trump said he was putting all this pressure on the Maduro regime and on Venezuela, was drug trafficking. Bombing those drug boats, bombing targets on land. And now all of a sudden, it's unclear whether or not the U.S. is going to leave these people in power and to run the place. And of course, any sort of transition to a different system in Venezuela most probably could not happen with the current leadership in power.
Look, we mentioned just before we came to Maria Corina Machado, to many people, she's been completely forgotten about by this administration, or at least that seems to be the case so far. I spoke to her last year. Have a listen to what she said to me. We've been here before. I mean, you think this time will be different? What are you hearing from those around Maduro, around that power structure?
I believe this is a unique moment for many reasons. First of all, it's not the same regime. The regime is, as I say, weaker. It is evident that there have been many defections. We wouldn't have been able to collect over 85% of the tally sheets that proved our victory if it wasn't for the cooperation of the military that disobeyed the orders not to give them to us. So this is a very different regime, and also, and most importantly, our country, our society. I mean, if we had had a minimum competitive conditions, we would have won by a 90-10 margin. So this is huge, what is happening. I mean, Venezuela coming together, understanding that this is a unique opportunity and that we're not going to let it go.
I mean, Nobel Peace Prize winner dedicated a Nobel Peace Prize to President Trump. President Trump saying yesterday she's a very nice woman, but lacks the support and respect in the country. It will be very difficult for her to run it. Help us make sense of this, Fred.
Well, I think there's probably two things at play there. On the one hand, she certainly appears to have the political support in the country. And she's probably right that if there was a free and fair election where all competitive things were on the same level, she would probably win by a landslide. But then, of course, the United States probably right now is also looking at what would it take to dismantle the current power structure? What would that mean for Venezuela? Also, what would that mean in terms of some of the armed groups that are on the ground in Venezuela as well? Because we have to keep in mind that especially over the past couple of months, as the pressure from the United States has been mounting, Maduro has been relying more and more, for instance, on the Chavistas on the ground to keep him in power. And even now, we're hearing from people on the ground that people are not going out, even those who do want to celebrate all of this, because they are scared that the current power structure is still in place. So Is the Trump administration shying away from possible nation building? One of those key words that obviously we've had in the past to try and get this done as fast as possible. I think there's also domestic concerns in the United States as well. Because one thing that we have to keep in mind is that there are also a lot of conservative Trump supporters who feel that this has gone too far, who are still very much hurt and paid by what happened in Iraq and the aftermath of that, and are saying, look, we don't really need any foreign adventures.
Iraq and Afghanistan, really all cautionary tales. Thank you very much, Fred Blake, and we'll stay and talk to Fred the next hour or so. And still to come right here on the show. Venezuelans here in their capital, that is Caracas, protesting the U.S. capture of their leader, Nicolás Maduro. Some of them are reacting to President Trump's statement that the U.S. would be running Venezuela.
What does he mean by that? Well, I don't know what he means. What kind of control will he have? How will he have control? Where are the people who are going to control that? I think we're all in the same position, waiting to find out what the truth is.
Honestly, no. Honestly, no. I don't know what power he has to take control of Venezuela, of Venezuelans, but we're waiting to see what's going to happen regarding that. But I don't agree with another president, someone from outside of Venezuela, taking control of us Venezuelans.
Elsewhere, there was celebration over President Maduro's capture. You see there, Madrid. I'll have more on how the Venezuelan diaspora is reacting a little later in the program this hour. While Donald Trump is putting his Colombian counterpart on notice, crudely telling him to watch his backside. Trump noted that Colombia produces cocaine and sends it to the U.S., apparently implying Colombia could be next. The president spoke after President Gustavo Petro said he was not concerned about possible fallout from Maduro's capture. Well, I interviewed the Colombian leader a few weeks ago about what Trump really wants in Venezuela, and as you're about to see, he didn't mince his words. We know President Trump is transactional. You're saying he's going after Venezuela's oil. If that is the case, do you think the United States will attack, will strike inside of Venezuela?
Oh, they're going to get the oil for next to nothing. Because that's what the anecdotal evidence suggests. Trump isn't negotiating with Maduro on drug issues because he's not a fool. You only have to look at the figures. Only about 4% of Colombia's drug production, cocaine production, because we don't produce much else, goes through Venezuela. Just the margin, yes. Most of it is going out through the Pacific Ocean, most of it. So negotiations over oil? I think that's Trump's logic. He's not thinking about the democratization of Venezuela, let alone drug trafficking.
President Petro speaking to me in November. Well, my next guest is an American citizen who was held hostage by Nicolás Maduro for 5 years. His book, 1,775 Days in Captivity, describes what he went through during that time. Jorge Toledo was a member of the so-called Citgo 6 petroleum executives whom the U.S. considered wrongfully detained. He joins me now live from Austin in Texas. Jorge, wonderful to see you again. It's been a while since you and I spoke. You were released, of course, from captivity. Indeed. You were there for many, many days, so we just told 1,775 days to be exact. Can I just first, Jorge, get your reaction to those images of seeing Maduro captured and in handcuffs in the U.S.? What does this mean to you, Jorge?
Well, it's a couple of things came into my mind. The first one is, the cause and effect. So this individual caused a lot of suffering to an entire country and citizens from other places like myself. But in the other side, I recall my first day in prison and how I felt. And I thought, now you're on the other side of the fence. So now you know how it feels to be, in that situation. So, but in summary, for me, it's cause and effect.
And Jorge, viewers might not know this, you were held in the notorious helicoid prison. You face physical, you face psychological torture. This is something you write about in your book. Speak, first of all, to what you went through, because this tells us what the Maduro regime is really capable of, right? I know the regime has committed many atrocities, even facing accusations of crime against humanity. Speak to what you went through and some of your colleagues of Citgo 6.
Well, as you said, and as I wrote, I documented in my book, I went through a physical and psychological torture in not only at El Helicoide, also in a DGCIM, which is the maximum security military prison that I spent 50% of my time. Honestly, I never thought that that kind of evil exists in humankind. Something that I noticed also was the influence of Cubans, Iranians, and their methodologies of torture. This is something that was openly discussed within the prison, not only within the prisoners, also the guards mentioned this. So I am very concerned, by the way, for the whereabouts of the political prisoners, people that I met in prison that are still in prison in Venezuela because of the risk of retaliation. So their life is in jeopardy.
Yeah, there's a huge concern and so many questions right now about what this current structure that is in place in Venezuela, because while Maduro, Jorge, is out, those who operate in the shadows, and you know them well, Diosdado Cabello, Vladimir Padrino, the Interior and Defense Minister, they're still in power. Do you believe that this is the end of Chavismo? Because President Trump says they're going to run the country. Do you believe that Delcy Rodriguez, her brother, and the others have handed over the controls, you think, to President Trump?
Well, I think that if they want to implement democracy in the country, they need to, remove not only Maduro, also his entourage. So, because we're not talking about a government or ideology, we're talking about a bunch of criminals abducting an entire country. So. Maduro is the head, but there's an architecture that was built during the past more than 26 or 30 years ago. So it's complex, but I'm sure that what I have my lecture on President Trump's words is he discloses very few information. But it's obvious that they have a plan on what is next, and they are executing that plan.
Well, let's hope they do. But you're right about the structure. It's a whole criminal enterprise, that's for sure. And while I have you here, because we are running out of time, Jorge, you were a former Citgo, a petroleum executive. When the president, and we heard them say this yesterday, when the president says, Jorge, that the U.S. will take control of Venezuela's oil reserves, what do you make that to mean? I mean, there are plenty of questions, first of all, and we won't get into this with you. It's not area of expertise about the legality of this. But from an industry perspective, speak to how challenging that might be, because under Maduro and Chavez, the whole infrastructure has been completely mismanaged and ruined.
Well, it's again, it's a very little information on a huge and complex issue. So you have inactive oil wells that need to be restarted, and sometimes to restart an oil well is more expensive than drill a new one. So this takes time. The value chain of the oil business is extensive. So you have oil production, you also have the refineries. So, but I think the point is the Venezuelan crude oil hasn't been present in the United States since before I was detained in Venezuela. So the other barrels replaced the Venezuelan barrels in the Gulf Coast. the Venezuelan barrels were going mainly to China, to Pacific, at very high discounts. So I think what the short-term strategy from the U.S. government would be, blocking that oil flow that goes to China. So that is, I think, more geopolitical perspective on the value chain of the oil business.
Jorge, really appreciate you being with us.
President Trump's order for U.S. forces to capture Nicolás Maduro was the culmination of a months-long pressure campaign on Venezuela and is really one of the most consequential moments of either of his two presidencies. Now, when we were over at Mar-a-Lago on Saturday for the president's press conference, it was striking how much detail was revealed about what went into the planning for this operation. You know, months and months of CIA work on the ground in Caracas to track Maduro's locations, to track his rhythms, to ensure that this raid went off seamlessly, sort of a minute-by-minute accounting of the raid as it was happening on the ground there in Venezuela, and then a description of how the forces found Maduro in his home and captured him as he was fleeing to his safe room. So a lot of details there. What we did not hear much from the president on is what he envisions happening next. When he says that the U.S. will, quote, run Venezuela going forward, the president offering not a lot of detail about what precisely he has in mind for what amounts to a temporary protectorate in a country of 30 million people. That's 1.5 times the size of Texas, and where the U.S. has no official presence. The U.S. hasn't had an open embassy in Venezuela since 2019. The president was pressed again and again by reporters about what exactly he was envisioning happening on the ground there. Listen to what he said.
Well, you know, they always say boots on the ground. Oh, so we're not afraid of boots on the ground if we have to have. We had boots on the ground last night at a very high level, actually. We're not afraid of it. We don't mind saying it.
President, can you explain the exact mechanism by which you're going to run the country? Are you going to designate a U.S. official to coordinate?
Yes, it's all being done right now. We're designating people. We're talking to people. We're designating various people. It's largely going to be, for a period of time, the people that are standing right behind me. We're going to be running it. We're going to be bringing it back.
Now, I also pressed the president about what he thinks about a prolonged American military presence on the ground in Venezuela, and he didn't answer that explicitly. He said he wasn't afraid of boots on the ground, but when I asked whether that meant sort of a prolonged presence for U.S. forces, he pivoted almost immediately to discussing Venezuela's oil. You know, that has been a preoccupation of the president's for quite some time. Venezuela, of course, sitting on the world's largest proven oil reserves. And so I think, taken all together, certainly a dramatic day, a successful raid militarily by the U.S., but one that raises a whole host of questions that the president didn't necessarily have answers for, at least on Saturday. Kevin Liptak, CNN, West Palm Beach, Florida.
Well, some U.S. lawmakers are demanding to know why they were notified prior to the Maduro operation. Secretary of State Marco Rubio and Donald Trump weighed in, the president blaming Congress for being untrustworthy.
It's just not the kind of mission that you can pre-notify because it endangers the mission.
Mr. President, one of the only people who watched this live.
Congress has a tendency to leak. This would not be good. If they leaked, General, I think it would have been maybe a very different result. But I have to say, they knew we were coming at some point, you know. A lot of ships out there, they sort of knew.
Mr. President,
Congress will leak, and we don't want to leak.
Well, earlier, CNN's Erica Hill asked Democratic Congressman Jill Soneras about the president's allegation.
Congress is not the problem. The House Armed Services problem is not the problem with leaks. Their own Secretary of Defense in the Trump administration is the one who has leaked information out to the public, who is told about operations that had happened in the past. That's where the leaks come from. They have a responsibility to notify Congress what is going to happen. And pretty much the Secretary of State lied to the House of Representatives when he came and told us that they would not seek military action without the approval of Congress. And that's exactly what they did.
Nicolás Maduro and his wife are being held in detention. U.S. Drug Enforcement agents, they transferred the couple to the U.S. after being captured in a large-scale U.S. military operation. He arrived at the Metropolitan Detention Center in Brooklyn Saturday night. He's set to face drugs and weapons charges in New York in the coming days. President Trump told reporters that troops could have killed Maduro during the operation.
He was trying to get into a safe place. You know, the safe place is all steel. And he wasn't able to make it to the door because our guys were so fast. They went through the opposition so fast. There was a lot of gunfire. You saw some of it today. But he was trying to get to a safe place, which wasn't safe because we would have had the door blown up in about 47 seconds, they say on average, regardless of how thick the steel was. It was a very thick door. It was a very heavy door, but he was unable to get to that door. He made it to the door. He was unable to close it.
The White House also released these photos showing President Trump and members of his national security team watching the operation as it played out early Saturday. He says that the U.S. will, quote, run the country for now and take control of Venezuela's massive oil reserves. Well, more on that a little later in the broadcast. The president also said that he could put troops on the ground to help secure said oil. Venezuela's Supreme Court ordered Vice President Delcy Rodriguez to assume the duties of acting president in Venezuela after Maduro was captured. She's calling on the U.S. to release Maduro and his wife.
We demand the immediate release of President Nicolás Maduro and his wife, the only president of the Bolivarian Republic of Venezuela.
President Trump said at a news conference that Secretary of State Marco Rubio spoke with Rodriguez and added that she said, quote, we're going to do whatever you need. CNN's Evan Perez filed this report from outside the detention center where Maduro is currently being held.
Nicolás Maduro and his wife Celia are now in the Metropolitan Detention Center here in Brooklyn, capping an extraordinary 20 hours or so after they were snatched from their bedroom in Caracas. They were transported to a U.S. military ship off the coast of Venezuela, the Iwo Jima, and then to Guantanamo Bay, where they were put on a plane to New York. Now, that began the process while they were under arrest to face 4 sets of charges from the Justice Department. Those include narco-terrorism and cocaine importation conspiracy. A number of other Venezuelan officials are also named in this indictment that was unsealed by the Justice Department earlier on Saturday. Now, this begins an extraordinary process for the U.S. government. They have the former Venezuelan leader here now in Brooklyn, and it'll probably be a few months of court battles over the legitimacy of these charges. Now, earlier today, there were hundreds of people from the Venezuelan community.
As we mentioned, Vice President Delcy Rodriguez has now been declared Venezuela's acting president. U.S. President Donald Trump announced on Saturday that she was being sworn in. One Caracas resident told CNN Rodriguez is, quote, a terrifying figure of the government in charge of the most oppressive tactics used against Venezuela's citizens. Here's what President Trump had to say about the U.S.'s role in Venezuela's transition to power.
We're going to run the country until such time as we can do a safe, proper, and judicious transition. So we don't want to be involved with having somebody else get in, and we have the same situation that we had for the last long period of years. So we are going to run the country until such time as we can do a safe, proper, and judicious transition. And it has to be judicious, because that's what we're all about.
CNN's Julia Benbrook has more from Washington now.
There are still a lot of questions here, but I want to take a step back and look at what we have heard from the White House directly. Following reports of explosions in Venezuela, President Donald Trump took to social media, his True Social platform, to confirm the United States was behind this large-scale attack against Venezuela and its leader, Nicolás Maduro. He also, at that time, made the stunning reveal that Maduro and his wife had been captured and removed from the country. Trump can be seen in photos released by the White House watching this complex operation take place. He monitored this from his Mar-a-Lago resort in Florida. That's where he's been spending the holiday. That's also where he spoke with reporters about this. He praised the operation, saying that it was one of the most stunning, effective, and powerful displays of American military might and competence in American history. Now, he also said that the United States would, quote, run the country until a judicious transition can happen. Trump has not ruled out boots on the ground, saying that he is not afraid of it if he believes that it's necessary. During that press conference, he was pressed on if he had spoken with Venezuela's opposition leader and the Nobel Peace Prize winner, Maria Corina Machado. He was also pressed in a follow-up question about her potential ability to lead. I want you to listen to some of that back and forth.
Yes.
Is the U.S. aware of the location of opposition leader Machado, and have you been in contact with her?
No, we haven't. No, we haven't. Oh, I think it would be very tough for her to be the leader. She doesn't have the support within, or the respect within the country. She's a very nice woman, but she doesn't have the respect to be the leader.
Now, Trump has said that the United States is working with Venezuela's Vice President, Delcy Rodriguez, but she has demanded Maduro's immediate release and has insisted he is the country's legitimate leader. Julia Benbrook, CNN, Washington.
Let's go now to CNN Senior National Security Analyst Juliette Kayyem. Juliette, thank you so much for taking some time to join us after what's been just an incredible 24 hours. I know you've been following closely.
Yes, thanks for having me.
Yeah, of course. It's our pleasure. So the Trump administration seems to frame this detention of a head of state on foreign soil as a law enforcement operation targeting an indicted individual. In your opinion, do you think that gave the administration more room to operate? Or do you think that the operation may have been on shaky legal ground?
So I think that we need to, at least now, 20 hours later, sort of separate the precision of the capture, which I think was precise, was successful, with what we're now seeing, which is, I think, the vagaries of the justification or any plans on day two. We've spent, as you're reporting and the lead up of our reporters just show, a lot of time trying to assess what was the purpose of this capture, because the president went from everything from leadership change to regime change to oil to this law enforcement effort that you discuss. On the legal front, of course, there is an indictment against Maduro. The indictment does not discuss the things that President Trump seems to be focused on, which is, of course, fentanyl. But most legal analysts in international law are unanimous in saying that this is not justified under international law, that the mere disagreement with a foreign leader does not justify this kind of arrest and, of course, capture, of which the Venezuelans are calling essentially an abduction or hostage taking.
And in listening to President Trump on Saturday afternoon, Juliette, it didn't seem that there was a real plan in place. I thought that there was really some substance that was missing there. So considering that, what questions would you pose to the Trump administration about just how it went about in detaining Maduro and what it sees as Venezuela's future?
Yeah, I think that's just an important distinction. We tend to get focused, at least in the news, on the sort of power and shock and awe of the military action. You can applaud that and say that was a good capture, and but then question what now. I think the president was exceptionally confusing. I'll just be honest with you. If you're a Venezuelan, let alone a foreign country, let alone Americans, it was completely unclear. What was the imminent threat and what is the plan on Sunday? Is it just leadership change, which seems to be the case right now? You have the basic contours of the same leadership still in place. Is it about regime change? Well, Trump hinted at that when he said that the United States would be in control of Venezuela, something that didn't make a lot of sense given that the Defense Department had said that they had basically exited. Or is it about something different. Democracy, possibly oil, definitely. The president said that. That hodgepodge of explanations is confusing. It suggests there was no imminent reason for doing this. But most importantly, it shows that the president never really made the case to the American public, let alone the international community. I think that's probably why tonight he's already distracted, if you follow his feed, from the efforts in Venezuela and back to domestic politics, and antagonizing his political opponents, rather than a focus on what happens on Sunday.
Yeah, it didn't make their case to not just the public, but to Congress as well, as we continue to see that chorus of critics, especially among Democrats, that are calling on the administration to really explain not just what led up to the operation, but to your earlier point, what its plan is long term. So let's just finally just talk broader about what we can expect in the region. I mean, what kind of instability could we maybe see in Venezuela and beyond?
I put it into 4 different buckets. I think there's the short term, which is going to be sort of the travel issues that you're seeing, travel restrictions for Americans and others. That's not new. It's just something that Americans should be aware of. I think the second is just sort of continuity of operations. The question of who is in charge also goes to who is in charge of ensuring that Venezuelans' lives are not disrupted by this, or continuity of operations continuing. I worry less a little bit about geopolitical stability at this stage, because we simply don't know what's going to happen. But if things go bad in Venezuela, you could get migration and other pressures on surrounding countries, which would then destabilize not only South America, but of course, Central America, and then Mexico and the United States. I finally think that we need to really look at supply chain issues as regards oil and other commodities that are transported. I work a lot in the business community. They're certainly focused on that. So as I'm looking at the sort of politics of what's happening in Venezuela, or what promises or confusion is emanating out of the White House right now, you're also looking at a geopolitical structure that is quite confused, and looking at the risk variables that might impact them in the days and weeks to come.
And as its successor to Venezuela's Hugo Chavez, Nicolás Maduro tightened his grip on the country for more than a decade, surviving international sanctions, political unrest, and multiple challenges to his rule. Well, that is until now. See some of this footage that was released by the White House of what the White House is describing or calling Maduro's perp walk at the DEA headquarters in New York. Maduro and his wife sit in U.S. custody following their capture and extradition on Saturday. CNN's Rafael Romo takes a closer look at the Venezuelan president's political reign.
2 men have governed Venezuela in the last 25 years. Hugo Chavez, who described his style of governing as 21st century socialism and died in 2013, handpicked Nicolás Maduro as his successor, who narrowly won an election that year. During the nearly 13 years that Nicolás Maduro had been in power, Venezuela lost 72% of its economy. An estimated 8 million Venezuelans have voted with their feet by migrating to other countries, including the United States. Maduro's politics have been a mix of anti-imperialist and anti-U.S. narrative. As Venezuela's leader and the country's power broker, he's been the face of Chavismo, a left-wing populism held over from the Chavez era. Other figures are part of this confederation of power, including Diosdado Cabello, the interior minister, and Vladimir Padrino, the defense minister. Will they and others be able to keep alive the system which enriched a lucky few at the expense of the populace? There's almost no independent media left, and those in power ignore the press or plainly refuse to answer any questions from journalists, as we found out in 2016 when we tried for months to interview Delcy Rodriguez, who, as vice president now, is constitutionally entitled to be sworn in as president in Maduro's absence.
Canciller, ¿qué dice de las alegaciones de que se venden?
Rodriguez finally reappeared Saturday afternoon, asserting that Nicolás Maduro is, quote, the only president of Venezuela, surrounded by her brother, Jorge Rodriguez, the president of the Venezuelan National Assembly, and Diosdado Cabello, the interior minister, and several military leaders. The vice president said that Venezuela, quote, will never be a colony again. The last time Venezuela had a crisis of this magnitude was an uprising in 2010. 2019. We now know that the U.S. attack targeted at least 2 airports and a port, as well as Fort Tuna, a major Venezuelan military installation. Rafael Romo, CNN, Atlanta.
And joining me now to unpack Maduro's political standing is Will Freeman. He's fellow for Latin American Studies at the Council on Foreign Relations. Well, it's great to have you on the program.
Thanks for having me.
So what are Maduro loyalists in Venezuela's government doing right now to respond to their leader's capture? I mean, do you see the detained Venezuelan leader's influence still playing a role in Caracas?
You know, I think a number of Maduro regime insiders, they felt that they need to pay lip service to defending him. You know, they've said this is unacceptable. They've said that they'll resist U.S. aggression. But what do we see them doing in practice? I mean, today you had Delcy Rodriguez, his vice president, quickly sworn in as the new interim president. And you had a press conference where she was flanked by all the top members of the Maduro regime hierarchy. You had the defense minister, head of the military, visit her even before that. So to me, what it looked like was basically all the remaining players banding together and, you know, I think communicating without exactly explicitly saying it. We either survive together or we sink alone. And pretty willing and able to move on without Maduro. I mean, that's how I'm reading things. Obviously, a lot's still uncertain, but I see here an authoritarian regime which is reconfiguring itself, which wants to survive, which probably wants to cut deals with the Trump administration, and wants to avoid, above everything, being pushed by the Trump administration towards some kind of negotiated democratic transition.
Fascinating. How do you see those potential conversations playing out between the remaining members of the regime and the White House?
Well, a lot is going to depend on dynamics within the White House itself. So I think you have Marco Rubio, Secretary of State, National Security Advisor, obviously deeply personally committed to a transition here. I think that's why he's been pursuing this for the better part of his career. He very much sees Venezuela linked to Cuba and believes that if there's a transition in Venezuela, you'll also see one in Cuba, a longtime goal of his. So I think that for him, he'll push hard for this. What does President Trump want? That's more of a mystery. You know, today at the press conference he held, he said that there would be elections quickly, but he didn't specify an exact timeline. And he also seemed pretty open to working with Delcy Rodriguez, that vice president who's just now become the interim president in Venezuela and who's part of the Maduro regime structure. In fact, Trump put much more emphasis on oil, on getting bigger stakes for U.S. companies in the country. Could he do that with a reconfigured Maduro regime minus Maduro? I think he could, and Trump may realize that. And, you know, whether or not he may try seriously to get a transition, he may not. If it gets difficult, if the process gets stuck, he may simply, you know, be pragmatic here, practice some realpolitik and work with the people in place. I mean, I could really see that happening, in which case, you'd have to really do a tough benefit cost analysis here where you've had, over 100 people killed in the region. You've had U.S. personnel put at risk, a lot of U.S. taxpayer money spent. And in the end, what do you end up with? Potentially just a slightly different looking authoritarian regime doing a few more business deals with the U.S. You'd have to really ask yourself, was that worth it?
Yeah, I'm glad you mentioned acting President Delcy Rodriguez. President Trump said that his Secretary of State, that he spoke to her, that she reportedly told Marco Rubio, we're going to do whatever you need. But then also we heard from her and her description saying that the detention of a president, the extraction of a president, that it was a violation of international law, and even demanded that he be returned immediately. Can you just, with your expertise, help us understand these two different narratives?
Well, I think let's look at how this operation occurred, right? You had dozens of U.S. aircraft flying at low altitudes into Caracas, not receiving anti-aircraft fire really to speak of, doing this tactical masterstroke. To me, there's a chance that this was just, you could chalk this up to the professionalism of the U.S. military. What I really think it points to is that there was someone on the inside, possibly many people on the inside, colluding or cooperating with the U.S. government to hand over Maduro, right? And so I think right now everyone remaining in Venezuela doesn't want to be seen as that person, right, to the other regime insiders. They want to be seen as the loyalist who would have gone down shooting would have gone down with the ship. And so, I think everyone is going to be copying that language of Delcy Rodriguez, and that's what we've seen so far. They're all going to be saying, no, I would have stood with Maduro to the end. But clearly, I think pretty clearly, someone sold him out. So we're going to keep seeing that doublespeak. I think even as likely the Delcy Rodriguez government starts to do deals with the Trump administration, we're going to still see them, making appeals to sovereignty, to resisting the U.S. But that's not going to be, what's more important is that we watch what they do in practice.
Yeah, it's likely that there is a CIA presence within Venezuela, as we learned when Trump allowed them, or at least gave them the green light to launch any covert options. I have a few seconds with you. What do you believe Maria Corina Machado, the opposition leader's next move, may be? Again, just a few seconds with you.
Unfortunately, she looks like the biggest loser today, right? So President Trump, more or less, just discarding her as a real possibility for leading the country. Now, look, I think that there is some rationale behind that. Maria Corina Machado said 20% of the armed forces in Venezuela have to go. That's very ambitious for getting a transition. That rarely happens in countries moving towards a democracy. So what could she do? I mean, I think she could try to keep the opposition united. She can contribute to this pressure for the Trump administration not to cut a dirty deal with a reconfigured dictatorship in Venezuela, but actually to push for democracy. And she can continue being a voice of moral clarity for that opposition and for the Venezuelan people. So, I think she likely will continue playing that role. The question is, will it be enough to sway President Trump?
Yeah, that she lacks support, an inaccurate claim from the commander-in-chief during that press conference. Will Freeman, I really appreciate your time and your expertise. Coverage just hours after Nicolás Maduro was transported to the United States. The Trump administration has posted this video of what it calls Nicolás Maduro's perp walk. You see the ousted Venezuelan president being escorted, his hands in handcuffs, inside the Drug Enforcement Office here in New York City. And Maduro was processed and fingerprinted there. He wishes some of the people in the room a Happy New Year, as you see in the footage. And in the wake of Saturday's American military operation to capture Nicolás Maduro, congressional leaders, they are calling for a briefing on the operation. A House Armed Services Committee aide telling CNN that the panel is in the process of planning a briefing for next week, possibly. The operation has received praise from some Republicans and near universal condemnation from some Democrats.
It is an important day for the American people. It is a crucial day for the entire hemisphere. And it is the one thing that all of us have all been saying. We've all been saying, and you've heard me say this time and time again, that the solution, the real solution for the Venezuelan people was total, absolute democracy and freedom returning to Venezuela. And because of President Trump and the United States Armed Forces, that day has already begun.
Blood for oil. I've been saying it for weeks. This is blood for oil. It's got nothing to do with narco trafficking. The drugs are mostly going to Europe, and cocaine is not the drug that is killing Americans. That's fentanyl coming from China. This has always been about the fact that Venezuela has the world's largest oil reserves, 300 billion barrels offshore. Chevron has the contract and the Treasury Department's permission to exploit those oil reserves. And this president is making good on his campaign promise to the U.S. oil majors when he told them that if they gave him $1 billion, he would hook them up. Well, he's hooking them up.
Joining us now with more on the political impacts of Maduro's capture is CNN senior political analyst and Bloomberg opinion columnist Ron Brownstein. He joins us from Los Angeles. Thank you so much for staying up late for us, Ron. Great to see you.
Good evening. Yeah.
So as you just saw some of the response from both sides of the aisle, and it's not just from some of the Democratic members of the House caucus, but let me...
You're watching this helicopter make its way from Brooklyn on this as we continue this conversation. We're going to have this from multiple angles. We're going to keep a close eye on this. As we move to the conversation here, one of the many confusing declarations of President Trump has made around the U.S. intervention in Venezuela is that the U.S. is taking control of Venezuela's massive oil reserves, and that he expects the U.S. oil companies to invest billions and billions of dollars to stabilize and revive the country's oil industry. Venezuela is sitting on the world's largest oil reserves, but it only accounts for about 1% of the world's oil production. An important note, back into another armored vehicle, and we'll be leaving the heliport shortly, heading out with that caravan, you would assume, headed right to where Omar Jimenez is at that federal courthouse. Omar, thank you so much. Let's keep an eye on this as we also head now to CNN's Brian Todd with a closer... Never mind, we're changing directions. Heading over to Sarah.
All right, thank you, Kay. Joining us now, CNN political and global affairs commentator Sabrina Singh. Also with us, CNN national security analyst Alex Plitzis. I'm going to start with you, Alex. You have gotten some new details about him heading towards his first appearance in a Manhattan court. What have you learned?
So in speaking to CIA and Department of Defense officials over the weekend and then coming into this morning, this was the culmination of months of preparation and training. So it's clear the decision to do this, or at least be prepared for it, was made many months ago. There was a full mock-up facility that was built, very similar to what was done for the bin Laden raid, that was trained on for months by the Army's Delta Force, along with members of the FBI hostage recovery team, who augmented the military because this was a law enforcement operation where they ended up arresting and extracting Maduro. There's some contention over whether it's law enforcement or military if you listen to members of Congress. But for
pressing this administration for more details, because if we are, quote, running Venezuela, that is going to entail putting some type of military assets on the ground. And you heard, yesterday President Trump saying that we're going to extract the wealth from Venezuela from the oil fields. Well, if companies are going to go into Venezuela and start extracting oil, these oil fields are also going to have to be secured. So again, I have so many questions on what it means that we're running Venezuela, what that means for our military buildup outside the coast of Venezuela. That's obviously putting incredible strain on our military force and frankly, our readiness. But I think also to the larger point that the president was making on Air Force One yesterday, it seems like we're not stopping at Venezuela. It seems like, he has his sights potentially set on Colombia.
Special rapporteur for the promotion and protection of human rights. He joins me now from Sydney, Australia. Good to have you with us.
Good to be with you.
So how would you assess the legality of US President Donald Trump's actions when he ordered strikes on Venezuela as part of this audacious operation to capture and remove the country's head of state?
This is a deeply shocking violation of one of the most fundamental rules of international law, that is the ban on the use of aggressive military force against foreign governments. You can only use force under international law in self-defense if you've been attacked. And here, clearly, Venezuela was not attacking the United States, or if the United Nations Security Council has authorized it, which again is not the case here. So this is an armed attack by the United States on Venezuela that gives Venezuela the right of self-defense against the United States. And it's also what we call the international crime of aggression by President Trump.
You're watching this helicopter make its way from this conversation. We're going to have this from multiple angles. We're going to keep a close eye on this. As we move to the conversation here, one of the many confusing declarations of President Trump has made around the U.S. intervention in Venezuela is that the U.S. is taking control of Venezuela's massive oil reserves, and that he expects the U.S. oil companies to invest billions and billions of dollars to stabilize and revive the country's oil industry. Venezuela is sitting on the world's largest oil reserves, but it only accounts for about 1% of the world's oil production. An important note on this, let me pause here, as we're now seeing Nicolás Maduro departing, coming out of that.
So quickly over the last few days. And, I heard you all talking about sort of the mode of transportation and sort of taking the helicopter over the water as opposed to taking the bridge. That was something that we actually noticed Saturday night as well, where traffic would have been much lighter. And when they landed on the western part of Manhattan, rather than just driving, they took the helicopter across the water as well. But again, critically, we're waiting for them by ground to arrive here at this courthouse to begin this next stage, Kate.
Absolutely, Omar. We're so thankful that you're there watching it all play out. To track this was that they're now back into another armored vehicle and will be leaving the heliport shortly, heading out with that caravan, you would assume, headed right to where Omar Jimenez is at that federal courthouse. Omar, thank you so much. Let's keep an eye on this as we also head now to CNN's Brian Todd with a closer... Never mind, we're changing directions. Heading over to Sarah.
All right, thank you, Kay. Joining us now, CNN political and global affairs commentator Sabrina Singh. Also with us, CNN national security analyst Alex Plitzis. I'm going to start with you, Alex. You have gotten some new details of
this administration for more details, because if we are, quote, running Venezuela, that is going to entail putting some type of military assets on the ground. And you heard, yesterday President Trump saying that we're going to extract the wealth from Venezuela from the oil fields. Well, if companies are going to go into Venezuela and start extracting oil, these these oil fields are also going to have to be secured. So again, I have so many questions on what it means that we're running Venezuela, what that means for our military buildup outside the coast of Venezuela. That's obviously putting incredible strain on our military force and frankly, our readiness. But I think also to the larger point that the president was making on Air Force One yesterday, it seems like we're not stopping at Venezuela. It seems like, he has his sights potentially set on Colombia.
Special rapporteur for the promotion and protection of human rights. He joins me now from Sydney, Australia. Good to have you with us.
Good to be with you.
So how would you assess the legality of US President Donald Trump's actions when he ordered strikes on Venezuela as part of this audacious operation to capture and remove the country's head of state?
This is a deeply shocking violation of one of the most fundamental rules of international law, that is the ban on the use of aggressive military force against foreign governments. You can only use force under international law in self-defense if you've been attacked, and here clearly Venezuela was not attacking the United States, or if the United Nations Security Council has authorized it, which again is not the case here. So this is an armed attack by the United States on Venezuela. It gives Venezuela the right of self-defense against the United States. And it's also what we call the international crime of aggression by President Trump, the Secretary of War, and the US military commanders who bear individual criminal responsibility for the crime of aggressively attacking another country.
So what should be the response to this then?
Well, certainly countries, other governments should protest loudly against this lawlessness by the world superpower. The UN General Assembly should vote to condemn it unreservedly. Problematically, the Security Council is deadlocked because of the US veto, so it can essentially give impunity to itself from enforcement action by the rest of the international community. But it's really important that other governments, not only in the global south and in Latin America, but also in Europe and countries like Canada and Australia, denounce this action very forcibly and really think seriously about the kind of alliances they have with the United States when it's such an unreliable and lawless partner.
Nicolás Maduro is now in the Metropolitan Detention Center in New York City and will appear in court for the first time in the coming hours at 12 p.m. Eastern, to be specific, to face drug, weapons and narco-terrorism conspiracy charges. President Trump says the case against Maduro is infallible. Do you agree with that assessment?
Well, heads of government have immunity before foreign criminal courts under international law. So there is no right of the United States to prosecute him in its domestic courts. His abduction and the abduction of his wife were also, of course, illegal. I know the United States has said that this was a kind of policing or law enforcement operation, but of course that's completely untrue. There's no right to arrest anybody in a foreign country without the consent of that country's government. This is also not law enforcement because of the intense military nature of the attack on Venezuela. It killed more than 80 people, including civilians. And remember, this comes on top of a systematic campaign by the United States in recent months to essentially murder drug traffickers, alleged drug traffickers on the high seas coming from Venezuela in the Caribbean and in the Pacific. 35 military strikes by the US on civilian boats on the high seas, which is really just mass murder. It's no different than if you were murdering drug traffickers on the streets of New York or Washington, D.C. So this is a whole lot of lawlessness by the United States, an illegal blockade as well, coercion about the ongoing future of the Venezuelan government, and trying to essentially illegally seize control of its oil resources. This is a return to gunboat diplomacy of the worst kind during the colonial era.
And it's worth noting, of course, that the US operation in Venezuela will now be the focus of an emergency meeting of the UN Security Council in the hours ahead, with the UN Secretary General apparently alarmed and concerned that this US military action in Venezuela did not respect the rules of international law. So what do you say to that, and what do you think the Security Council will do?
Well, it's of course certain that the United States would veto any resolution condemning the United States' action in Venezuela. So I do hope that other countries will speak up forcefully to condemn what the United States has done. This is one of the most fundamental rules of the international legal order of the last century, since 1928, when the use of force was first banned in international relations between governments. And when a country like the United States, which has previously often shown leadership on international law and ensuring respect for international law, when a country like the United States does this, it sends signals to authoritarian governments everywhere that if they have the power, they can violate international law by invading other countries, seizing their resources, deposing their governments, abducting their leaders, murdering civilians and military personnel in the process. And this is not the kind of world that any of us really want to live in. It's a very, very unsafe and dangerous and lawless world of the kind that we had hoped we'd left behind in 1945 after the Second World War, when we learnt the lesson of where that kind of colonial opportunism leads the whole world into death and destruction.
President Donald Trump says the U.S. is, quote, in charge of Venezuela in his latest comments following this weekend's capture of Nicolás Maduro and his wife. At the same time, Venezuela's acting president, Delcy Rodriguez, is extending an invitation to Washington to collaborate on a, quote, agenda of cooperation. All this as Maduro is set to make his first court appearance today in a New York court. He faces drug, weapons and narco-terrorism conspiracy charges. President Trump claims the case is strong.
We're just going to go through a slog of a trial. The judge is very respected, Judge Hellerstein. He's a highly respected judge. We'll see how we do. The case it's infallible. People are so happy with what we've done. You know, you go down to Miami, you go down to a lot of places, and they're all dancing in the streets of this country. Now, he was a rough man, killed millions of people. He killed millions and millions of people.
The operation in Venezuela is set to be the focus of an emergency meeting of the UN Security Council in the hours ahead. A spokesperson for the UN Secretary General says he is deeply alarmed by the military action and deeply concerned the rules of international law have not been respected. The call for cooperation from Venezuela's acting president is a noticeable shift to a softer tone in her comments toward the US. CNN's Kevin Liptak has more from West Palm Beach, Florida.
This is kind of a striking back and forth between the Trump administration and Delcy Rodriguez, the former vice president of Venezuela, who President Trump just identified as the likely new leader and as someone who, in his words, would make Venezuela great again. She, after that, went on to really decry the raid that ousted Maduro, claimed that Maduro was still the leader there, and said that the U.S. was acting unlawfully.
What is being done to Venezuela is barbaric. Besieging and blockading the country is an atrocity that violates all mechanisms of the international human rights system.
So it does set up this dissonance. And what the president said in an interview with The Atlantic magazine was issuing a threat. He says if she doesn't do what's right, she is going to pay a very big price, probably bigger than Maduro. So really kind of upping the pressure on Rodriguez to essentially accede to what the U.S. wants to do here. And that, at the end of the day, does appear to be what the president means by the U.S. running Venezuela. We are getting a sort of a better picture of what the president's intentions in all of this are, including from Marco Rubio, who was out on the Sunday shows.
President Trump said, we're going to run the country. So is it you? Is it Secretary Hegseth? Who are those people who will be running the country specifically?
Well, it's not running, it's running policy. The policy with regards to this. We want Venezuela to move in a certain direction because not only do we think it's good for the people of Venezuela, it's in our national interest.
This is not, a U.S. occupation of Venezuela akin to what we saw in Iraq, this is really more of a coercion campaign. The U.S. really relying on the leverage it thinks it has on the remnants of the Maduro regime to essentially do what the United States tells them to do. And the leverage includes, of course, that massive military buildup which remains in place in the Caribbean Sea, but also the oil blockade that the president has ordered, insisting that oil tankers not be able to go in and out of Venezuela. So that seems to be where all of this is heading to.
CNN's Nick Robertson is following developments and joins us live from London. Good morning to you, Nick. So how are world leaders reacting to the audacious US military action that resulted in the capture and removal of Nicolás Maduro from power in Venezuela? And what protests have you been seeing across the globe?
Yeah, I think cautious is a way that some of the US allies are responding. If you listen to what Keir Starmer has had to say in interviews and in tweets over the past 24 hours, he said that he always upholds international law, believes in international law, and then followed up those comments that he gave in an interview, saying in a social media posting, saying that actually Maduro, the UK is not going to shed a tear over his removal. You know, they're clear here that allies of the United States that have vested trade, economic security interests with the United States are not trying to fall foul of President Trump. But saying that, allies like Denmark, exceptionally alarmed and concerned about what they're hearing President Trump say about Greenland now, which is one of the three kingdoms of Denmark. Mette Frederiksen, the Prime Minister there, responding to President Trump, saying that, again, reiterating this was something that was sort of part of his conversation early in his presidency about the need to take over Greenland for national security reasons because of the threat of Russian and Chinese ships in the area and US national security interests. Just pushed back and said, you know, this is not the time to be talking about this. So, or threatening this even. It is a time of concern for allies. It's where does President Trump go with this next? When you talk about protests, the US Embassy in Rome, for example, is warning citizens in Italy today that there is expected protests against the United States outside the embassy in Rome, outside the consulate in Florence. There were demonstrations in Milan yesterday as well against the US actions. In Spain, for example, there were Venezuelan expats there celebrating what had happened. In Puerto Rico, people there expressing positive sentiment about how the US had removed Maduro. But in other Latin American countries, Colombia, for example, there's concern. There's a sort of an understanding that this could happen to Maduro, but the concern about how this may affect them next. And I think that's where the sort of public sentiment is when you see the protests on the streets. But the political sentiment, the diplomatic sentiment is there too. And I think that at the moment is being most strongly expressed by Danish politicians, the Prime Minister in particular, pointing to the fact that Denmark is part of NATO. And NATO has an alliance agreement that one member, if it's attacked, will be supported by other members. But here you have a situation where the United States is a member of NATO, yet at the same time appearing to threaten the interests of another NATO ally. So it raises the stakes and raises concerns more broadly about what next.
Yeah, as you say, the big question, what comes next? We'll be watching, of course. Nick Robertson, appreciate you joining us. Thanks so much. Well, sources tell CNN the Trump administration is set to brief a select group of bipartisan lawmakers on Venezuela in a classified meeting today. Now, this comes as the U.S. Secretary of State says approval from Congress wasn't needed for the operation, but the top Democrat on the House Intelligence Committee disagrees.
I'm a member of the Gang of Eight, and I have yet to get a phone call from anybody in the administration. Whether you think Congress leaks or not, the law says you must brief the Congress. So this is just yet another example of absolute lawlessness on the part of this administration.
Well, we will seek congressional approval for actions that require congressional approval. But otherwise, they will get congressional notification. And this is not an operation that required congressional approval. In fact, this is an operation akin to what virtually every single president for the last 40 years has conducted. The difference is that when it's Donald Trump, all these Democrats go bonkers.
A CBS YouGov poll from November shows the majority of Americans are largely opposed to military action in Venezuela. Notably, 3 in 4 Americans polled also said the president should have congressional approval before taking military action there. Venezuela's exiled opposition leader is calling on the country's military to bring him to power after Nicolás Maduro's ouster. The U.S. and most Western governments recognized Edmundo González as the rightful winner of Venezuela's presidential election in 2024. Maduro remained in power after the election board, stacked with his allies, claimed he won the vote. González fled the country after a warrant was issued for his arrest. Opposition politician Maria Corina Machado, who was barred from running in that election, says the time has come for González to take his rightful place as the country's elected leader. González is calling for Venezuela to exercise democratic principles now that Maduro is gone.
As President of the Venezuelan people, I issue a calm and clear call to the National Armed Forces and the state security forces. Your duty is to uphold and enforce the sovereign mandate expressed on July 28, 2024. As Commander-in-Chief, I remind you that your loyalty is to the Constitution, to the people, and to the Republic. This is a historic moment, and we are approaching it with serenity, clarity, and democratic commitment.
But the U.S. is suggesting that it will have the final say in who will lead Venezuela. President Trump says Venezuelan opposition leader and this year's Nobel Peace Prize winner Maria Corina Machado lacks the respect to lead the post-Maduro government. Our Jim Sciutto spoke with Venezuelan opposition politician and advisor to Machado, David Smolansky, on President Trump's assessment. And here's what he had to say.
Well, on that regard, with due respect to President Trump, Maria Corina Machado is the most trusted leader in Venezuela. She's got all the legitimacy when she won a primary with 93% of the vote. Then when she endorsed President-elect Edmundo González after she was illegally banned for running, President-elect won.
Providing confusing and inconsistent legal justifications for the Venezuela operation and really hasn't provided a full explanation at all. As recently as early November, the White House Chief of Staff acknowledged that land strikes in Venezuela would need congressional approval, which the administration did not seek or receive. Other officials also admitted they lacked the legal justification to support land strikes. But the Trump administration carried them out anyway. Now President Trump says the U.S. is running Venezuela and will take over its vast oil reserves, all of which raises more legal questions. Ben Saul is the U.S. Ben Saul, I want to thank you.
You're watching this helicopter make its way from Brooklyn. Continue this conversation. We're going to have this from multiple angles. We're going to keep a close eye on this. As we move to the conversation here, one of the many confusing declarations of President Trump has made around the U.S. intervention in Venezuela is that the U.S. is taking control of Venezuela's massive oil reserves, and that he expects the U.S. oil companies to invest billions and billions of dollars to stabilize and revive the country's oil industry. Venezuela is sitting on the world's largest oil reserves, but it only accounts for about 1% of the world's oil production. An important note on
see how this has developed so quickly over the last few days. And, I heard you all talking about sort of the mode of transportation and sort of taking the helicopter over the water as opposed to taking the bridge. That was something that we actually noticed Saturday night as well, where traffic would have been much lighter. And when they landed on the western part of Manhattan, rather than just driving, they took the helicopter across the water as well. But again, critically, we're waiting for them by ground to arrive here at this courthouse to begin this next stage, Kate.
Absolutely, Omar. We're so thankful that you're there watching it all play out. To track this was that they're now back into another armored vehicle and will be leaving the heliport shortly, heading out with that caravan, you would assume, headed right to where Omar Jimenez is at that federal courthouse. Omar, thank you so much. Let's keep an eye on this as we also head now to
Congress on both sides of the aisle are pressing this administration for more details, because if we are, quote, running Venezuela, that is going to entail putting some type of military assets on the ground. And you heard, yesterday President Trump saying that we're going to extract the wealth from Venezuela from the oil fields. Well, if companies are going to go into Venezuela and start extracting oil, these oil fields are also going to have to be secured. So again, I have so many questions on what it means that we're running Venezuela, what that means for our military buildup outside the coast of Venezuela. That's obviously putting incredible strain on our military force and frankly, our readiness. But I think also to the larger point that the president was making on Air Force One yesterday, it seems like we're not stopping at Venezuela. It seems like, he has his sights potentially set on Colombia.
Special rapporteur for the promotion and protection of human rights. He joins me now from Sydney, Australia. Good to have you with us.
Good to be with you.
So how would you assess the legality of US President Donald Trump's actions when he ordered strikes on Venezuela as part of this audacious operation to capture and remove the country's head of state?
This is a deeply shocking violation of one of the most fundamental rules of international law, that is the ban on the use of aggressive military force against foreign governments. You can only use force under international law in self-defense if you've been attacked, and here clearly Venezuela was not attacking the United States, or if the United Nations Security Council has authorized it, which again is not the case here. So this is an armed attack by the United States on Venezuela, and it's also what we call the international crime of aggression by President Trump, the Secretary of War, and the US military commanders who bear individual criminal responsibility for the crime of aggressively attacking another country.
So what should be the response to this then?
Well, certainly countries, other governments should protest loudly against this lawlessness by the world superpower. The UN General Assembly should vote to condemn it unreservedly. Problematically, the Security Council is deadlocked because of the US veto, so it can essentially give impunity to itself from enforcement action by the rest of the international community. But it's really important that other governments, not only in the global south and in Latin America, but also in Europe and countries like Canada and Australia, denounce this action very forcibly and really think seriously about the kind of alliances they have with the United States when it's such an unreliable and lawless partner.
Nicolás Maduro is now in the Metropolitan Detention Center in New York City and will appear in court for the first time in the coming hours at 12 p.m. Eastern, to be specific, to face drug, weapons and narco-terrorism conspiracy charges. President Trump says the case against Maduro is infallible. Do you agree with that assessment?
Well, heads of government have immunity before foreign criminal courts under international law. So there is no right of the United States to prosecute him in its domestic courts. His abduction and the abduction of his wife were also, of course, illegal. I know the United States has said that this was a kind of policing or law enforcement operation, but of course that's completely untrue. There's no right to arrest anybody in a foreign country without the consent of that country's government. This is also not law enforcement because of the intense military nature of the attack on Venezuela. It killed more than 80 people, including civilians. And remember, this comes on top of a systematic campaign by the United States in recent months to essentially murder drug traffickers, alleged drug traffickers on the high seas coming from Venezuela in the Caribbean and in the Pacific. 35 military strikes by the US on civilian boats on the high seas, which is really just mass murder. It's no different than if you were murdering drug traffickers on the streets of New York or Washington, D.C. So this is a whole lot of lawlessness by the United States, an illegal blockade as well, coercion about the ongoing future of the Venezuelan government, and trying to essentially illegally seize control of its oil resources. This is a return to gunboat diplomacy of the worst kind during the colonial era.
And it's worth noting, of course, that the U.S. operation in Venezuela will now be the focus of an emergency meeting of the UN Security Council in the hours ahead, with the UN Secretary General apparently alarmed and concerned that this U.S. military action in Venezuela did not respect the rules of international law. So what do you say to that, and what do you think the Security Council will do?
Well, it's of course certain that the United States would veto any resolution condemning the United States action in Venezuela. So I do hope that other countries will speak up forcefully to condemn what the United States has done. This is one of the most fundamental rules of the international legal order of the last century, since 1928, when the use of force was first banned in international relations between governments. And when a country like the United States, which has previously often shown leadership on international law and ensuring respect for international law, when a country like the United States does this, it sends signals to authoritarian governments everywhere that if they have the power, they can violate international law by invading other countries, seizing their resources, deposing their governments, abducting their leaders, murdering civilians and military personnel in the process. And this is not the kind of world that any of us really want to live in. It's a very, very unsafe and dangerous and lawless world of the kind that we had hoped we'd left behind in 1945 after the Second World War, when we learnt the lesson of where that kind of colonial opportunism leads the whole world into death and destruction.
President Donald Trump says the U.S. is, quote, in charge of Venezuela in his latest comments following this weekend's capture of Nicolás Maduro and his wife. At the same time, Venezuela's acting president, Delcy Rodriguez, is extending an invitation to Washington to collaborate on a, quote, agenda of cooperation. All this as Maduro is set to make his first court appearance today in a New York court. He faces drug, weapons and narco-terrorism conspiracy charges. President Trump claims the case is strong.
We're just going to go through a slog of a trial. The judge is very respected, Judge Hellerstein. He's a highly respected judge. We'll see how we do. The case it's infallible. People are so happy with what we've done. You know, you go down to Miami, you go down to a lot of places, and they're all dancing in the streets of this country. Now, he was a rough man, killed millions of people. He killed millions and millions of people.
The operation in Venezuela is set to be the focus of an emergency meeting of the UN Security Council in the hours ahead. A spokesperson for the UN Secretary General says he is deeply alarmed by the military action and deeply concerned the rules of international law have not been respected. The call for cooperation from Venezuela's acting president is a noticeable shift to a softer tone in her comments toward the US. CNN's Kevin Liptak has more from West Palm Beach, Florida.
This is kind of a striking back and forth between the Trump administration and Delcy Rodriguez, the former vice president of Venezuela, who President Trump just identified as the likely new leader and as someone who, in his words, would make Venezuela great again. She, after that, went on to really decry the raid that ousted Maduro, claimed that Maduro was still the leader there, and said that the U.S. was acting unlawfully.
What is being done to Venezuela is barbaric. Besieging and blockading the country is an atrocity that violates all mechanisms of the international human rights system.
So it does set up this dissonance. And what the president said in an interview with the Atlantic magazine was issuing a threat. He says if she doesn't do what's right, she is going to pay a very big price, probably bigger than Maduro. So really kind of upping the pressure on Rodriguez to essentially accede to what the U.S. wants to do here. And that, at the end of the day, does appear to be what the president means by the U.S. running Venezuela. We are getting a sort of a better picture of what the president's intentions in all of this are, including from Marco Rubio, who was out on the Sunday shows.
President Trump said we're going to run the country. So is it you? Is it Secretary Hegseth? Who are those people who will be running the country specifically?
Well, it's not running, it's running policy. The policy with regards to this. We want Venezuela to move in a certain direction because not only do we think it's good for the people of Venezuela, it's in our national interest.
This is not, a U.S. occupation of Venezuela akin to what we saw in Iraq. This is really more of a coercion campaign. The U.S. really relying on the leverage it thinks it has on the remnants of the Maduro regime to essentially do what the United States tells them to do. And the leverage includes, of course, that massive military buildup which remains in place in the Caribbean Sea, but also the oil blockade that the president has ordered, insisting that oil tankers not be able to go in and out of Venezuela. So that seems to be where all of this is heading to.
CNN's Nick Robertson is following developments and joins us live from London. Good morning to you, Nick. So how are world leaders reacting to the audacious U.S. military action that resulted in the capture and removal of Nicolás Maduro from power in Venezuela? And what protests have you been seeing across the globe?
Yeah, I think cautious is the way that some of the U.S. allies are responding. If you listen to what Keir Starmer has had to say in interviews and in tweets over the past 24 hours, he said that he always upholds international law, believes in international law, and then followed up those comments that he gave in an interview, saying in a social media posting, saying that actually Maduro, UK is not going to shed a tear over his removal. They're clear here that allies of the United States that have vested trade, economic security interests with the United States are not trying to fall foul of President Trump. But saying that, allies like Denmark, exceptionally alarmed and concerned about what they're hearing President Trump say about Greenland now, which is one of the three kingdoms of Denmark. Mette Frederiksen, the Prime Minister there, responding to President Trump, saying that, again, reiterating this was something that was sort of part of his conversation early in his presidency about the need to take over Greenland for national security reasons because of the threat of Russian and Chinese ships in the area and U.S. national security interests. She just pushed back and said, this is not the time to be talking about this, so or threatening this even. It is a time of concern for allies. It's where does President Trump go with this next? When you talk about protests, the U.S. Embassy in Rome, for example, is warning citizens in Italy today that there is expected protests against the United States outside the embassy in Rome, outside the consulate in Florence. There were demonstrations in Milan yesterday as well against the U.S. actions. In Spain, for example, there were Venezuelan expats there celebrating what had happened. In Puerto Rico, people there expressing positive sentiment about how the U.S. had removed Maduro. But in other Latin American countries, Colombia, for example, there's concern. There's a sort of an understanding that this could happen to Maduro, but the concern about how this may affect them next. And I think that's where the sort of public sentiment is when you see the protests on the streets. But the political sentiment, the diplomatic sentiment is there too. And I think that at the moment is being most strongly expressed by Danish politicians, the Prime Minister in particular, pointing to the fact that Denmark